Read My Rich Wife Chapter 1 Online Chapter 1, The Cold-Hearted Su-Yan. Hurry up, babe. My husband is coming back soon. Inside a luxurious mansion, a disembodied voice could be heard urging someone in the bedroom as Chin-yu stood before the door. The voice sounded familiar to him as its owner was his wife, Su-Yan. He's just a good-for-nothing. So what if he's back? I'll have him eat humble pie even if sees us. A man jeered with a hoarse voice. Standing before the door, Chin-yu was trembling in rage. The burning anger nearly caused him to lose it. Bang! As his anger boiled, he kicked the door open. A man and a woman could be seen with disheveled clothing in the room. Glaring at Su-Yan, who was on the bed fawning over the man next to her, Chin-yu was brimmed with fury. Tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. Su-Yan, why are you doing this to me? Chin-yu questioned while gritting his teeth and shooting her a wrenching look of agony. Su-Yan became slightly panicked for a moment, but she regained her composure soon after. With that, she put on an impassive look. Since you've already found it out, I'll not hide it anymore, Su-Yan remarked. Why are you treating me like this? I've been living a miserable life in the Su family for 3 years. I always listened to whatever you said. I'd never stand if you asked me to remain seated. So why did you betray me? Chin-yu bellowed as tears drenched his face. Su-Yan derided, no woman would like a spineless person who accomplished nothing in life like you. After speaking, she turned to peer at the burly man beside her. Do you know who this man is? He is the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Gang. To be frank, I've been two-timing you with him since a long time ago. If it weren't for Grandpa, I would have divorced you and kicked you out of my house from day one. Su-Yan added in a derisive tone. Upon hearing that, tears ran down Chin-yu's face profusely. I've been living my life in fear all these time. I was always afraid of making you upset. I would wake up at midnight to prepare you a hot meal whenever you were hungry. I would ride the motorcycle all the way to South City just to pick your favorite flower for you. That's enough. Su-Yan interrupted in annoyance. Those heartfelt and touching moments could not touch a heartless woman like her. Do you think doing these petty things are sufficient? If it weren't for my grandpa, who insisted on our marriage, do you think I would even spare a glance at a man like you, a useless man with 0 accomplishments? Know your place, wimp. Su-Yan scoffed. You should learn a thing or two from Zhao Gang. Su-Yan noted while wagging her finger at the man next to her. He amassed a fortune of nearly 100 million at such a young age. He is signing deals with the Yan family from Jindu. Can you even comprehend what that means? Do you have any idea how powerful those people from Jingdu are? They can turn us into the nouveau riche with just a word. Su-Yan remarked. Why are you telling him all these? How could a kook like him know about the Yan family from Jingdu? Zhao Gang mocked while looking at Chin-yu in contempt. Chin-yu forced a bitter smile on his face. Indeed, he knew nothing about the business world, but even he has heard about Jingdu's Yan family before. Besides, the news about them was covered all over Jiangqing's mass media lately. So it was practically impossible for Chin-yu not to hear about it. Gazing at Su-Yan's beautiful yet deadpan countenance, Chin-yu could not help but weep in silence. I've been serving you faithfully for 3 whole years. One would even have feelings for a dog after such a long time, Chin-yu lamented with a sniffle. Su-Yan snickered, you're worse than a dog. Zhao Gang jibed, hey, dork. Be sensible and forget what you saw today. Then the 3 of us can continue to live happily ever after, and you'll still get to serve your wife. But if you want to try anything funny, then pack your stuff and get out of here. Zhao Gang chided in a snobbish tone as if he was the household owner. Chin-yu became feeble all of a sudden. Old Mr. Su, who was addicted to fortune-telling back then, had prophesied that Chin-yu would bring good luck to the Su family, so the former married the latter to his granddaughter. Apart from old Mr. Su, No one looked up to him while he was a live-in son-in-law for the past 3 years. Hence, his inferiority complex worsened, and he tried his best to please everyone in the Su family, fearing that they would be irked by him. Yet his futile efforts were rewarded with betrayal and disappointment. "I'm really hopeless, aren't I?" Chin Yu commented in a self-deprecating tone as the corner of his lips lifted. "After 3 long years, I should start to grow a spine, right?" A glint of hostility flashed in Chin Yu's eyes as he glared at the adulterers before him. "Why? You can't take it?" Zhao Gang taunted after noticing Chin Yu's look. Not only was Zhao Gang unaffected, but he also donned a satirical smirk on his face. Chin Yu fixed his stare on Zhao Gang and clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "You son of a b*tch, I'll kill you." Immediately after, Chin Yu dashed towards Zhao Gang. However, a puny man like Chin Yu was no match for Zhao Gang. Before he could land a blow on Zhao Gang, he was kicked to the ground by the latter. He could not stand because of the unbearable pain in his abdomen. "Bloody hell! How dare you raise your hand against me?" Zhao Gang was overflowing with wrath. After striding towards Chin Yu, Zhao Gang beat the weak man to a pulp. Chin Yu laid on the cold floor in despair and received every blow directed at him. "What a pathetic life I've led." Chin Yu covered his head, looking anguished. "I couldn't even take my revenge. I guess I don't deserve to live anymore," Chin Yu moaned with a lifeless look. The relentless blows on his body caused blood to spill from his mouth. "It's all right. Just forget about him. Hitting a useless maggot like him is an insult to you," Su Yan noted coquettishly, pulling Zhao Gang's arm. Zhao Gang spat on Chin Yu's face. While crooking his finger in the door's direction, Zhao Gang threatened, "Get lost right now. Or else I'll beat you to death." Chin Yu struggled while getting on his feet and trudged towards the exit. His heart was filled with hatred towards this pair of adulterers, but he hated himself even more for not getting even with them. Chin Yu was reluctant to accept the humiliation and leave just like that. "Su Yan, I promise you'll regret this," Chin Yu turned around and reproached. Pointing his finger at Chin Yu, Zhao Gang berated, "Buzz off. You hear me?" Wiping the blood off the corners of his lips, Chin Yu plodded out of the Su residence. As Chin Yu arrived before the main entrance, he stumbled upon his mother-in-law, Sun Yumei, who had just come back. Noticing the Mercedes-Benz parked in front of the main entrance, Sun Yumei seemed to get a hold of the story. "Mother!" Chin Yu greeted in a grievance. Sun Yumei glanced at him with an emotionless look. Waving her hand in vexation, she uttered, "Now that you know about it, then you know what you should do. To tell you the truth, all of us agreed to kick you out of our family." Hearing that only deepened his despair. "Did Grandpa agree to it too?" Chin Yu asked. Sun Yumei retorted, "His opinion is irrelevant. The Zhao family has signed deals with the Yan family from Jingdu. If we can ride on the wave of the Yan family, we'll finally elevate ourselves among the elites. This involves the development of our family business on a macro level. What makes you think that an old geezer like him could have a say in this?" Sun Yumei said. "As for whatever good luck he keeps babbling on about, it's all just feudal mindsets and backward superstitions." Chin Yu remained taciturn the whole time. The Su family's heartlessness caused him to be disheartened. After wiping his mouth, he strode out of the Su residence. The physical pain and mental shock proved to be too much for him to bear. At that moment, he finally passed out on the sidewalk of the main road. Out of the blue, a Maybach with a Jingdu license plate came to a halt before Chin Yu. After the window winded down, a long-haired, elegant-looking girl could be seen frowning as she stared at Chin Yu, who laid on the ground. "So this is the guy who Grandpa betrothed me to." The woman winked her eyes as she scrutinized Chin Yu. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she stared at the unconscious scruffy Chin Yu. "Miss, perhaps you may have mistaken him for that person?" Surely old Mr. Yan wouldn't match you with a dull commoner like this guy. A man, who was dressed like a bodyguard in the car, criticized with his brows knitted together. Yan Ruoxiu remained silent. Making a gesture, she ordered, "Bring him into the car." "Yes, miss." Her bodyguards disembarked and immediately carried Qin Yu back into the car. Her furrowed brows intensified as she peered at the unkempt man before her. "Grandpa, do you really want me to marry this good-for-nothing of a man?" Yan Ruoxiu sighed in resignation as she recounted her grandfather's exhortation before leaving. "Ruoxiu, our family owes him a lot. If it weren't for Qin Yu's father, our family would never be what it is today. His father left him a keepsake and requested me to hand it to him once he reached 30. Mr. Qin was an almighty man. I believe his son will be something else as well. Listen carefully, Ruoxiu. You must be kind to Qin Yu." Her grandfather's urging was played in her mind repeatedly. A hint of resignation could be seen on her breathtaking face. "If he's a rough diamond with untapped potential, I'll agree to Grandpa's request," Yan Ruoxiu mumbled silently. "But if he's just a worthless peasant, I'll not go along with it." Yan Ruoxiu heaved a deep sigh. She rubbed her fingers against the turquoise jade pendant, which was the memento that her grandfather asked her to pass on to Qin Yu. Yan Ruoxiu meticulously placed the pendant around Qin Yu's neck and turned her head away. "With that, our family has fulfilled the promise of returning him the keepsake," Yan Ruoxiu thought. Nevertheless, she did not notice that the pendant with bloodstains glimmered when it touched Qin Yu's skin before entering his body at lightning speed. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 2, The Girl of His Dreams. The car was moving on the road smoothly towards the hospital. "Miss, the mayor of Zhongcheng and the Chamber of Commerce of Zhongcheng would like to invite you over for a meal," the secretary beside Yan Ruoxiu mentioned. Instantly, Yan Ruoxiu reverted to her usual aloof attitude. She replied with a stern look, "Turn them down. Send Qin Yu to the hospital first." The secretary teased with a smirk, "Miss, are you telling me that you are planning to marry this trash of a human?" Upon hearing that, Yan Ruoxiu shot him a sharp look. "Huh? Are you trying to teach me what to do?" Yan Ruoxiu remarked. Color drained from his face, and he mentally slapped himself on the cheek and noted, "My apologies, miss. I've talked too much." Following that, Yan Ruoxiu cupped her mouth with her hand and coughed intensely. "Miss, it's time to take your medicine," the secretary hurriedly reminded. "Continue driving." Yan Ruoxiu paid no heed to his words and commanded expressionlessly. The car sped off towards the hospital at Yan Ruoxiu's order. At that time, however, Qin Yu felt like he was dreaming while he was in a state of unconsciousness. In the dream, everything was pitch black no matter where he looked. A man could be seen staring at Qin Yu with an impassive look in the darkness. He was a man with a gallant stature and a domineering aura. He was like a god. Just the sight of him caused one to have a powerful urge to worship him. Where is this place, and who are you?" Qin Yu stammered in anxiety. That man turned in Qin Yu's direction and looked straight into his eyes. "To think that my son would end up being such an incompetent man," the man lamented. "Son? What is he talking about?" Qin Yu felt a stabbing sensation in his heart when he heard those words. He had never seen his parents, not since his earliest consciousness. It was only natural that he would long to experience familial love. Although Qin Yu could not recognize the man standing before him, he could feel an indescribable connection. Are you my father? Dad, I've missed you so much." Qin Yu stretched out his arm, trying to touch his father, but it went right through the man. "A man should thrive at age 30. I'll now bestow you with all of my knowledge. This is your inheritance," the man uttered coldly. "If you're a good-for-nothing, I believe the Yan family will take care of you for the rest of your life. But I'll never come and see you. If you've got a backbone, there's nothing that can stop you in this world. And I'm very much looking forward to our meeting." After his monologue, the scenery before Qin Yu began to crumble. Upon seeing that, Qin Yu shouted like a madman, "Dad! Don't go, Dad!" Yet, nothing Qin Yu uttered could stop the scene before him from disappearing. Sorrowed, Qin Yu dropped to his knees and sobbed in agony. Even if it was just a dream, he had hoped to see his parents like other people did, to grouse about his hardships with them. But no matter what he did, the sight before him continued to crumble into nothingness. Soon, a collection of vast memories flooded his mind, all of which were unfamiliar to him. Among them were scared medical knowledge, cultivation methods, mystical arts, and more. Right then, a turquoise-colored chi, energy, flowed into his dantian, the place where life force is located, slowly. His consciousness went out before he could react. When he came to, he was already lying in a king-size bed. A girl with long hair and slender legs could be seen sitting before him. "You're finally awake." Yan Ruoxiu scrutinized Qin Yu as if she could see through him. With that, Qin Yu quickly got up and stuttered in nervousness, "Who are you?" Yan Ruoxiu did not want to disclose her identity this early, so she responded, "I'm Ruoxiu. I saw you fainted on the sidewalk, so I rescued you on a whim." "How strange though. The doctor said that there was nothing wrong with you." Yan Ruoxiu's eyes twinkled as she peered at the man before her in curiosity. Qin Yu frowned a little and murmured, "So it wasn't just a dream after all." Closing his eyes, Qin Yu began to contemplate. As expected, the memory was still intact, and it seemed to be merging with his. This was amazing. Even the chi inside his dantian did not show any sign of dispersion at all. So, this is all real. A glimmer of hope lit up in Qin Yu's heart that was brimming with disappointment up till that moment. The scared medical scrolls and the cultivation methods were the things that could change his current miserable state. "I saved you. Yet, you don't even express your gratitude? Where are your manners?" Yan Ruoxiu commented as she rolled her eyes. At that, Qin Yu regained his composure and jumped to his feet. Bowing his head to Yan Ruoxiu, he uttered awkwardly, "Miss Ruoxiu, thank you for rescuing me." Yan Ruoxiu burst into laughter at the sight of Qin Yu's clumsy manner. For some unknown reason, she somehow found the silly man before her a little cute. "All right, don't sweat it. I was just pulling your leg." Yan Ruoxiu waved her hand. After speaking, Yan Ruoxiu covered her mouth and coughed violently. Just then, a man in doctor's scrubs came in. "Miss, you should take your medication," the doctor suggested while carrying a medical box in his hand. Yan Ruoxiu nodded. A glass of warm water was placed on the table. Then, the doctor took out a table full of medicine from the box. Gazing at Yan Ruoxiu, countless knowledge from the sacred medical scrolls flashed in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu could not help but feel a little excited at what was happening. After some hesitation, he moved forward and asked, "Miss Ruoxiu, are you not feeling well?" Glancing at Qin Yu with the corners of her eyes, Yan Ruoxiu replied casually, "Yeah. I've had asthma since young." Asthma. The treatment methods for asthma immediately came into Qin Yu's mind. Still, Qin Yu did not dare to speak up as he lacked self-confidence. Rooted to the spot, he watched as Yan Ruoxiu swallowed all the drugs on the table. Nevertheless, Yan Ruoxiu's symptoms did not improve even after taking all the pills. Upon seeing that, Qin Yu took a deep breath to muster his courage. Then, he took a step forward and uttered, "Miss Ruoxiu, could you please let me try to help? I might be able to treat your sickness." After hearing his words, a hint of astonishment flashed in Yan Ruoxiu's pretty eyes. A while later, she chuckled, "I have asthma. It is incurable. Don't tell me that you can't even understand something so simple." Qin Yu immediately clarified, "I don't know how to explain it to you. But I still want to give it a go. Maybe this might work." Having heard that, Yan Ruoxiu's brows knitted together. The doctor who was standing at the side jeered, "Hey man, you're not even a doctor. So tell me, how do you plan to cure it?" At once, Qin Yu's face turned red up to his ears. He stood awkwardly. "I'm tired of seeing people like you. You're just lusting after Miss Ruoxiu, trying to take advantage of her," the doctor added. "If my guess is right on the money, your treatment involves the touching of skin, right?" Qin Yu's mouth hung agape. Biting the bullet, he answered, "You are right, ha ha ha. You see, miss. This fellow is nothing but a lecherous scum," the doctor derided. Yan Ruoxiu's expression turned gloomy. Glaring at Qin Yu, she warned, "Do you know what's the consequences of taking advantage of me?" Qin Yu hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. I was not trying to take advantage of you. I can really cure your disease. I mean it." "Humph. You are spouting ridiculous words," the doctor denigrated. "Asthma might not be a serious illness, but it has always been a chronic condition. There's no way to cure it completely. This is common sense. Miss, I suggest that we chop his hand off and throw it out of the window," the doctor continued. Yan Ruoxiu remained taciturn and sized Qin Yu up. No one knew what she was thinking. "I am willing to give you a chance," Yan Ruoxiu stated after a while. "But if it doesn't work, things will get ugly for you," Yan Ruoxiu added with a wink. Despite knowing that Yan Ruoxiu was not someone to be trifled with, Qin Yu was full of confidence at that time. Besides, he could not wait to test and see if the knowledge of the scared medical scrolls was legit. "All right." Qin Yu nodded strenuously. "Miss, do you really want to trust him? It is obvious to everyone that he is just shut up." Yan Ruoxiu reproached before the doctor could finish his lines. Immediately, the doctor became silent. He stood at the sidelines without another word, albeit reluctantly. "Is there anything I need to do, Dr. Qin?" Yan Ruoxiu asked in a playful tone. Having heard that, Qin Y's face flushed and murmured, I will have to place my hand on your chest." After Qin Yu spoke, his face was red down to his neck. Lowering his head, Qin Yu took in Yan Ruoxiu's fair cleavage. It was an alluring sight to behold. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 3, Get Him Back Here Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio U Punk. "How dare you make such an insolent request," the doctor immediately bellowed in anger. All of them regarded Yan Ruoxiu as their idol in their hearts. She was comparable to that of a holy angel to them. Therefore, they would never allow anyone to defile her, especially a kook like Qin Yu. Even Yan Ruoxiu's bodyguards dashed forward, trying to encircle him. However, Yan Ruoxiu stared at Qin Yu emotionlessly. After some ponderation, Yan Ruoxiu finally agreed to let him try. She thought to herself that if he was a liar, she will have a real reason to turn down this whole betrothal thing. After lying on the bed, Yan Ruoxiu's pale and ample breasts came into Qin Yu's sight. With a flushed face, Qin Yu walked towards Yan Ruoxiu. He murmured, "Please excuse me, Miss Ruoxiu." After speaking, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and gently placed it on Yan Ruoxiu. Yan Ruoxiu's beauty was out of this world. Su Yan paled in comparison. Yan Ruoxiu's voluptuous figure was so perfect that no one could resist the sight of her. The doctor and the bodyguard's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sidelines. If Yan Ruoxiu did not stop them, they would have cut Qin Yu to pieces, turning him into mincemeat already. Qin Yu held back his urges and disregarded his dirty thoughts to calm his nerves. He then followed the instructions of the scared medical scrolls in his mind to channel his qi, which took the shape of a flying dragon, in his dantian and transferred it out. Following that, a warm feeling slowly traveled from Qin Yu's palm into Yan Ruoxiu's body. Yan Ruoxiu was instantly warmed up. A while later, she felt scorching heat throughout her entire body, as if she was soaking herself in a hot spring. As time passed, beads of sweat started to form on his forehead. 10 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. Yan Ruoxiu's expression turned sullen. There's a limit to how much you can take advantage of me. Would you cut it out already? Furthermore, Yan Ruoxiu did not feel anything different apart from the warm feeling in her body. Instead, she had difficulty breathing and was overwhelmed with stuffiness in her chest, causing an unbearable urge to cough. These symptoms only added to her frustration. Shaking her head, Yan Ruoxiu thought, it seems Grandpa had thought too highly of him. Just then, Qin Yu moved his hand away from Yan Ruoxiu's body. Wiping his sweat off, he uttered softly, Miss Ruoxiu, I'm done with your treatment already. It should take roughly 10 minutes for you to be fully recovered. Sitting up from the bed, Yan Ruoxiu mocked, I'll be fully recovered in 10 minutes, you say? Do you take me as a fool? After Yan Ruoxiu spoke, she started coughing violently as her face turned ashen. At the sight of that, Qin Yu became rooted to the ground. He was anxious that he did not know what to do with his hands. Miss, let us finish him off, the burly bodyguards piped in unison. Yan Ruoxiu waved her hand while glancing at the clock on the wall. She declared, okay. I'll give him 10 minutes. Truth be told, even Qin Yu himself was unsure if it would work. After all, Qin Yu could not tell if the surreal experience earlier was reality or just a dream. Without warning, the bodyguards strode toward Qin Yu and surrounded him as if they were afraid that he might try to escape. 9 minutes passed in no time at all. Peeking at the wall clock, Yan Ruoxiu questioned with a deadpan face, looks like you were telling me lies. So, how was it? Was it good to touch? Qin Yu could not help but put on a wry smile. He knew that any explanation would be futile, as they would be brushed off as an excuse. So he would rather not say a word. The bodyguards took a step forward, trying to seize him, but Qin Yu was calm. He did not feel terrified, even for a second. Death might be liberation for him at this point, seeing that he no longer had any hope left in this world. Just forget it, Yan Ruoxiu stated while waving her hand. For reasons that I do not wish to disclose, I will let you off the hook this time. However, I do not want to see you again, Yan Ruoxiu added coldly. Remaining taciturn, Qin Yu got up and bowed to Yan Ruoxiu. I'll take my leave now, Miss Ruoxiu, Qin Yu said and turned to leave. Miss, are you gonna let it slide just like that? The bodyguards queried in discontent after Qin Yu left. Yan Ruoxiu shot them a glance and remained silent for a bit. Just consider it as repaying the favor to his dad, Yan Ruoxiu sighed silently. The disappointment was written all over her face. Before she came to Zhongcheng, her grandfather had aggrandized Qin Yu in a loquacious manner, to the point of apatheticizing the man. She held high expectations of him. Grandpa, it looks like you were wrong about him, Yan Ruoxiu bemoaned. At that moment, Yan Ruoxiu felt a warm feeling flowing inside of her. Before she could react, she had a violent cough. Then a dark, turbid substance came out of her mouth. Miss, are you all right? What did that bastard do to you? I'm gonna drag him back right now. I'm so gonna slaughter him. Hearing their remarks, Yan Ruoxiu stopped them. After touching her chest, she was surprised to find that the stuffy feeling that had been torturing her for years had disappeared. Even the dry and itchy feeling in her throat dissipated utterly. So he was telling the truth. Yan Ruoxiu commented confusedly. She was confounded by what she was feeling. Get him back here right now. Yan Ruoxiu commanded. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 4, The Domineering Yan Ruoxiu Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Although the bodyguards could not comprehend the situation, they did not dare to defy Yan Ruoxiu's order. They immediately left to pursue Qin Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu was trudging on the sideway of the main street aimlessly, looking despaired. He had no idea where he should head to. Home. That was definitely not an option. Would he end up being homeless? "Dad, I have failed you," Chin Yu lamented as he recalled the man from his dream. Suddenly, a Bentley accelerated in Chin Yu's direction and came to a stop before him. Before he knew it, he noticed 5 bodyguards getting out of the car. "Stop right there." The bodyguards blocked Chin Yu's way. "Miss Ruoxiu has ordered you to come back with us," they clarified while remaining expressionless. Chin Yu thought that Yan Ruoxiu was not letting him slide, after all. So he said, "It's okay. I'll bear the consequences of my actions. I'll follow you back." With that, Chin Yu got into the car obediently. Everyone remained silent along the journey. In no time, a burly bodyguard grabbed Chin Yu's arm and dragged him before Yan Ruoxiu. "Miss, we've detained him as per your order." The bodyguard pushed Chin Yu towards Yan Ruoxiu. Upon seeing that, she furrowed her brows. Getting to her feet slowly, she walked towards the bodyguard. "Who asked you to treat him like this?" Yan Ruoxiu questioned in a sharp tone. At once, the bodyguard was in a dazed state and stammered, "I apologize to Mr. Chin right now," Yan Ruoxiu commanded. "Miss, don't make me repeat myself." Yan Ruoxiu chided before the bodyguard could finish his sentence. The bodyguard's face was red up to his ears. He was incredibly reluctant to apologize to a dork like Chin Yu. However, none of them dared to go against Yan Ruoxiu's command. So he bit the bullet and bowed his head. I am sorry, Mr. Chin." The bodyguard remained in that position and did not dare to raise his head. Chin Yu remarked, "It's all right, Miss Ruoxiu. It's no big deal. Please let bygones be bygones." Yan Ruoxiu nodded and ordered, "Leave the both of us alone." Upon hearing that, the others got out of the room hastily. Yan Ruoxiu opened a bottle of red wine, poured Chin Yu a glass, and commented, "I really did not expect you to have medical skills." Chin Yu was dumbfounded. Surprised, he queried in elation, "Miss Ruoxiu, does that mean you are fully recovered?" "Well, yeah," Yan Ruoxiu answered in slight confusion. "That's great. I'm so glad." A seed of hope sprouted amid Chin Yu's despair. Looks like it was real after all, he thought. "Well, I've checked your background. So, I'm curious as to why would a person of your medical skills lead such an unimpressive life," Yan Ruoxiu uttered whimsically. Upon hearing that, Chin Yu let out a sigh. "Miss Ruoxiu, I don't know how to explain this to you," Chin Yu stated with a wry smile. Still, there was no way Chin Yu could tell her that he had gained all his medical skills and knowledge in a dream. Should he utter such words, she would think he was out of his mind. Nevertheless, Chin Yu seemed to be a humble person in Yan Ruoxiu's opinion. Thus, his reaction only added to her good impression of him. "No chance to display your prowess?" Yan Ruoxiu asked in jest. After chuckling, Chin Yu remained placid. "All right. Let me know what I can do to return the favor. Name your price. Or is there anything else that you want?" Yan Ruoxiu questioned teasingly. Her words were equivocal. Chin Yu waved his hand and rejected, "No, Miss Ruoxiu. I don't need anything. You've rescued me, so this is the least that I can do for you. Are you sure you don't want anything?" Yan Ruoxiu asked with a faint smile. "You know, I can fulfill whatever request that you may have. You just have to say it." Yan Ruoxiu looked a little expectant. Chin Yu shook his head and answered, "I really don't need anything. Thanks for your offer." After hearing Chin Yu's words, a hint of gaiety flashed in Yan Ruoxiu's eyes. Chin Yu seemed to be a kind-hearted and genuine person at the very least. Chin Yu's phone rang all of a sudden. His expression turned glum upon seeing the caller ID on the screen because the person who called him was Su Yan. Chin Yu grabbed his phone and went to the side to pick up the call. As soon as he pressed the answer button, Su Yan could be heard saying in a harsh tone, "Are you dead? If not, get your *SS back here right now. Chin Yu was burning with rage upon hearing such abrasive words. Gritting his teeth, he riposted, "Why makes you think that I will go back after what you've done?" Su Yan burst into laughter immediately at his words. "Oh, poor Chin Yu. Did you think that I wanted you to come back? Oh, please. My mom is asking you to get back here to sign the divorce agreement form," Su Yan jeered. "You'd better not pull anything funny. Otherwise, I will ask Zhao Gang to send you to the netherworld." Su Yan snorted. Having heard that, Chin Yu clenched his fists involuntarily. Clamping his teeth together, he bellowed, "Su Yan, you are really the worst. Don't worry. I'll not cling to you any longer. You will regret what you did one day." "Humph. The thing I regretted the most in my life was marrying a useless scum like you," Su Yan retaliated. She immediately ended the call after speaking. Chin Yu appeared to be troubled as he had mixed emotions. After all, it would be impossible not to develop feelings for someone after spending 3 years with them. However, humiliation and anger drowned out his positive emotions. "What happened?" Yan Ruoxiu asked with a smile after taking a sip of the red wine. Chin Yu shook his head and responded, "Miss Ruoxiu, I need to go home now. There's something that I have to deal with." Yan Ruoxiu winked her eyes and uttered, "Divorce." Chin Yu was stupefied for a moment. Then he asked, "How did you know about this?" "Just a random guess," Yan Ruoxiu answered half-heartedly. "I'll go with you." Yan Ruoxiu came to her feet and said. It's okay. I'm good," Chin Yu declined, waggling his hands. Yan Ruoxiu ordered in a domineering tone, "I will send you there. Quit whining." Feeling resigned, Chin Yu left together with Yan Ruoxiu. When they got out of the room, Yan Ruoxiu's secretary immediately came up to them. Moving close towards Yan Ruoxiu's ear, he whispered, "Miss Ruoxiu, the governor of Chuzhu and the chief of Chuzhu region are here. They are inviting you over for a banquet." Yan Ruoxiu had a slight headache upon hearing that. Rubbing her temples, she murmured, "This is such a hassle. Make them wait for a while. Just tell them that I'll be late." "Yes, miss," the secretary said. Following that, Yan Ruoxiu's car came to a halt in front of Chin Yu. "Get in." Yan Ruoxiu gestured with her finger. Seeing that declination was not a wise option, Chin Yu got into the car submissively. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance of the Su residence. "Miss Ruoxiu, I'll be leaving now." "Thanks for the ride," Chin Yu stated courteously before getting out of the car. But Chin Yu did not expect Yan Ruoxiu to get out of the car with him. Running her fingers through her hair, she said with a bright smile, "I'll join you." "Huh?" Chin Yu was in a dazed state. Yan Ruoxiu donned a smile on her face. "I want to see what your family looks like. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 5, remove them from the list." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Chin Yu felt a little awkward. He knew very well in his heart that they would definitely humiliate him when he returned home. Chin Yu did not want anyone to witness his most embarrassing state. However, Yan Ruoxiu seemed to read Chin Yu's mind. She uttered with a smile, "Regardless of the difficulties, they will remain insurmountable until you face them, right?" Taking a deep breath, Chin Yu nodded. Then he led Yan Ruoxiu as they strode toward the main entrance. All the Su family members were gathered in the living room. Zhao Gang could be seen hugging Su Yan brazenly. Not only did Chin Yu's mother-in-law, Sun Yumei, not rebuke Zhao Gang, but she even poured the arrogant man a cup of tea. Chin Yu lost his cool at the sight and clenched his fists. Before he could speak up, Yan Ruoxiu pulled his arm and shook her head. Shooting Yan Ruoxiu a glance, Chin Yu suppressed his wrath. "Wow! You found yourself a chick even before we're officially divorced, huh?" Su Yan scrutinized Yan Ruoxiu in displeasure. Although Su Yan had no feelings for Chin Yu, the former was extremely upset to see her soon-to-be ex-husband courting another woman in such a short time. On the other hand, Zhao Gang was ogling at Yan Ruoxiu with drool almost leaving his lips. The lady before his eyes was too captivating for him to avert his gaze away. Her figure, countenance, and temperament were far too alluring. She was irresistible. Su Yan, who was beside him, paled in comparison. "This person is my friend. You better not disrespect her," Qin Yu warned coldly. Su Yan let out a snort and disregarded Qin Yu. Then she ridiculed, "Tisk. Tisk. Sis, you really are a fool. To think that you would pick up a scrap that I discarded. Don't you know that he is a spineless worm?" Yan Ruoxiu was unaffected by the remark. Running her fingers through her hair, she riposted casually, "Only an unsophisticated woman would leech off a distinguished man. I'm nothing like you." Su Yan was burning with fury upon hearing that. "Why, you little..." Su Yan was trembling in outrage, but she could not think of a single thing to say in refute. Zhao Gang was salivating over Yan Ruoxiu. It was impossible not to lust after a beauty like her. "Miss, you don't seem to be an average Jane. And if you don't mind my asking, what do you do for a living?" Zhao Gang questioned with a smile. After contemplating, Yan Ruoxiu replied, "I'm involved in all sorts of businesses. Real estate, investments, e-commerce, and so on." "Real estate?" Zhao Gang's eyes widened upon hearing that. Feeling smug, he asked, "Miss, do you know that Jingdu's Yan family is bringing in business opportunities to our city?" Looking unfazed, Yan Ruoxiu nodded. "I know." Zhao Gang went on in a narcissistic manner, "Truth be told, my family has gotten a deal with the Yan family. Miss, are you perhaps interested in a collaboration?" Zhao Gang's intention was obvious. He was luring Yan Ruoxiu with the Yan family. Not only did Yan Ruoxiu not appreciate it, but she even let out a snicker. "The Zhao family, right? All right, I'll remember it now," Yan Ruoxiu noted with a smile. Thinking he had won her attention, Zhao Gang was on cloud nine. Taking out his business card, he said, "Feel free to contact me if you need anything." "What are you doing?" Su Yan chided in annoyance. Zhao Gang let out a cough and returned to the sidelines. Grabbing the divorce agreement form, Su Yan slammed it on the table before Qin Yu. "Sign it, and we are done," Su Yan snorted. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu glared at Su Yan and piped, "Su Yan, you will regret this one day. Quit it, will you?" Su Yan huffed in irritation. With that, Qin Yu remained silent and grabbed the pen to sign his name on the papers. Then he pushed the documents back to her. "I swear I will make both of you adulterers kneel before me and apologize." Qin Yu bawled with bloodshot eyes. He would never forget the humiliation on that day. Su Yan and Zhao Gang burst into laughter after hearing that. "What a fool. We're signing a deal with the Yan family soon, and we'll climb our way up to become the richest in Zhongcheng. What about you? You're nothing but an incompetent scum." Su Yan taunted. Taking in a deep breath, Qin Yu took Yan Ruoxiu's hand and turned around to leave while remaining silent. Qin Yu could not hold back his overflowing animosity after getting in the car. Gritting his teeth, he uttered, "Just you wait." With the knowledge he inherited from his father, Qin Yu was full of confidence. At that moment, Yan Ruoxiu queried, "Do you loathe them?" Turning to gaze at Yan Ruoxiu, Qin Yu forced a smile. No sane man could be unmoved by a humiliation like this. Blinking, Yan Ruoxiu contemplated. In a short time, the car arrived at a residential area in the city center of Zhongcheng, Dragon Paradise. Passing a set of keys to Qin Yu, she pointed towards a villa a stone's throw away from them and explained, "You should stay here for now." Qin Yu was dumbfounded when he caught sight of the luxurious abode. Shaking his head, he said, "Miss Ruoxiu, this house is too big for me. I don't deserve this." Yan Ruoxiu shrugged. This is the smallest property I own. Qin Yu gaped at her, feeling speechless. Seeing that he had no place to go, he took the keys from Yan Ruoxiu. Miss Ruoxiu, I'll never forget your kindness for as long as I live. Holding the keys in his hands, Qin Yu looked determined. Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and commented, take care of yourself first, silly. Yan Ruoxiu sped off and left soon after. At dusk, Yan Ruoxiu came to a dinner party in a Maybach with Jingdu's license plate. Nearly all the prominent individuals of Chuzhu were gathered at the dinner. Even Jiangqing's richest was as insignificant as a server who refilled drinks for the guests. Yan Ruoxiu, with her hand on her cheek, was lost in deep thoughts during the journey to the banquet. Miss, do you really want to marry that worm? Her secretary blurted out. Glaring at him, Yan Ruoxiu answered, to be honest, I kind of believe what Grandpa told me earlier already. What do you mean by believing in old Mr. Yan's words? The secretary questioned in concern. He is nothing but worthless scum. He is far too inconsequential in comparison with the young masters in Jingdu, the secretary reminded. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head. I don't think so. Look, he's a man with many skills at his command, yet he chooses to remain low-key. Besides, he did not ask anything from me in return for his favor, despite living in such a bad condition. Tell me, what would you do if your wife humiliated you like that? Yan Ruoxiu queried. The secretary furrowed his brows and snorted, I would never forgive them for that. See. That's the normal reaction, Yan Ruoxiu mentioned. The fact that he did not ask for my help indicates that he's a man with a spine, Yan Ruoxiu added with a wide smile. The secretary mumbled, who knows if he will just bear with it silently and do nothing. No, I know he will become someone significant in the future, Yan Ruoxiu declared with an air of expectancy. The secretary forced a smile and scoffed, in the future? Even if we were to give him 10 lifetimes, I doubt he could even hold a candle to the young masters in Jingdu. Don't be so sure. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head and continued, you should give the man a little time to prove himself. Following that, Yan Ruoxiu changed the topic and asked, speaking of which, is there any company in our collaboration list that is run by the Zhao family? Switching on the laptop, the secretary ran through the list thoroughly and nodded. Yes, Miss Ruoxiu. There's one. The Zhao family is pretty sincere. Furthermore, their company is considered one of the top in Zhongcheng based on their total annual revenue. This company is a pretty good collaboration partner. Having heard that, Yan Ruoxiu ordered without hesitation, okay. Remove them from the list. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 6, Kneel Before Me and Apologize. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The secretary was dumbstruck. Although he could not comprehend the reason for Yan Ruoxiu's request, he dared not ask. All right, miss, I'll revoke the Zhao family's invitation, the secretary replied. He speedily executed Yan Ruoxiu's order on the laptop. Hold on a second. Yan Ruoxiu had a sudden change of mind. She commanded with a sly look on her face, don't revoke their invitation. Huh? The secretary was confused. Yan Ruoxiu's big dewy eyes shined as she murmured, I can't wait to see their reaction when they see Qin Yu at the banquet. Dragon Paradise was the most high-end residential area in Zhongcheng. And the villa that Yan Ruoxiu let Qin Yu stay in was in the center of that area. Everything before Qin Yu's eyes felt surreal as he gazed at the luxurious interior of the villa. I wonder who Miss Ruoxiu really is, Qin Yu stated. Qin Yu knew that he could not live off others' favors forever. Only after gaining sufficient power, wealth, and authority could he earn respect from people. Wasting no time, Qin Yu sat in a lotus position on the sofa and closed his eyes. Golden flares lit up in his mind one after another. Those lights contained sacred medical knowledge and cultivation methods, wisdom beyond anyone's imagination. Thirsting for knowledge, Qin Yu scanned through all the information thoroughly. Soon, he realized that the sacred medical knowledge contained information beyond his wildest dreams. At the pinnacle of its prowess, not only could he cure illnesses, but also he could resurrect people. On top of that, Qin Yu was confounded by what cultivation was capable of. In the first level of the qi refining stage alone, one could already run wild in the world without a problem. One could be considered invincible when they reached the foundation establishment stage. And their lifespan could be extended to several hundreds of years. Qin Yu was gradually getting excited as he ran through the information. Glee was written all over his face. As soon as I begin my journey in cultivation, the Zhao family and other families will be irrelevant. Qin Yu clenched his fists as he became filled with newfound confidence. Zhao Gang, Su Yan. Just you wait. A gleam of frenzy flashed across Qin Yu's eyes. Wasting no time, he began to absorb nature's spiritual energy all around him in accordance to the methods recorded in his memory. With Qin Yu as the pivot, the spiritual energy around the residential area flowed toward him. The spiritual energy seeped through the pores of Qin Yu's skin and finally merged with his qi in his danshan. Qin Yu continued the process unceasingly with his eyes closed until sunrise the next day. After opening his eyes, a cloud of turbid qi came out of his mouth. Not only was he energized and refreshed, but also he did not feel an ounce of lethargy despite staying up the entire night. So this is the first level of the qi refining stage, huh? Qin Yu drew in a deep breath. Clenching his fists, he could feel inexhaustible energy inside his body. A smile played on his lips upon realizing it. Compared to the feeble person he was before, he could be considered a reborn man at his current stage. Qin Yu then threw a punch at the boulder next to him. Following a loud bang, the boulder turned into debris. At this show of power, Qin Yu drew in a cold breath. He did not expect his fist to produce so much power with just the first level of the qi refining stage. He could not help but wonder just how much could he continue to grow. The mere thought itself caused Qin Yu to be filled with ecstasy. It's such a shame that the spiritual energy's concentration level around this area is too diluted. Qin Yu let out a deep sigh. He had drawn in every drop of the spiritual energy around this area in one night. It was impossible for him to keep improving further. According to the records in his memory, there was still another way to make progress other than absorbing nature's spiritual energy. That would be through the use of herbs. The older the herbs, the more spiritual energy they contained. After some pondering, Qin Yu decided to head to the herbal pharmacy to procure a batch of herbs. After rummaging in his pocket, he procured a sum of 132. Looking at the meager cash in his hand, Qin Yu put on a wary smile. Ever since Qin Yu was married to Su Yan, he turned in every cent of his salary to her. The amount of pocket money he received every month would depend solely on her mood. If the total asset of a man in his 30s was only around 100 plus, everyone's jaw would drop as they burst into a chortle. It looks like cultivation requires a strong financial backing, Qin Yu commented with a forced smile. He left the house with only $100 worth of cash in his possession. As he was strolling near the main entrance of the residential area, a Mercedes blocked his way. The moment the car came to a halt, Zhao Gang and Su Yan could be seen getting out of it. Qin Yu, are you serious? How dare you stalk us all the way here? Su Yan bellowed as soon as she got out of the car. What more do you want after signing the divorce agreement form? Do you think this is funny? Su Yan added with disdain. Qin Yu shot her a look and uttered, don't flatter yourself. I'm flattering myself, you say. Su Yan pointed her finger at herself. She had a hard time holding back her laughter. You show up before me early in the morning, and you dare say that I'm flattering myself. Su Yan jeered. Zhao Gang, who was at the side, came up to Qin Yu and tapped his shoulder. Hey, man, Su Yan is mine. If you continue to play games with me, I'm gonna break your legs. You hear me? Zhao Gang warned in a flippant tone. Qin Yu was repulsed at the sight of the adulterers. At that moment, he could not understand how he even put up with such a lousy woman and even stayed under the same roof with her for 3 years. Drawing in a deep breath, Qin Yu mocked, "Don't worry. I'm not interested in a hussy. Keep her to yourself." "What did you just say? Who are you calling a hussy?" Su Yan roared in rage like a shrew. Zhao Gang immediately moved forward and stopped Qin Yu in his tracks. Then he bawled, "Qin Yu, are you tired of living? Apologize to my wife. Otherwise, I will surely break your legs. Consider yourself warned." Qin Yu shoved Zhao Gang's hand away, clenched his fists, and remarked, "I will also grant you a chance to kneel before me and apologize. Do it, and I will let this slide." Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 7. I said that he is Zhao Gang was stunned by Qin Yu's words. Then he let out a chortle. "Babe, did you hear what this fool said? He is giving me a chance. Ha ha ha. This is the funniest thing I've heard in a while." Zhao Gang could not hold back his laughter. Su Yan ridiculed, "Qin Yu, did you lose your mind in just a day? Or did you forget how it felt to be beaten to a pulp?" Qin Yu did not say a word but shot Zhao Gang a glare and reiterated, "Zhao Gang, this is your last chance." Placing his hand behind his ear, Zhao Gang said, "What did you say?" "I said kneel before me and apologize." "I'm go to hell, you idiot." Zhao Gang threw a punch at Qin Yu before the latter could finish his sentence. However, Zhao Gang was sent flying with a slap from Qin Yu before the former could land a blow on the latter. Immediately after, the Zhao Gang hit hard against the wall. Su Yan gaped at what was happening before her eyes in stupefaction. She could not believe what she saw. How could a weak house husband like Qin Yu produce that much power with a single slap? "Curse you! I'm gonna kill you!" Zhao Gang struggled to get to his feet before dashing towards Qin Yu. With a deadpan face, Qin Yu landed a kick on Zhao Gang's stomach. Following that, Zhao Gang could no longer get up. Spilling blood from his mouth, he felt an agonizing pain in his abdomen, causing his face to be twisted. Qin Yu looked at his hands in exhilaration. "It looks like everything is real." Qin Yu was exultant. Zhao Gang, who was still lying on the ground, could not get up no matter how hard he tried. Qin Yu did not want to deal with scum like them anymore, so he glared at Zhao Gang and chided, "Stop bugging me again." After speaking, Qin Yu turned around and left. Su Yan finally regained her senses after his silhouette could no longer be seen. Helping Zhao Gang up, she asked in concern, "Honey, are you all right?" With a sullen expression on his face, Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and hollered, "I swear I will kill him. I will f***ing do it." With a little over 100 in his pocket, Qin Yu visited every herbal pharmacy in Zhongcheng. But with that meager amount of cash, he could only purchase low-quality herbs that were barely effective. "I guess I'll have to play it by ear." Qin Yu lowered his head and stared at the dried herbs in his hand while letting out a sigh. Qin Yu's phone rang right at that moment. After taking out his phone, he noticed that the caller was none other than Su Yan. A glint of disdain flashed in Qin Yu's eyes before he answered the call. "What do you want?" Su Yan remarked, "Qin Yu, you son of a b***tch. How dare you hit Zhao Gang? You bastard. You should come and apologize to Zhao Gang," or else. Feeling reluctant to listen to her babble, Qin Yu ended the call immediately. Su Yan was dumbfounded at the turn of events. With her face flushed in anger, she piped, "How dare he end my call like this?" Clenching her teeth, Su Yan immediately called back again. "What do you want? Spit it out!" Qin Yu demanded in annoyance. Su Yan gritted her teeth and responded, "Zhao Gang has already contacted Brother Hu. Sit tight and be prepared for what's coming. He will definitely finish you off." After that, Su Yan ended the call at once. Qin Yu turned gloomy all of a sudden. "Brother Hu, whose real name was Lei Hu, was a notorious individual in Zhongcheng. He had been banded together with real estate developers and made a windfall. He currently had a bunch of underlings under his command. It was not an overstatement to say that no one dared to cross Lei Hu in Zhongcheng. Qin Yu heaved a sigh and mumbled, "I'm still far too weak. Or else, I wouldn't need to be afraid of the likes of Lei Hu." Having said that, Qin Yu had no other way but to keep improving himself at that moment. He could only take one step at a time. In a different location, Yan Ruoxiu was sitting in her manor while enjoying her tea leisurely. "Miss, our banquet is happening 3 days later. This is the list of attendees that I've drafted. Please have a look." The secretary handed over the document to Yan Ruoxiu. She immediately took it and browsed through the list. On that list, apart from the entrepreneurs in Zhongcheng, there were also prominent figures from Chuzhou. "Add in one more person," Yan Ruoxiu ordered. The secretary asked tentatively, "Miss, may I know who you are referring to?" "Qin Yu," Yan Ruoxiu replied with a light smile. At the mention of Qin Yu's name, the secretary's expression turned glum. "Miss, Qin Yu is not an entrepreneur," the secretary remarked. Looking unfazed, Yan Ruoxiu announced nonchalantly, "I said that he is. Not only will I let Qin Yu attend, but I'm gonna make everyone in Zhongcheng know him. I will let everyone in Zhongcheng know that Qin Yu belongs to me, Yan Ruoxiu. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 8, Do You Think You Deserve It?" Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Yan Ruoxiu only had one simple motive. She wanted to place Qin Yu in the eye of the storm of Zhongcheng and prove to Su Yan that he was not a good-for-nothing. Needless to say, Yan Ruoxiu would give up on Qin Yu if he could not handle the pressure. In the evening, Qin Yu carried the herbs he had bought earlier and prepared to return home. When he arrived at the main entrance of the residential area, he noticed Yan Ruoxiu standing there. Adorned in a white dress, her long hair flowing in the cooling evening breeze, she caught the attention of everyone who passed by. Upon seeing that, Qin Yu rushed towards her hurriedly. "Miss Ruoxiu, what brings you here?" Qin Yu asked. Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and replied, "To come and visit you, of course." Feeling a little flattered, Qin Yu scratched his head, as he did not know what to say in response. "What are you carrying?" Yan Ruoxiu asked after noticing the herbs in Qin Yu's hand. "Ah, I've gotten myself some traditional Chinese medicine," Qin Yu answered. Yan Ruoxiu took the bag of medicinal herbs from Qin Yu's hand and questioned in a joking manner, "So, Dr. Qin, who are you gonna treat this time?" Scratching his head, Qin Yu chuckled, "These are not for treatment." I don't know how to explain this to you." Yan Ruoxiu caught a whiff of the medicinal herbs and commented, "These herbs have lost their medicinal effects, right? Why did you buy them?" Qin Yu opened his mouth, but no words came out of it. "Or perhaps you didn't have enough money." Yan Ruoxiu cast a knowing glance at Qin Yu as though she knew his current miserable state. Qin Yu nodded in awkwardness. Yan Ruoxiu chuckled and threw the bag of medicinal herbs into the trash can. "I will send you some another time," Yan Ruoxiu uttered. Qin Yu shook his head and declined, "No, please don't, Miss Ruoxiu. I already owe you too many favors." Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said, "You can pay me back after you become rich." Qin Yu forced a smile and asked, "What if I remain broke all my life?" "Nonsense." Yan Ruoxiu hit Qin Yu's head. "I believe you will become someone extraordinary in the future." Yan Ruoxiu stared at Qin Yu with her big doe eyes full of sincerity. Qin Yu's eyes became watery upon hearing that. Tears nearly ran down his face. Since young, almost everyone deemed Qin Yu as a useless worm. Hence, no one ever had faith in him like that. Qin Yu's heart was full of gratitude after hearing Yan Ruoxiu's words of affirmation. "Thank you, Miss Ruoxiu," Qin Yu said while rubbing his eyes. He was touched. Yan Ruoxiu asserted casually, A man must not cry that easily. Okay. Chin Yu nodded vigorously. At the same time, a van sped up toward them from a distance away. The van came to a stop in front of Chin Yu, and a dozen bulky men got off the vehicle with wooden bats in their hands. The leading figure was a middle-aged bald man with an iconic scar on his face. That man was the infamous Lei Hu of Zhongchen, who went by the name of Brother Hu. Miss Ruoxiu, please get inside immediately. Chin Yu turned to gaze at Yan Ruoxiu and instructed. Yan Ruoxiu laid her eyes on those people but did not show a hint of fear. Are they here for you? Yan Ruoxiu asked in curiosity. Feeling anxious, Chin Yu responded, Miss Ruoxiu, I will explain it to you later on. Please leave this place quickly. Yan Ruoxiu remarked nonchalantly, oh well. I'm just a frail woman. I'm sure they won't try to harm me. Overwhelmed with nervousness, Chin Yu stood before Yan Ruoxiu to protect her subconsciously. A warm feeling swept across Yan Ruoxiu's heart when Chin Yu did that. At once, her opinion of him improved even further. Hiding behind Chin Yu, she peeked at the bunch of ruffians. Soon, Lei Hu led his subordinates and strode toward Chin Yu. Holding a bat in his hand, he scrutinized Chin Yu before asking, were you the one who hit Zhao Gang? Chin Yu drew in a deep breath and answered honestly, he was the one who started it first. Lei Hu piped in vexation, quit rambling. If he hits you, then serves you right? You should just bear with it without retaliation. Chin Yu stated, the law doesn't work like that in this world. Ha ha ha. Lei Hu and his men burst into a chortle upon hearing his remark. Hey Brother Hu, I think this lad has gone cuckoo. The law. Who gives a sh*t about the law? You said it. Brother Hu is the law here. Lei Hu tapped Chin Yu's shoulder and taunted, let me tell you a fact, you rascal. The one with the strongest punch is the law. Chin Yu was brimming with fury at that point. But he could not hold his own against a dozen of hooligans before him. Lei Hu stared at Chin Yu and remarked with a frivolous attitude, I've got a good idea. I will consider letting you off the hook if you grovel at my feet. How does that sound? Chin Yu shot Lei Hu a dark look and yelled, hell no. No. Lei Hu's expression immediately turned sour after hearing that. Waggling his fingers as a signal, his underlings moved toward Chin Yu. Well, then I guess I have to break your legs so that you will be on your knees for the rest of your life. Lei Hu yawked. Do you think he deserves to kneel before you? Suddenly, a woman's voice could be heard from behind Chin Yu. Following that, Yan Ruoxiu peered at Lei Hu in amusement. Chin Yu's face turned pale. Then he interjected in a panic, Lei Hu, I'm the only one who was involved in this matter. Leave her out of this. Miss Ruoxiu, please leave here at once. Chin Yu hurried in perturbation. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head and continued to rest her eyes on Lei Hu. Lei Hu rubbed his eyes the moment he saw Yan Ruoxiu. Dread was written all over his face after he took in Yan Ruoxiu's countenance. His body began to tremble. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 9, a unique girl. Yan Ruoxiu put on a smile on her face. Yet, it was terrifying in Lei Hu's eyes. Damn. This chick is hot. Hey girl, do you wanna have some fun with us? One of Lei Hu's subordinates taunted. I will kill you if you dare to touch her. Chin Yu shrilled. Ha ha. Brother Hu, did you hear what he said? This lad must be tired of living. Brother Hu, this chick is really fine. Let us do it with her. Those ruffians were ogling at Yan Ruoxiu. However, Yan Ruoxiu fixed her eyes on Lei Hu expressionlessly without saying a word. Even Chin Yu felt a little nervous in the presence of her domineering aura. After wiping the sweats off his forehead, Lei Hu turned around and slapped his subordinate on his face. Off with your vulgar request. Lei Hu yelled. All of his men were dumbfounded. What has gotten into Brother Hu? Why did he lose his temper all of a sudden? Yan Ruoxiu shot Lei Hu a look and remarked, Lei Hu, I commend the bravery of your men. Lei Hu immediately fell to his knees hard without hesitation. Then he stammered, don't worry. I'll definitely tear his mouth open. Yan Ruoxiu snorted, what about you? Upon hearing that, Lei Hu shivered in fear. Gritting his teeth, he took a knife out of his pocket and stabbed himself in the thigh without delay. I am sorry. I didn't know that Qin Yu belonged to you. Please forgive me, Lei Hu pleaded with a terrified look as he endured the pain. Glancing at him, Yan Ruoxiu rebuked, scram. Yes. I'll leave at once. Lei Hu struggled to get to his feet before dragging himself towards the van and climbing clumsily into the vehicle with his leg injured. His underlings were stupefied at the turn of events. All of them left the scene in a hurry without saying a word. The main entrance fell into silence once again after the van sped off. Qin Yu was stunned as he stared at Yan Ruoxiu blankly. His heart was pumping with mixed emotions. Just who was Miss Ruoxiu? Why would Lei Hu be so afraid of her? Those were the questions running through his mind at that moment. What's going on? Yan Ruoxiu reverted to her cheeky self. Tiptoeing, she patted Qin Yu's head and asked, how did you cross people like that? Qin Yu raised a wry smile. It's a long story. Okay, Yan Ruoxiu responded and contemplated. Miss Ruoxiu, you've helped me again. I really don't know what I can do to thank you, Qin Yu sighed. After pondering, Yan Ruoxiu suggested, why don't you treat me to a meal? What do you say? Qin Yu was dazed for a moment. Yan Ruoxiu is only asking for a meal in return for all her favors. Is it a no-go? Yan Ruoxiu added, seeing that Qin Yu remained passive. Qin Yu finally regained his composure and nodded. Okay, sure. But I'm penniless right now, so I can only prepare the meal myself. That's all right. I'm not a picky eater, Yan Ruoxiu noted. With that, both of them strolled back to the villa. On the other hand, Lei Hu had already arrived at the hospital. Brother Hu, who is that chick? Why were you so afraid of her? I second that. Even if she is the daughter of Jiangqing's mayor, you don't have to be so fearful. Lei Hu looked ashen. Fear was still lingering in his heart as he recounted the scene that played out earlier. The mayor couldn't even match up to her. He is only worthy of serving her beverages in her presence, Lei Hu explained in dismay while wiping the sweat off his forehead. He had witnessed the prominent figures of Chuz who bow their heads before her. He had seen with his own eyes the elites of Zhongchen without the right to even converse with her. Could it be that she is the one from Jingdu? Lei Hu's subordinate put two and two together. Lei Hu wore a wry smile and lamented in a forlorn tone, damn it. We're in deep sh*t now? What do I do? At the villa in the center of Dragon Paradise, Qin Yu prepared 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of pickles for themselves. There's only noodles left at home. I hope you don't mind it, Qin Yu said while placing the bowl before Yan Ruoxiu. After catching a whiff of the noodles, Yan Ruoxiu commented in astonishment, wow. It smells good. Qin Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. After living in the Su family as a house husband for 3 years, he had honed his cooking skills to near perfection. Yan Ruoxiu was satisfied with the taste of the noodles after digging into the food. Wiping her mouth, she gave Qin Yu a thumbs up and commended, you're really a man full of surprises. I never expected your cooking skills to be this good. Qin Yu forced a smile and bemoaned, what is in it for a man who is great at cooking? I'll still be worthless if I remain broke. Su Yan had repeated those words to Qin Yu more than once. Who said so? Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes, so much so that they almost went behind their sockets. The ability to make money is never the criteria of judging a person's worth, Yan Ruoxiu went on with a stern look. Qin Yu was shocked to hear that. He could not believe that someone would affirm him like that. It had never crossed his mind that someone like Yan Ruoxiu would exist in his life. The stark contrast between the two women blew Qin Yu's mind away. "You really are an unusual woman," Qin Yu exclaimed. "Likewise, you're quite exceptional yourself," Yan Ruoxiu replied. At that, she changed the topic abruptly by pointing at the empty bowl before her and requested with a grin, "Can I have seconds?" Qin Yu was dazed for a while before nodding. "Okay. I'm on it." Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 10, The Daughter of the Yan Family. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. Editor, Nyoibo Studio. That night, Yan Ruoxiu indulged in 3 bowls of noodles before she left in satisfaction. A black Maybach was parked downstairs of the villa. After the meal, Qin Yu sent Yan Ruoxiu off at the main door and saw her leave in the car. Qin Yu remained on the spot for a long time while staring blankly in the direction where Yan Ruoxiu's car departed. At that moment, an unexplainable feeling stirred up in his heart. Could it be that I'm infatuated with her? Qin Yu thought. However, Qin Yu shook his head vigorously at the thought. He reckoned that a divorcee like him was unworthy of an extraordinary girl like Yan Ruoxiu. Yan Ruoxiu reverted to her usual aloof manner in the car while listening to her secretary reporting his tasks. "Miss, the invitation cards are ready. We will be distributing them tomorrow," the secretary noted. Yan Ruoxiu nodded. Then she ordered, "Get some medicinal herbs tomorrow and send it to Qin Yu." The secretary's expression turned glum upon hearing that. "Miss, there is something in my mind. It is inappropriate, but if you know it is inappropriate, then keep your mouth shut." Yan Ruoxiu interjected before the secretary could finish his sentence. The secretary forced a smile and remained silent after that. "Remember, the herbs must be of high quality. The older the herbs, the better," Yan Ruoxiu urged. "Yes, miss." The secretary heaved a deep sigh inwardly. He could not comprehend how did a worthless vermin like Qin Yu could win the heart of Yan Ruoxiu. The news of Jingdu's Yan family's investment in Zhongcheng spread like wildfire within the city. At the same time, the upcoming banquet had made the headlines of Zhongcheng news. All of a sudden, everyone in Zhongcheng was talking about the banquet. At the Su residence, Zhao Gang was an esteemed guest who sat in the honored seat. He flapped the red invitation card in his hand and said in a snobbish manner, "Do you know what is this?" Su Yan grabbed the invitation card and stated in glee, "Babe, you are the best." Zhao Gang declared, "As long as we successfully sign the deal with the Yan family, our business will definitely expand beyond the borders of Zhongcheng." After opening the invitation card, Su Yan browsed through the content. Then she exclaimed, "Honey, why is my name on the invitation card as well?" Zhao Gang immediately took the invitation card to run through the contents himself. As expected, the invitation card was addressed to 2 people, Zhao Gang and Su Yan. Zhao Gang furrowed his brows at the sight of it. Why did the Yan family invite Su Yan? How could the Su family be qualified to attend the banquet? "Honey, you were the one who made this happen, right?" Su Yan remarked in elation. Although Zhao Gang could not understand the situation, he swallowed his doubts and answered, "Of course. I requested the Yan family to add your name to the invitation list." "Oh, honey, you are really awesome." Su Yan planted a kiss on Zhao Gang's face in happiness. Sun Yumei snickered, "Zhao Gang is really something else. Unlike someone else who knew nothing other than doing chores and cooking." Naturally, that someone else was Qin Yu. Yikes. Stop mentioning him on such a great day worthy of celebration. He's such a killjoy. Su Yan complained, feeling upset. Sun Yumei replied with a smile, "Oops, my bad. We'll not talk about him anymore." Every citizen in Zhongcheng, be it elites or commoners, was discussing the event that was happening soon. But there was an only exception, Qin Yu, who could not care less about it. To him, it was far more essential to improve his strength first. Sitting in the courtyard, he ran through the relevant memories. Qin Yu thought, if I could refine a qi gathering pill, I might be able to enter the second level of the qi refining stage faster than I thought. A qi gathering pill was the most basic pill to refine among all cultivation methods. Furthermore, its requirements for medicinal herbs were relatively simple. Without a doubt, this pill was the most suitable one for Qin Yu at that point. Even though the gap between the first and second levels of the qi refining stage was tiny, the difference in strength was like day and night. Too bad I don't have money left. Qin Yu rummaged through his pockets and heaved a deep sigh. On second thought, he decided to pick up the medicinal herbs he bought yesterday from the trash can. With that in mind, he walked towards the main entrance of the residential area. Right when Qin Yu was about to sift through the trash can, a black Bentley halted before him. Following that, 5 men dressed in black suits got out of the car. Yan Ruoxiu's secretary was the one who took the lead. Since Qin Yu had seen the secretary before, the former turned around and greeted the latter courteously. However, the secretary put on a solemn face and glared at Qin Yu with disdain. "These are the medicinal herbs Miss Ruoxiu ordered to be sent to you," the secretary explained. Following his words, the 4 bodyguards in black, each carrying a big bag of medicinal herbs, stood behind him. Upon seeing that, Qin Yu was stoked and spoke up, "Please tell Miss Ruoxiu that I'm extremely grateful. I will definitely repay her kindness one day." "You will repay her? How can an incompetent worm like you expect to repay it?" the secretary sneered. Qin Yu furrowed his brows a little but maintained in a polite tone, "I might not have anything as of now, but it does not mean I will remain the same forever." Bahaha. The secretary could not hold back his laughter after hearing that. "Hey dude, I don't mean to deny your future possibilities, but even if you were given all the time in the world, what else could you achieve?" the secretary questioned mockingly. "Will you become affluent? What do you aim to become, the richest in Zhongcheng or Chuzhou?" Qin Yu frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" The secretary snorted, "Do you even know the caliber of Miss Ruoxiu's status?" "I don't know," Qin Yu responded. "But I do know that she is a good-natured person," he added frankly. The secretary announced, "Well, allow me to grace you with her greatness, then. Miss Ruoxiu is the daughter of the Yan family from Jingdu. She is the favored child in the family. On top of that, she is the most beloved granddaughter of old Mr. Yan. So, tell me, what gives you the right to get close to her? Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 11, What If I Hurt You? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. When he heard the secretary's words, Qin Yu's expression changed dramatically. He was aware that Yan Ruoxiu was no ordinary person, but he never imagined that Miss Ruoxiu was the Yan family's sponsor. Ruoxiu? Yan Ruoxiu? Qin Yu instantly understood everything. No wonder Yan Ruoxiu had such a powerful heir. No wonder his father said Yan family would look after him, and no wonder Lei Hu was so afraid of Yan Ruoxiu. Now, do you understand the gap between you and Miss Ruoxiu? The secretary seemed to be satisfied with Qin Yu's reaction. Qin Yu was silent for quite a while. At that moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "So what? Someday, I will be on par with the Yan family. Moreover, Miss Ruoxiu has never snubbed anyone because of their status." The secretary's expression gradually turned cold. "You're really gutsy," the secretary said in an icy tone. "If you have some sense, you should stay away from Miss Yan." After saying this, the secretary turned around and entered the car. The secretary no longer paid any attention to Qin Yu. It was true that the Yan family was high and mighty, but the legacy left behind by his father filled Qin Yu with confidence. The batch of herbs was delivered to the yard. After he was informed of Yan Ruoxiu's identity, the pressure Qin Yu felt inside had increased immensely. If I enter the foundation establishment stage, I would have the qualifications to talk to the Yan family, right? Qin Yu thought to himself. Qin Yu no longer procrastinated and promptly proceeded to boil the qi gathering pill based on the refining method in his mind. The refinement of the chi gathering pill was extremely straightforward, and it could be refined with a regular metal pot. However, because he was not familiar enough with the technique, Qin Yu failed 7 to 8 times before he managed to produce one pill. By evening time, Qin Yu had 5 chi gathering pills ready. These 5 chi gathering pills are sufficient for me to enter the second level of chi refining phase, Qin Yu assured himself. He did not hesitate and promptly ingested the 5 chi gathering pills. In that very instance when the chi gathering pill entered his belly, Qin Yu immediately felt a hot current burst through his body. After that, this current swam through his entire body and eventually slowly settled into his dantian. Qin Yu's eyes were slightly closed, and the acupuncture points in various parts of his body flickered with an eerie gleam. After an hour, there was a crackling sound from Qin Yu's body. Qin Yu's eyes burst open. In that moment, the timidity in his eyes vanished and was replaced with confidence. The power of the second level of the chi refining stage is actually this powerful. Qin Yu clenched his fist slightly as he experienced the never-before-seen amount of strength within his body. His body also became incredibly light. This power gave Qin Yu back his confidence. Before he could fully experience this power, there was a sudden knock at the door. Qin Yu hurriedly got up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, he saw Yan Ruoxiu standing outside. Beside her, there was a tall and sturdy man. Yan Ruoxiu blinked as she said, "Did you receive the herbs?" Qin Yu said with gratitude, "Miss Yan, thank you very much." Yan Ruoxiu was stunned as she said, "Miss Yan? How did you find out that my last name is Yan?" Qin Yu grimaced and said, "I'm too dumb. I should have figured it out sooner." "Idiot, so what if you figured it out or not?" Yan Ruoxiu stood on her tiptoes and gave Qin Yu a gentle pat on the head. If someone else had seen this affectionate gesture, they would have been astonished. Qin Yu ushered Yan Ruoxiu into the house and the few of them sat at the table in the courtyard. "Let me introduce him to you." Yan Ruoxiu pointed to the burly man who stood behind her. "He is my bodyguard. To prevent people from messing with you, let him accompany you from now on," Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. Qin Yu smiled and quickly shook his head as he said, "Miss Yan, thank you for your kind offer, but I don't need someone to protect me anymore." Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said, "Lei who wouldn't have the guts to mess with you, but who's to say there won't be others who try? This bodyguard is a retired bodyguard from Chuzhu region, so handling 7 or 8 people shouldn't be an issue for him." Qin Yu looked at the bodyguard for a moment before he shook his head and said, "My current strength might not be inferior to his." A flash of surprise appeared on Yan Ruoxiu's face. To Yan Ruoxiu's understanding, Qin Yu had always been quite modest, so what was the matter with him today? "Are you snubbing me?" The bodyguard's expression was cold. Qin Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You misunderstand me. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that I don't really need you to protect me right now." What was originally a modest statement sounded incredibly cocky to the bodyguard. The bodyguard said with fury, "Miss, I beg you to let me teach him a lesson." "No way." Yan Ruoxiu did not even consider it and rejected the challenge outright. The bodyguard seemed to understand Yan Ruoxiu's worries, and he immediately implored, "Miss, don't worry. I will be careful not to hurt him." Before Yan Ruoxiu could say anything, Qin Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I don't want to do it. I don't have a good grip of my strength yet, so I might hurt you." Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 12, What About Me? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Qin Yu's words infuriated the bodyguard even more. He clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward immediately to beat Qin Yu to death. Even Yan Ruoxiu looked incredibly surprised. She opened her mouth slightly, as if she could not believe that these words were coming out of Qin Yu's mouth. "Miss, please let me do it," the bodyguard said with rage. In all his life, he had never been humiliated like this. "Okay." Yan Ruoxiu finally agreed. But don't hurt him, understand? Yan Ruoxiu admonished. The bodyguard nodded hastily, and he took off his suit to reveal his chiseled body. When Qin Yu saw this, he was secretly excited. Having just entered the second level of the qi refining phase, Qin Yu really wanted to test out his strength. Brat, if Miss hadn't disagreed, I would definitely break your legs today, the bodyguard said in a cold tone of voice. Qin Yu was quite courteous. He smiled as he bowed slightly and said, please do your best and don't hold back. This comment enraged the bodyguard even more and almost made him lose his temper. Fine, if you want to dig your own grave, then don't blame me for this. The bodyguard roared in anger and rushed towards Qin Yu with his fists clenched. This bodyguard was tall and his fist was the size of a pot of casserole. A strong gust of wind rushed forward. However, Qin Yu stood still without moving. To his astonishment, the bodyguard's movements seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. I got ya. When the bodyguard saw that Qin Yu had not moved, he could not help but sneer. His fist was approaching Qin Yu's face, about to land a punch. Stop. Yan Ruoxiu was so shocked that she quickly rose and shouted. But it was too late. The bodyguard was already blinded by rage. Just when the bodyguard was about to punch Qin Yu's face, Qin Yu finally moved. Qin Yu tilted his body slightly, and the huge fist grazed his face. Then, Qin Yu raised his palm and slapped the bodyguard's chest. There was a loud bang. The bodyguard's sturdy body flew off. The huge force made him spit blood from his mouth, and he was in excruciating pain. Qin Yu looked at his palm with excitement and said, I can't believe I have so much strength. At that moment, Qin Yu used only 30% of his strength and had seriously injured the bodyguard, so if he had used his full strength, it would have been even more impressive. Yan Ruoxiu even reached out to cover her mouth. How did Qin Yu manage to conceal his true strength so well? Qin Yu not only had superb medical skills but also had such excellent combat skills. Yan Ruoxiu became increasingly impressed with Qin Yu. Unlike the cocky and bossy gentry in Jingdu, Qin Yu's modesty and courtesy blew Yan Ruoxiu's mind. Are you all right? Qin Yu quickly walked up to the bodyguard and helped him up. The bodyguard covered his chest and looked like he was in immense pain. This made Qin Yu panic a little, so he hurriedly helped the bodyguard to a chair and said, Wait a moment. I'll get you some medicine. Qin Yu quickly ran to the kitchen and used the remaining dregs of medicine to refine a common herb. The medicine was called Ditapil, which was one of the simplest medicines in medical history. It took Qin Yu half an hour to produce a Ditapil. He wiped his sweat as he ran back to his bodyguard's side. Quickly swallow this, Qin Yu offered somewhat guiltily. As she looked at Qin Yu's guilty expression, Yan Ruoxiu could not help but snicker. After the bodyguard swallowed the pill, his pain gradually subsided. He rubbed his chest as he rose up with a sigh and said, Mr. Qin, I was the one who was being disrespectful just now, so please excuse me. No, it's because I didn't do it gently. I'm sorry. Qin Yu said guiltily. This filled the bodyguard with mixed emotions. For the first time in his life, he had lost so completely. Since Qin Yu doesn't need you, then you can return for now, Yan Ruoxiu said to the bodyguard. The bodyguard nodded. He said goodbye to Yan Ruoxiu and Qin Yu, then left the place. By now, it was getting late and there were stars in the sky. Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxiu sat in the courtyard. The atmosphere was cozy. I really didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. To be honest, I had no idea either, Qin Yu replied in awe. Prior to this, Qin Yu had always assumed that he would live his life as a loser. I really have no idea what your ex-wife was thinking when she divorced such a good man. Yan Ruoxiu smiled as she gazed at Qin Yu. Qin Yu blushed slightly and felt a little flattered. Su Yan had never considered Qin Yu a good man. Yan Ruoxiu asked all of a sudden, do you have strong feelings for her? Huh? Qin Yu froze as he did not understand what Yan Ruoxiu meant. I said. Do you have strong feelings for Su Yan? Yan Ruoxiu stared at Qin Yu with a sparkle in her eyes. After a moment of thought, Qin Yu said, to be honest, before our divorce, I did like her a lot. But after I found out about her adulterous affair with Zhao Gang, I only felt disgusted and loathing towards her. If I still had feelings for her after that, then I would be too spineless. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Yan Ruoxiu snickered and said, really? Really? Qin Yu nodded his head and said. A smile appeared on Yan Ruoxiu's face. Out of the blue, she asked, what about me? Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 13, The Prideful Su Yan Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Qin Yu froze. He looked at Yan Ruoxiu in a daze. He could not believe what he was hearing. You. What did you say? Qin Yu asked tentatively. But Yan Ruoxiu shook her head as she smiled and said, nothing. Although Yan Ruoxiu did not ask any further questions, Qin Yu's heart was racing wildly. After spending some time with Yan Ruoxiu, Qin Yu was naturally head over heels for Yan Ruoxiu, but he felt that she was out of his league. But if Yan Ruoxiu really had that kind of interest in him, then Qin Yu would try to work hard to make himself good enough for her. After Yan Ruoxiu left, Qin Yu's heart was still unsettled. He sat in the courtyard all by himself as he stared at the starry sky and murmured, is she just messing with me, or is she serious? Qin Yu did not know this then, but from that moment on, his state of mind had changed forever. The next day, the banquet for the Yan family was just one day away. All the powerful gentry had received their invitations. But Qin Yu did not care about this. All he could think about was how to refine his strength. Qin Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone, Qin Yu found that the caller was old Mr. Su. Qin Yu was indebted to old Mr. Su, who was the only person in the Su family who treated Qin Yu with kindness. He quickly picked up the phone. Grandpa, Qin Yu could not help but lower his voice a little. On the other end, old Mr. Su said in a trembling voice, Qin Yu, I'm sorry, Grandpa, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Yu inhaled deeply. In the Su family, you are the only one who treated me humanely, but I don't want to rely on the Su family now. I don't want to be dependent on anyone anymore. Qin Yu said in a heavy voice. On the other end of the line, old Mr. Su fell silent for a short moment. After a while, old Mr. Su said in a quivering voice, Qin Yu, will you come back to visit me? Qin Yu contemplated for a moment before he said, yes, but for now, it's time for me to say goodbye to you. After the call was over, Qin Yu rose and headed for the Su family's home. Everyone in the Su family had gathered together. Ever since Su Yan received an invitation from the Yan family, she had become cockier than ever. Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked into the Su family's home. Upon entering, Qin Yu saw old Mr. Su sitting in the corner of the room looking a bit downcast. He seemed to have aged a bit, and his position in the Su family was obviously not the same as before. What are you doing here? As soon as she saw Qin Yu, Sun Yumei expressed her displeasure. Hurry up and leave so Zhao Gang won't get the wrong idea, Sun Yumei snorted. When he saw Sun Yumei's unpleasant attitude, Qin Yu snickered. I was the one who told Qin Yu to come back. Old Mr. Su beckoned. Su Yan said with some annoyance, Grandpa, why did you let this loser come? We've divorced already. Your grandson-in-law is Zhao Gang. Su Yan then pointed at Qin Yu and scolded, get lost. Or else, Zhao Gang will come back and kill you. Qin Yu ignored Su Yan and went to old Mr. Su. He stooped down and said in a slightly apologetic manner, Grandpa, this will be my last time returning to the Su family. When he heard this, old Mr. Su's eyes welled up with tears. He took Qin Yu's hand and said with slight distress, Qin Yu, can you please stay? Even if you and Su Yan are divorced, I will treat you as my grandson. Although Qin Yu's heart softened, nonetheless, he shook his head and firmly said, no grandpa, you are really out of your mind. Su Yan could not help but scoff at the idea. You keep saying that Qin Yu will bring good luck to our family, but what has he accomplished over the last 3 years? He hasn't done anything besides doing laundry and cooking at home. After I divorced him, I've had much better luck. Su Yan shook the invitation in her hand and slapped it on the table. The Yan family invited me, Su Yan. Su Yan said with a gloating expression on her face. Qin Yu glanced at the invitation letter, which was indeed the Yan family's invitation letter. With this invitation letter, it is only a matter of time before the Su family will be in the ranks of the elite families, Su Yan said with a smirk on her face. Qin Yu snickered and said, I don't think so. You should get a reality check. Su Yan did not feel offended. Instead, she said tauntingly, you're envious, aren't you? Even if you disparage me, it doesn't change anything. I, Su Yan, now have the Yan family's favor. And you'll always be a loser. Old Mr. Su slapped the table and said furiously, shut up. I'm just stating the truth. Su Yan said in defiance. Old Mr. Su grabbed Qin Yu's hand and said somewhat apologetically, Qin Yu, don't take it personally. She's still young, she's still young. When he heard this, Qin Yu could not resist the urge to smirk. Was a woman who was almost 30 years old still considered young? Qin Yu, hurry up and get out of here. Do you hear me? Don't bring bad luck to my family. Su Yan said with a scornful look on her face. Qin Yu glanced at Su Yan indifferently and said, don't worry, I don't want to stay here any longer. With that, Qin Yu bowed to old Mr. Su and left the Su family in large strides. Old Mr. Su gazed at Qin Yu's departing back as his hazy eyes welled up with tears. Su Yan, you will definitely regret it. Old Mr. Su's face was filled with sorrow. Su Yan said with impatience, what a goddamned old fart. What do I have to regret? Isn't Zhao Gang much better than that loser Qin Yu? Having said that, Su Yan flung the invitation in old Mr. Su's face. Look at it clearly. The Yan family invited me. I am the one who has the greatest authority in the Su family. Su Yan said fiercely. Old Mr. Su waved his hand dismissively and did not say anything else. No one in the Su family took old Mr. Su seriously anymore. In their perspective, the Su family had gotten into the Yan family's good graces, after all. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 14, Do You Deserve It? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Chapter 14 Do You Deserve It? Early the next morning, all the big shots in Zhongcheng were invited to the Yan family's newly purchased manor. Even the gentry in Chuzhou province came to attend the banquet. The time of the banquet was set at 9 o'clock in the morning, but everyone came to the manor early and waited. At that moment, Yan Ruoxiu was driving to the Dragon Paradise neighborhood. Qin Yu, hurry up and come down. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yan Ruoxiu made a phone call to Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu had a chance to speak, Yan Ruoxiu hung up the phone. After tidying up in a simple fashion, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qin Yu saw Yan Ruoxiu wearing a long dress as she stood waiting in front of the car. Her distinctive elegance dazzled Qin Yu for a moment. Have you stared enough? Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said. Qin Yu then came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly as he said, Miss Ruoxiu, what brings you here? Yan Ruoxiu smiled and said, get in the car. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Huh? Shopping for clothes? Qin Yu was even more bewildered. The clothes you wear aren't appropriate for formal occasions, Yan Ruoxiu replied with a smile. Qin Yu tried to decline, but Yan Ruoxiu's bossiness gave Qin Yu no way to refuse. After getting into the car, the two of them arrived at Zhongcheng City's shopping mall. This shirt isn't that bad. Go try it on. Yan Ruoxiu was searching for clothes in the mall very attentively. This one seems nice too, so go and try it on. Eh. That one seems like it would suit you too. Eventually, Qin Yu walked out of the fitting room while wearing a black tuxedo. As he stood in front of the mirror, Qin Yu couldn't believe the person in front of him was him. The saying that the clothes make the man was true. You look very handsome. Yan Ruoxiu quipped. Qin Yu scratched his head with a bashful look on his face. Wrap all these clothes up. Yan Ruoxiu took out her card and passed it to the sales clerk. No, no, I can't wear all of these clothes, Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head and said. Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said, it doesn't cost much, so just wrap them up. Qin Yu secretly glanced at the bill and could not help but let out a gasp. All these clothes actually amounted to almost $1 million. The world of rich people is really incomprehensible, lamented Qin Yu bitterly. After putting on the tuxedo, Qin Yu went back to the manor with Yan Ruoxiu. At this time, many guests had already come to the manor. Most of them were of distinguished status and exceptional prestige. After she returned to the manor, Yan Ruoxiu resumed her usual cold demeanor and her imposing aura, as if she were an entirely different person. Qin Yu had never attended this kind of party before, so he was anxious. Loosen up a bit, Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile, you have to remember that they are the ones who coming to beg us, so consider yourself the host. Qin Yu could not help but flinch. Us? The implication of this remark by Yan Ruoxiu made Qin Yu somewhat giddy. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly caught sight of Su Yan and Zhao Gang entering the doorway. The two were holding hands and they seemed extremely intimate. At the same time Qin Yu saw them, they also spotted Qin Yu. Zhao Gang immediately gave Su Yan a kiss on the cheek, and then walked towards Qin Yu in large strides. Qin Yu's fists clenched and his face turned icy cold. Overwhelming rage made Qin Yu want to kill the degenerate couple. Qin Yu suddenly felt a hand holding his own. When he looked down, he saw Yan Ruoxiu's soft hand gently holding his own. Are you still pissed off? Yan Ruoxiu winked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt deep gratitude inside him. Miss Ruoxiu, th. Thank you. Qin Yu said anxiously. Very quickly, Zhao Gang and Su Yan had come up to them. Su Yan took a look at Yan Ruoxiu, who was beside him, and jealousy surfaced on her face. The reason was that this woman was too beautiful. Her ethereal elegance overshadowed her easily. Zhao Gang was displeased too. How could such a beautiful woman be with Qin Yu? Qin Yu, is such an event something you can come to? Su Yan ridiculed. Qin Yu said with a cold expression on his face, if someone like you can come, why can't I come? When Su Yan heard that, she said proudly, I was invited by Yan family to come here. After saying that, she even deliberately glanced at Yan Ruoxiu, as if she was showing off. However, Yan Ruoxiu's expression was filled with amusement. Miss, I didn't expect you to show up as well. From the looks of it, your family has some influence, said Zhao Gang with faux courtesy as he glanced at Yan Ruoxiu. Yan Ruoxiu said indifferently, it's just average. Zhao Gang said with a smile, our family also received an invitation from the Yan family, so why don't we become friends? Perhaps we can do business together in the future. Yan Ruoxiu sized up Zhao Gang and said with a sneer, be friends. Are you fit to be friends with me? Zhao Gang's expression instantly became a little nasty. Miss, you're going a bit too far. Zhao Gang said with displeasure. I pretty much know all the prominent people in Zhongchen, but I've never seen you before. The Zhao family is a powerful family in Zhongchen, so if you befriend me, you won't lose out on anything. Yan Ruoxiu said with a cold smile, the Zhao family holds no importance in my mind. Zhao Gang's expression turned cold. Yan Ruoxiu ignored Zhao Gang and looked at Qin Yu as she said, you can wait for a while by yourself. I have something to attend to. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded and said, okay, you can go ahead with your business. After Yan Ruoxiu left, Su Yan said, what's the point of playing hard to get? She's just a slut. Zhao Gang also secretly swore in his mind, bitch, just you wait. I'll get you to sleep with me eventually. Afterwards, Zhao Gang glanced at Qin Yu and said with a grunt, tell that bitch that she should be careful not to fall into my hands. Or else, I won't let her off the hook. Qin Yu, however, snickered in response, Zhao Gang, you'd better apologize to her or you'll be dead meat. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 14, Do You Deserve It? Chapter 14 Do You Deserve It? Early the next morning, all the big shots in Zhongcheng were invited to the Yan family's newly purchased manor. Even the gentry in Chuzhou province came to attend the banquet. The time of the banquet was set at 9 o'clock in the morning, but everyone came to the manor early and waited. At that moment, Yan Ruoxiu was driving to the Dragon Paradise neighborhood. Qin Yu, hurry up and come down. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the neighborhood. Yan Ruoxiu made a phone call to Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu had a chance to speak, Yan Ruoxiu hung up the phone. After tidying up in a simple fashion, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Qin Yu saw Yan Ruoxiu wearing a long dress as she stood waiting in front of the car. Her distinctive elegance dazzled Qin Yu for a moment. Have you stared enough? Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said. Qin Yu then came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly as he said, Miss Ruoxiu, what brings you here? Yan Ruoxiu smiled and said, get in the car. I'll take you shopping for clothes. Huh? Shopping for clothes? Qin Yu was even more bewildered. The clothes you wear aren't appropriate for formal occasions, Yan Ruoxiu replied with a smile. Qin Yu tried to decline, but Yan Ruoxiu's bossiness gave Qin Yu no way to refuse. After getting into the car, the two of them arrived at Zhongcheng City's shopping mall. This shirt isn't that bad. Go try it on. Yan Ruoxiu was searching for clothes in the mall very attentively. This one seems nice too, so go and try it on. That one seems like it would suit you too. Eventually, Qin Yu walked out of the fitting room while wearing a black tuxedo. As he stood in front of the mirror, Qin Yu couldn't believe the person in front of him was him. The saying that the clothes make the man was true. You look very handsome. Yan Ruoxiu quipped. Qin Yu scratched his head with a bashful look on his face. Wrap all these clothes up. Yan Ruoxiu took out her card and passed it to the sales clerk. No, I can't wear all of these clothes, Qin Yu hurriedly shook his head and said. Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said, it doesn't cost much, so just wrap them up. Qin Yu secretly glanced at the bill and could not help but let out a gasp. All these clothes actually amounted to almost $1 million. The world of rich people is really incomprehensible, lamented Qin Yu bitterly. After putting on the tuxedo, Qin Yu went back to the manor with Yan Ruoxiu. At this time, many guests had already come to the manor. Most of them were of distinguished status and exceptional prestige. After she returned to the manor, Yan Ruoxiu resumed her usual cold demeanor and her imposing aura, as if she were an entirely different person. Qin Yu had never attended this kind of party before, so he was anxious. Loosen up a bit, Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile, you have to remember that they are the ones who coming to beg us, so consider yourself the host. Qin Yu could not help but flinch. Us? The implication of this remark by Yan Ruoxiu made Qin Yu somewhat giddy. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly caught sight of Su Yan and Zhao Gang entering the doorway. The two were holding hands and they seemed extremely intimate. At the same time Qin Yu saw them, they also spotted Qin Yu. Zhao Gang immediately gave Su Yan a kiss on the cheek, and then walked towards Qin Yu in large strides. Qin Yu's fists clenched and his face turned icy cold. Overwhelming rage made Qin Yu want to kill the degenerate couple. Qin Yu suddenly felt a hand holding his own. When he looked down, he saw Yan Ruoxiu's soft hand gently holding his own. "Are you still pissed off?" Yan Ruoxiu winked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt deep gratitude inside him. "Miss Ruoxiu, th. Thank you," Qin Yu said anxiously. Very quickly, Zhao Gang and Su Yan had come up to them. Su Yan took a look at Yan Ruoxiu, who was beside him, and jealousy surfaced on her face. The reason was that this woman was too beautiful. Her ethereal elegance overshadowed her easily. Zhao Gang was displeased too. How could such a beautiful woman be with Qin Yu? "Qin Yu, is such an event something you can come to?" Su Yan ridiculed. Qin Yu said with a cold expression on his face, "If someone like you can come, why can't I come?" When Su Yan heard that, she said proudly, "I was invited by Yan family to come here." After saying that, she even deliberately glanced at Yan Ruoxiu, as if she was showing off. However, Yan Ruoxiu's expression was filled with amusement. "Miss, I didn't expect you to show up as well. From the looks of it, your family has some influence," said Zhao Gang with faux courtesy as he glanced at Yan Ruoxiu. Yan Ruoxiu said indifferently, "It's just average." Zhao Gang said with a smile, "Our family also received an invitation from the Yan family, so why don't we become friends? Perhaps we can do business together in the future." Yan Ruoxiu sized up Zhao Gang and said with a sneer, "Be friends? Are you fit to be friends with me?" Zhao Gang's expression instantly became a little nasty. "Miss, you're going a bit too far," Zhao Gang said with displeasure. "I pretty much know all the prominent people in Zhongchen, but I've never seen you before. The Zhao family is a powerful family in Zhongchen, so if you befriend me, you won't lose out on anything." Yan Ruoxiu said with a cold smile, "The Zhao family holds no importance in my mind." Zhao Gang's expression turned cold. Yan Ruoxiu ignored Zhao Gang and looked at Qin Yu as she said, "You can wait for a while by yourself. I have something to attend to." Qin Yu hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay, you can go ahead with your business." After Yan Ruoxiu left, Su Yan said, "What's the point of playing hard to get? She's just a slut." Zhao Gang also secretly swore in his mind, "Bitch, just you wait. I'll get you to sleep with me eventually." Afterwards, Zhao Gang glanced at Qin Yu and said with a grunt, "Tell that bitch that she should be careful not to fall into my hands. Or else, I won't let her off the hook." Qin Yu, however, snickered in response, "Zhao Gang, you'd better apologize to her or you'll be dead meat." Chapter 15, She's the Yan family's oldest daughter. Hearing these words, Zhao Gang and Su Yan laughed out loud. "Kid, you have the guts to threaten me? It seems that Lei Hu didn't tame you last time," Zhao Gang said with a cold sneer. It was obvious that Zhao Gang didn't understand what Qin Yu meant. Qin Yu did not bother to explain any further. He just laughed and said, "Zhao Gang, I hope you won't regret it." "Regret it? Like hell I'll regret it." Zhao Gang cursed with rage. Qin Yu did not speak to him anymore and turned to leave. The banquet had a lot of delicious food, almost all of which Qin Yu had never seen before. In the past few days, Qin Yu had eaten almost nothing but noodles. With such delicious food present, he could care less about his image. He let loose and gorged on the feast at the banquet. What a damn loser! When Su Yan saw Qin Yu's behavior, the aversion in her eyes intensified. A young man suddenly came over to Zhao Gang's side. This young man was no other than Du Yuan, the son of Jiangqing's richest man Du Zheng. "Zhao Gang, you are also here." Du Yuan walked over and greeted Zhao Gang with a smile. Zhao Gang looked at Du Yuan and said, "Mr. Du, you're here too." Du Yuan said in jest, "Yes, I came here brazenly." Zhao Gang laughed and said, "Mr. Du, don't be ridiculous. Your dad is the richest man in Zhongchen." Du Yuan snickered and said, "The Du family is nothing in front of the Yan family." When they heard this, Su Yan and Zhao Gang became even cockier because the Yan family had invited them after all. Mr. Du, I was told that you guys attended the Yan family's banquet a while back. How was it? Is there any insider information that you can reveal to your buddy? Zhao Gang asked coaxingly. Du Yuan did not hide anything and immediately said, it's not really insider information, but the person who came this time is the beloved granddaughter of old Mr. Yan. It's a woman. Zhao Gang frowned a little. Du Yuan nodded and said, I heard one more piece of news. Miss Yan is planning to sponsor a young man in Zhongcheng. A young man. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up and he asked in a hurry, who is it? Du Yuan shook his head as he said, I have no idea because he didn't show up at the banquet either. Su Yan said with some excitement, could it be us? Encouraged by Su Yan's words, Zhao Gang also felt that it was a possibility. In these few years, the Zhao family was flourishing in Zhongcheng. And most of the credit went to Zhao Gang. In addition, Su Yan received an invitation from the Yan family for some reason, so could it be because of the Zhao family's prestige? Furthermore, there were only a handful of up-and-coming young people in Zhongcheng these past few years. If it was not Du Yuan, then it was most likely himself. With this train of thought, Zhao Gang became even more exhilarated. Maybe it's really you, Du Yuan joined in on the fun. When that happens, don't forget to give your buddy a hand. Du Yuan reached out and patted Zhao Gang's shoulder. Zhao Gang patted his chest and said, don't worry, when the time comes, we will join forces and work together to achieve glory. Great, my golden opportunity has finally come. Su Yan covered her mouth and was excited beyond words. Su Yan felt increasingly fortunate for her decision. If she had stayed with that loser Qin Yu, wouldn't her entire life be doomed? Bitch, let's see what you'll do then. Yan Ruoxiu's cocky demeanor replayed in Zhao Gang's mind. He had even thought of how to humiliate Yan Ruoxiu. What's wrong? Your expression is so unpleasant, Du Yuan asked in an offhand manner. Zhao Gang grunted coldly as he leaned over Du Yuan's ear and said, just now, a bitch, on account of her good looks, played hard to get with me. Oh really? Du Yuan raised an eyebrow as he said in jest, who was it? I have no idea. If it wasn't for the fact that she's from the provincial capital, I would have settled the score. Zhao Gang said with a sneer. Du Yuan laughed and said, with the Yan family backing you up, what's there to be afraid of about the provincial capital? Indeed. Zhao Gang said with a smug smirk. The provincial city is nothing compared to the Yan family. Zhao Gang said with an aloof smile. As the two were speaking, Zhao Gang's eyes suddenly stared off towards the distance. He saw Yan Ruoxiu standing by Qin Cheng's side while discussing something. Zhao Gang stared at Yan Ruoxiu's back and his eyes glinted wickedly. The woman I'm talking about is her. Zhao Gang pointed in the direction of Yan Ruoxiu. Du Yuan looked over in the direction of Zhao Gang's finger. But when he got a good look at Yan Ruoxiu's face, his expression changed abruptly. In a flash, he stood up. You. Are you certain that it was her? Du Yuan's expression was ugly, and a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. That's right. Zhao Gang didn't think anything of it and even joked, Mr. Du, are you also interested in her? I don't have the slightest interest in her. She's the Yan family's oldest daughter, Yan Ruoxiu. If you want to get killed, you can do it yourself. Don't f-king drag me into it. Mr. Du Yuan rebuked with fury. Chapter 16, It's actually her. Du Yuan was so frightened that his face turned pale. It was unknown whether it was because of fear or anger, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Gang was even more dumbfounded. His expression became nervous. Stop kidding around. How can she? How can she be Yan Ruoxiu? Said Zhao Gang stiffly as he wiped his sweat. Yeah, how could Qin Yu know Miss Yan? You're mistaken, aren't you? Su Yan said with even more confusion. Du Yuan gave them a cold look and said, I saw with my own eyes Zhongcheng City's mayor pouring her wine and Chuzhu War Zone's chief talking to her with a smile. What do you think? When he heard this, Zhao Gang's expression was instantly became ashen. His hand that was holding a wine glass also trembled a little. No way, absolutely no way, said Su Yan with gritted teeth, Qin Yu is a loser, so how could he know Miss Yan? Du Yuan said with a snicker, I have no idea how they met each other, but I suggest you guys pray for yourselves. With that, Du Yuan turned and was about to leave. At this moment, Zhao Gang rushed to grab Du Yuan's wrist. He said in a quivering voice, Du, you have to help me. Or else. Otherwise, I'm dead meat. Du Yuan snickered coldly as he said, help you? Why would I want to help you? Moreover, how can I be in a position to help you? It's not like you are unaware of the ways of people in Kyoto, right? You have to help me. We're friends. Zhao Gang held onto Du Yuan's arm for dear life. Friends. Du Yuan, however, snickered coldly. Who are you? Do I know you? Please stay away from me. Du Yuan shrugged off Zhao Gang's arm. He did not even spare them a glance when he left. Zhao Gang fell limp on the sofa with sweat dripping from his forehead. Honey, don't worry. Maybe Du Yuan misidentified her, Su Yan whispered to console him. That's bullsh asterisk T. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have offended Miss Yan. Zhao Gang slapped Su Yan's face. Su Yan covered her face and did not dare to say a word. Zhao Gang breathed in deeply and forced himself to calm down. He contemplated it for a while, then he said in a cold tone of voice, I didn't offend Miss Yan. Later, go with me to apologize. I'm telling you. Even if Miss Yan asks you to kowtow, you're not allowed to refuse. Do you hear me? Zhao Gang shouted in rage. Su Yan covered her face as she whispered, I got it. However, despite this, Zhao Gang was still feeling uneasy. He sucked in a deep breath and proceeded to say, and Qin Yu. Hasn't he always been head over heels in love with you? Find a way to beg him. When she heard this, Su Yan immediately said with reluctance, beg that loser. Why on earth should, go? Zhao Gang slapped Su Yan's face again. You better do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise, if anything happens, I won't take care of the mess. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Nonetheless, Su Yan still said with defiance, what could possibly happen? I don't believe for a second that she has the ability to do anything to me. When he heard Su Yan's words, Zhao Gang was infuriated and frustrated at the same time. How could he have fallen for such a foolish person? Let me tell you. Zhao Gang forcibly held back his rage and explained, to the Yan family, just one word is all it takes to make you, me, and even the Su family and Zhao family vanish from this world. Su Yan said yes, but deep down, she did not take his words seriously. How could someone like her, who had been raised with a silver spoon, stoop so low and apologize to someone? Moreover, in Su Yan's perspective, even if she was an heiress, so what? Worst case scenario, there would be no business cooperation opportunities. Zhao Gang was just being paranoid. If given the chance, I won't show that heiress any mercy. I'm also an heiress. Su Yan mused to herself. Honey, don't fret so much about it. The Yan family probably isn't that narrow-minded, Su Yan said. And didn't Du Yuan say that the young man that the Yan family will support might be you? Su Yan was still somewhat skeptical. In her point of view, Qin Yu was a loser after all. How could a loser be with Miss Yan? Zhao Gang was silent, but he still harbored hope. Although Yan Ruoxiu and Qin Yu appeared to have a good relationship, Zhao Gang knew Qin Yu very well and he was just a loser. Even if their relationship was good, the Yan family would have to support a capable person. They would never support a useless person. I hope so, Zhao Gang murmured in a low voice and let out a sigh. He had guessed all the people he could think of in Zhongcheng, and no one was more qualified than himself. Just then, the venue quieted down all of a sudden. Several rays of light landed on the stage. Let's welcome Miss Yan Ruoxiu. Along with the host's loud cry, a young woman wearing a white dress with long hair slowly walked onto the stage. All eyes were on her the moment she appeared. Her appearance was just that breathtakingly beautiful. How beautiful, someone murmured in a low voice. People could not help but exclaim in awe. At this moment, Yan Ruoxiu gave off a very different impression from the gentle Yan Ruoxiu who stayed by Qin Yu's side. Even though she had a breezy smile on her face, she gave people the impression that she was aloof and that she was someone out of their reach. Everyone was stunned by Yan Ruoxiu's beauty. For a moment, the venue was so silent that you could even hear people breathing. Humph, she's just a B*TCH. A snarky voice sounded all of a sudden. These words were spoken by none other than Su Yan. Even though her voice was not that loud, almost everyone in the venue heard her. The crowd of people all cast their eyes on Su Yan. Chapter 17, Please welcome Qin Yu. Her voice was not loud, but it was extremely audible and jarring in the silent environment. Even Yan Ruoxiu coldly glanced in her direction. Who is this woman? Is she out of her mind? How dare she curse Miss Yan? She wants to dig her own grave. Does she know Miss Yan's status? How can she just curse her as she pleases? I know her. She seems to be from the Su family, a second-class family at best. It's true that ignorant people have no fear. The crowd grunted and their expressions grew even colder. Zhao Gang's expression was even more ashen, and he wanted to slap the idiotic Su Yan to death. What the F***ck are you talking about? Zhao Gang scolded anxiously. At this moment, Zhao Gang was thoroughly exasperated. He had already pissed off Yan Ruoxiu, and now, Su Yan was spouting nonsense. She was forcing him into a corner. She is talking about me. I was caught messing around last night. Sorry for the misunderstanding. In that critical moment, Zhao Gang came up with a witty excuse and anxiously defended her. Keep your woman in line, and be careful so you don't get into trouble, somebody grunted coldly. Yes, I'm the one to blame, Zhao Gang wiped his cold sweat while apologizing with a smile. Everyone was impatient, except for Su Yan, who was unimpressed. She was emboldened after seeing Yan Ruoxiu's lack of reaction. Humph, what's so impressive? It's nothing remarkable, Su Yan snorted lightly. Zhao Gang shot a fierce glare at Su Yan and said with fury, shut the F***ck up. If you dare to spout bullsh**t again, I'll chase you out. If it was not for the fact that it was not appropriate to do so on such an occasion, Zhao Gang would have beaten Su Yan up. Su Yan said aggrievedly, I got it. I won't say anything anymore. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and prayed that things would not get worse. He glanced at Yan Ruoxiu every now and then. Only after he was certain that Yan Ruoxiu was not bothered by Su Yan's remarks did he let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that I'm smart, Zhao Gang thought to himself. He even let himself get caught up in his own hopeful imagination. Since Yan Ruoxiu came to Zhongcheng with investments in mind, and naturally, the purpose of investment is to make money, she would definitely choose an outstanding young man. In addition, his own adaptability and quick-wittedness might have attracted Yan Ruoxiu's interest. When he thought of this, a glimmer of hope surfaced in Zhao Gang's heart. Please quiet down, the host on stage spoke up. The entire venue immediately quieted down. Yan Ruoxiu stood on the stage as if she was a proud white swan. Wherever her gaze went, the people in her view became uplifted. In those eyes, there was arrogance, coldness, and aloofness. Everyone waited for Yan Ruoxiu to speak. The reason I have come to Zhongcheng is to invest on behalf of the Yan family, but also for my own sake. At last, Yan Ruoxiu spoke. I spent some time in Zhongcheng, and I've met quite a few people. There are some astonishing people in Jiancheng. There are also people who are sickening. When she said these words, Yan Ruoxiu's gaze fell on Su Yan. Su Yan's expression immediately became unpleasant. She cursed Yan Ruoxiu mentally. We're dead meat. Zhao Gang obviously caught the look in Yan Ruoxiu's eyes, and he glared at Su Yan with regret. Yan Ruoxiu swept her eyes over the crowd and proceeded to say, Now, I would like to introduce everyone to a young man who is the most outstanding person I have ever met in Zhongcheng. When he heard these words, Zhao Gang was relieved. The most outstanding person? That certainly was not Qin Yu. In Zhao Gang's point of view, Qin Yu was not outstanding in the slightest. Zhao Gang's mind quickly schemed over several names. There were few people in Jiangcheng's younger generation who could be called outstanding. However, Zhao Gang knew almost all of these people. After pondering about it, Zhao Gang had a candidate in mind. It was either himself or Du Yuan. If it weren't for this bitch Su Yan, this candidate would definitely be me. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. But this is also fine. If I can maintain a good relationship with Du Yuan, there is still hope for the Zhao family, Zhao Gang mused. The venue was completely quiet, and many people were on the edge of their seats. Everyone was eager to find out who was the young man that caught the Yan family's interest. After all, if the Yan family had set their eyes on him, he would be able to soar to the top. With a round of applause, please welcome, Yan Ruoxiu purposely kept them on their feet. A spotlight lit up in the venue. The light scanned around the venue as if it was picking around. The light eventually landed on Zhao Gang. In a flash, everyone looked at Zhao Gang. Terrific! Terrific! Zhao Gang was even more excited and burst into tears out of excitement. My guess was right after all. A businessperson as savvy as Miss Yan would never let personal feelings interfere with making a profit. Zhao Gang thought to himself with excitement. Honey, did you see that? Qin Yu is just a loser, so why would the Yan family pick him? Su Yan also said with a smug look on her face. Zhao Gang also felt that his apprehension was a bit ridiculous. How could the Yan family pick a loser who could not even keep an eye on his cheating wife? Please let us welcome Qin Yu, Mr. Qin. However, just then, Yan Ruoxiu unexpectedly shouted out Qin Yu's name instead. The crowd applauded loudly. Qin Yu walked out from the crowd, bathed in the blinding spotlight. Chapter 18, Gutsy Su Yan. He wore a black tuxedo and had a slightly bashful smile on his face. He actually appeared quite dashing and handsome. Qin Yu had never been to such a grand occasion before, and having lived at the bottom rungs of society, he had never been noticed in such a high-profile manner like this before. When faced with such an unfamiliar scenario, mere words could not describe how nervous he was. But when Qin Yu met Yan Ruoxiu's gaze, he was filled with confidence and assurance. Yan Ruoxiu's encouraging gaze became Qin Yu's confidence and backbone. He stepped forward and stood in front of Yan Ruoxiu. Under the stage, there was a momentary period of silence. But soon, the crowd started buzzing with discussion. Qin Yu. How come I've never heard of this guy before? Who the heck is he? There's a Qin family in Zhongcheng. Forget Zhongcheng, even Chuzhu doesn't have such a family either. Zhao Gang's face looked even paler than before. His lips quivered as he murmured, this. How is this even possible? How can this be possible? How can this loser qualify? Su Yan clenched her fists while her face filled with resentment. The tables have turned. The person whom she despised to the core had become a distinguished guest of the Yan family. To Su Yan, this was a huge blow. The light that shone on Zhao Gang did not disappear, and at that moment, Zhao Gang seemed utterly pathetic. Obviously, this was Yan Ruoxiu's intention. She wanted to publicly embarrass Zhao Gang. I'm finished. I'm finished. Under the spotlight, Zhao Gang's agonized and frightened expression was extremely comical. As everyone was deep in discussion, an astounding moment happened. Yan Ruoxiu walked up to Qin Yu, stood on her tiptoes and caressed Qin Yu's head. "Dummy, your clothes aren't even worn neatly. You're really a pain in the *SS. Yan Ruoxiu said cheekily. After saying that, she personally tidied up Qin Yu's clothes in front of everyone. That gesture was a stark contrast to her usual high and mighty appearance. The crowd could not help but let out a unified gasp. Qin Yu. What on earth is his background? How could he make the haughty daughter of the Yan family straighten his clothes? I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Zhao Gang did not have the strength to even support himself anymore and fell on his butt. Qin Yu, who was on the stage, looked sheepish as well. He whispered, "We're in public, isn't this a little inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it?" Yan Ruoxiu rolled her eyes and said softly, "Have some confidence. With me around, no one will look down on you, nor will anyone dare to look down on you." Although her voice was barely a whisper, everyone heard her. Qin Yu took a deep breath as he nodded determinedly and said, "All right, I understand." The venue was silent, but deep down, everyone was astonished. They became increasingly curious about Qin Yu's identity. "Do you want to say a few words?" Yan Ruoxiu whispered in Qin Yu's ear. Qin Yu's expression stiffened and he seemed to be a little nervous. "It's all right. It's fine if you don't want to say anything," comforted Yan Ruoxiu with a smile. "No." However, Qin Yu took a deep breath and grabbed the microphone. "I won't ever disappoint you." Qin Yu's tone was firm and resolute. Yan Ruoxiu stared at Qin Yu with astonishment, and her big eyes were filled with surprise. Qin Yu grabbed the microphone as he glanced down the stage. Facing the distinguished guests, Qin Yu attempted to calm himself down. He took a deep breath before saying carefully, "I understand that no one has any idea about who I am, and prior to this, I was a nobody. In fact, you might have even called me a loser. But mark my words, the name Qin Yu will be known to everyone. That's all I have to say." Qin Yu gave the microphone back to Yan Ruoxiu. The venue was silent, deadly silent. Some were skeptical, some were snickering, and some chose to have faith in him. "Well said. I have faith in you." In this awkward moment, Yan Ruoxiu broke the silence. "Right. Yes, well said. We have faith in you too. That's right. Mr. Qin will definitely achieve great things." The crowd followed suit and shouted. There was thunderous applause at the venue. However, Qin Yu could only force himself to put on a bitter smile. Deep down, he understood very clearly that it was not that these people believed in him, but rather, they did not have the guts to offend Yan Ruoxiu. "Humph, you just know how to brag," Su Yan sneered coldly. The people around Su Yan became somewhat displeased with her. "It seems that you have a great desire to show off, so why don't you go on stage and say a few words?" This time, Yan Ruoxiu glanced at Su Yan with a cold expression. Chapter 19, Uncle Wu's skepticism. Yan Ruoxiu looked at Su Yan with cold eyes, her face filled with iciness. Su Yan glared at her and was about to open her mouth to retort. Luckily, Zhao Gang covered her mouth in time and then said in a trembling voice, "Miss Yan, how can she be qualified to go on stage?" "Don't be ridiculous," Yan Ruoxiu sneered and said, "if she dares to speak out of turn again, she will face the consequences." After saying this, Yan Ruoxiu ignored Zhao Gang. "Humph, isn't she deliberately messing with us? If they didn't choose us, why did they shine the light on us?" Su Yan murmured. "Shut up." Zhao Gang let out a stern bellow. He could not help but feel vexed. The longer he looked at Su Yan, the more annoyed he felt. No, the opportunity that the Zhao family fought so hard for cannot be ruined just like that. Zhao Gang thought to himself furiously. His mind was racing as he tried to find a way to salvage the situation. At the same time, Yan Ruoxiu was already dragging Qin Yu off the stage and straight toward the front table. Everyone seated at the table was people of prominent status. No one from Zhongcheng, except the mayor, could sit there. It was impossible not to be nervous in front of these big shots. But Qin Yu came to his senses. He had been a coward for most of his life, but from now on, he would never be a coward again. Moreover, in his heart, Qin Yu had already developed feelings for Yan Ruoxiu. If he continued to be a coward, how could he be deserving to be with Yan Ruoxiu? The two walked straight to the table and sat down. Yan Ruoxiu smiled graciously. Qin Yu also tried to act as natural as possible. Once the pair sat down, everyone's gazes were directed at Qin Yu. There was blatant confusion in their eyes. Ruoxiu, what exactly is this young man's background? Why is it that I've never heard of him before? At last, a middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese suit asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Yan Ruoxiu smiled as she said, "Uncle Wu, would you believe me if I tell you he is an up-and-coming big shot?" Uncle Wu laughed heartily as he said, "So he really has nothing at the moment." Yan Ruoxiu remained quiet for a moment before answering, "If we are talking about wealth and status, Qin Yu indeed has nothing right now. But if we are talking about talent and substance, I think he is incredibly rich." This statement made Qin Yu blush and his heart race. But to the crowd, it sounded absurd. Substance and talent? Who cared about talent and substance in this era? Wealth and power were the only things that could garner people's respect. Uncle Wu seemed to have the intention of making things difficult for Qin Yu. He scrutinized him and said, "Young man, Ruoxiu has given you such a high evaluation. I wonder what kind of talent you have." Qin Yu observed Uncle Wu carefully and then said with a frown, "Uncle Wu, have you been feeling unwell lately? Such as angina pectoris or cardiac irregularities?" When Uncle Wu heard that, he burst out laughing and said, "You sound like a doctor." "Are you a doctor?" "Sort of," Qin Yu replied. Uncle Wu shook his head and said with a slight chuckle, "What a coincidence. I just had a full-body examination a few days ago, and everything was normal." Qin Yu frowned and said, "Uncle Wu, I suggest you check up on your heart." When Uncle Wu heard that, he laughed, "I don't think there's a need for that. Uncle Wu, I'm telling you the truth." Qin Yu's tone became impatient. Qin Yu could clearly see that in the location of Uncle Wu's heart, there was black gas. Even though Qin Yu was not sure what the black gas signified, it was definitely a bad sign. However, at this moment, Uncle Wu's expression was already slightly displeased. "I understand young people's eagerness to climb to the top, but showing off forcibly, on the contrary, can easily backfire." Uncle Wu's tone carried a hint of warning. If it were not for Yan Ruoxiu's sake, Uncle Wu would have thrown a fit already. "Young man, Mr. Wu is the chief of the Chuzhou region, and the one who examined his body is also a doctor of the Chuzhou region, so you shouldn't insist on your opinion any longer." Someone next to him tried to play mediator but could not help letting a laugh slide. Qin Yu frowned and did not know what to say. "Ruoxiu, you're still young. You should be more vigilant about who you keep around you," Uncle Wu advised. When Yan Ruoxiu heard this, she immediately smiled and said, "I actually think Uncle Wu should take Qin Yu's advice." This made Uncle Wu look a little awkward, but because of Yan Ruoxiu's reputation, he kept his cool. "Let's start eating, or the food will get cold." The person beside him quickly raised a glass of wine to calm the situation. The atmosphere was harmonious and peaceful, but Uncle Wu's expression was nowhere near pleasant. Seeing this, Qin Yu lifted his glass and offered a toast to the man. "Uncle Wu, perhaps I was wrong. Please do not be offended." Uncle Wu glanced at Qin Yu with a grunt and turned his head to the side. Qin Yu was extremely embarrassed with his wine glass left hanging in the air. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. "There is no need to be upset," said Yan Ruoxiu with a smile. She leaned in close to Qin Yu. "To them, you are just an ordinary person, but for my sake, they will respect you. That is only on the surface, though. If you want to gain the respect of others, prove yourself to them," Yan Ruoxiu said with a wink. When he met Yan Ruoxiu's gaze, Qin Yu immediately felt that no obstacle could stop him. He nodded his head determinedly and said, "I will definitely prove to them that your choice is right. I believe in you." Yan Ruoxiu's gaze made Qin Yu feel smitten. "Yan." "Miss Yan," interrupting Qin Yu was Zhao Gang and Su Yan, who suddenly came over with their glasses of wine. Zhao Gang was reluctant to bring along the idiotic Su Yan, but if she did not come to apologize, then being forgiven would be close to impossible. Zhao Gang seriously explained the stakes at hand to Su Yan before biting the bullet and walking over with her. As she looked at the couple, Yan Ruoxiu could not help but smirk with amusement. Zhao Gang had nervousness written all over his face, and his hand was even trembling as he held the wine glass. He knew that this woman in front of him could decide the fate of the Zhao family with the wave of a hand. "Yan. Miss Yan, I was ignorant to have offended you. I hope you will forgive me," Zhao Gang said in a quivering voice. He tugged Su Yan's hand with great force. Even though Su Yan was unwilling, she apologized and said, "Miss Yan, right? A word of caution. How could you fall for a person like Qin Yu? He's a total loser who can't do anything but fold laundry and cook. The word loser is a compliment when it comes to the likes of him." Chapter 20, Who's Trash? After hearing Su Yan's words, Zhao Gang could feel exhaustion wearing him down. He wondered how such an idiot could exist in this world. Yan Ruoxiu stood up suddenly. She looked at Su Yan with a smile and said in a friendly manner, "What did you just say?" Su Yan was still without any sense of shame, and she proceeded to say, "I said that Qin Yu is just a slap." Before Su Yan could finish her sentence, Yan Ruoxiu slapped her across the face. Su Yan's face instantly flushed and a clear slap mark was visible on her cheek. "Who gave you the right to judge him?" Yan Ruoxiu said in a cold tone of voice. Su Yan covered her face. She could not believe what was happening. You slapped me." Su Yan felt aggrieved and indignant at the same time. She immediately glanced at Zhao Gang and said furiously, "Honey, she hit me. You have to get revenge for me. Like *LL I'll get revenge for you." Zhao Gang lifted his hand and slapped Su Yan in the face too. This slap was so vigorous that it shocked Su Yan, who stood there with a dumbfounded expression on her face. "You stupid B*TCH, shut up. Or I'll rip your mouth off." Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, feeling a strong urge to tear Su Yan apart. Then, Zhao Gang kneeled directly in front of Yan Ruoxiu and said in a quivering voice, "Yan. Miss Yan, please forgive me. Please forgive me." Yan Ruoxiu smiled as she tousled her hair and said indifferently, "Is it me you should be apologizing to?" The implication of this statement was clear. The person they should apologize to is Qin Yu. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth as he held his glass of wine and said with embarrassment, "Qin Yu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted in such a violent manner. I can return Su Yan to you immediately if you want me to." Qin Yu felt a little sick in his stomach when he saw Su Yan's despicable appearance. He said with a grim expression, "It's not necessary. You can keep trash like her for yourself. And there's no need for you to apologize to me. I don't give a hoot about trivial people like you," Qin Yu said icily. When she heard these words, a hint of indignation surfaced on Su Yan's face. She flushed in embarrassment. She simply could not believe that Qin Yu, who was sucking up to her a few days ago, despised her so much now. Qin Yu was obviously a sucker for her. He would come back as soon as she summoned him. What had happened? Su Yan was baffled. Thank you, I swear I won't disturb you in the future." Zhao Gang was bowing profusely and was ecstatic. After that, he dragged Su Yan with him and left. After they left, Yan Ruoxiu expressed her surprise and said, "Are you going to let them off the hook just like that?" Qin Yu stared in Su Yan's direction with a cold expression on his face and said, "No, I will take revenge with my own means." Qin Yu was well aware that Yan Ruoxiu would make Zhao Gang and Su Yan vanish into thin air if he gave the word. But Qin Yu did not want that. He wanted to make Su Yan regret it herself. The banquet ended at 4 p.m. The crowd dispersed, and the only person left in the large Yan family manor was Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu, Yan Ruoxiu, and Qin Yu were sitting at a table sipping tea. Uncle Wu asked with a smile, "Ruoxiu, how is old Mr. Yan doing?" Yan Ruoxiu smiled and said, "Thanks to you, he's in good health." Uncle Wu sighed and said, "I've been meaning to visit him, but I simply don't have any time to do so." While the two were chatting, Qin Yu grew worried. He saw that the black gas in Uncle Wu's heart had spread. "Uncle Wu, do you really not feel any discomfort?" Qin Yu could not help but ask. When he heard this, Uncle Wu's bright expression instantly darkened. "Aren't you tired of saying the same thing?" Uncle Wu scolded furiously. Qin Yu opened his mouth but could only smile bitterly. He was aware that regardless of what he said, Uncle Wu would never be convinced. Therefore, Qin Yu sighed and said, "Uncle Wu, it would be better for you to stay in Zhongcheng for the next few days. If anything happens, you can come to me." Uncle Wu snickered coldly as he said, "I don't think I need anything from someone like you." When Qin Yu heard this, he kept silent. He said goodbye to Yan Ruoxiu and left the Yan family manor. As she stared at Qin Yu's departing figure, Yan Ruoxiu pondered for a moment. Eventually, a rather meaningful smile appeared on her lips. "Uncle Wu, I suggest that you listen to Qin Yu's advice," Yan Ruoxiu said as she poured Uncle Wu a cup of tea. Even though Uncle Wu disliked Qin Yu, he showed respect to the face of the Yan family. Uncle Wu grimaced and said, Okay, I'll listen to you this time." After he left the Yan family manor, Qin Yu headed for the Su family home. He was going back because he had been preparing medicine for old Mr. Su for the past few days. The medicine was called Soul Nourishment Pill. Even though it could not resuscitate the dead, it could extend one's life. Qin Yu was a person who distinguished between gratitude and grievances. He would never forget anyone who has been kind to him. "This will be my repayment for old Mr. Su's care over the years. From now on, I will no longer have any ties with the Su family," Qin Yu secretly thought. At that moment, the Su family was in the middle of celebrating. Sun Yumei was standing at the door while waiting for Zhao Gang to come back. Why isn't he back yet? It was getting late, and Sun Yumei could not help but worry as she stood at the entrance. What's the rush? He is working with the Yan family. Zhao Gang has to go to the company to settle things. Su Wen, Su Yan's father, chuckled. That's true. Sun Yumei nodded. Qin Yu walked in from a short distance away. As soon as they saw Qin Yu, Sun Yumei and Su Wen's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Sun Yumei took a step forward and blocked Qin Yu's way. Get lost. I'm telling you, the Su family is out of your league now. Su Wen also shouted. That's right, Su Yan is now a member of the Yan family. Get out of here. Sun Yumei snorted. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 21, I am the one chosen by the Yan family. Qin Yu's disgusted facial expression intensified when looking at his ex-father-in-law and ex-mother-in-law. He could not comprehend how their 3-year relationship could be this fragile. Qin Yu took in a deep breath and said, I am here to see grandfather. Su Wen sneered and responded, My father does not need your visit. Get out of here right now. Faced with their clamoring, Qin Yu had a lot of mixed feelings. If it were him in the past, Qin Yu would have evaded cowardly. But he no longer wished to live like a wimp. What are you staring at? Why don't you get out of here right now? Su Wen pointed to Qin Yu's nose and cursed. As Qin Yu was about to respond, Zhao Gang drove over. Sun Yumei and Su Wen rushed to greet Zhao Gang when he arrived. Well, my dear son-in-law, how was the banquet today? Sun Yumei eagerly asked. Su Wen also smiled and said, I heard that the Yan family would be supporting a young man in Zhongcheng. No doubt, the person must be you, my most outstanding son-in-law. Zhao Gang was completely silent with an awful look on his face. Sun Yumei was puzzled and asked, son-in-law, why don't you say something? Su Wen grabbed Zhao Gang's arm and said, he must be too happy to speak. Come on, let's get a drink to celebrate. Damn it! Zhao Gang pushed Su Wen's hands away. Su Wen was stunned and somewhat a bit embarrassed. What? What is going on now? Zhao Gang had a lot of mixed feelings. He did not utter a word but only stared at Qin Yu. A few days ago, Qin Yu was merely a loser that he taunted as he wished. Overnight, his identity changed to become the most distinguished guest of the Yan family. Zhao Gang felt utterly fed up. But due to the Yan family's backing, he did not dare show any disrespect. I got it now. All of a sudden, Sun Yumei clapped her hands in realization. Are you upset with Qin Yu here? No worries. I will get him out of your sight right now. As soon as she finished talking, Sun Yumei ran in front of Qin Yu and scolded, my son-in-law has come home. Why don't you get out of here? Su Wen waved her fist and threatened, I'm warning you, you better not mess with my son-in-law. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Qin Yu's patience had reached its limit. He was not an ingrate person like the Su family, let alone a bastard. Facing the people he had spent so many days and nights together with, Qin Yu found it difficult to treat them heartlessly. He tried to hold back his anger and said, I have stated my case. I am only here to see my grandfather. Su Wen yelled, Bullsh *t. Who cares about your visit? However, Zhao Gang, who was not far away, suddenly ordered, let him in. Su Wen and Sun Yumei were stunned when they heard his words. They scratched their ears, wondering if they had heard him wrong. Son-in-law, why should you let him in? Don't worry, I will, Zhao Gang shouted and interrupted Sun Yumei, I said let him in. Sun Yumei froze, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Su Wen spoke with excitement, my son-in-law is so soft-hearted. Never mind, I am in a good mood today. Ha ha. Just let him in. Sun Yumei said with threatening gestures, you brat, you should be thanking Zhao Gang for everything. Do you understand? Qin Yu did not respond but walked straight into the Su house. Zhao Gang was left behind with a deathly pale face. Zhao Gang had a straightforward idea in mind. Perhaps, everything would be okay if he apologized to Qin Yu. Why do I have to apologize to such a loser? The more Zhao Gang thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. But things had come to the point where he had no other choice. After arriving at the Su house, Qin Yu gave old Mr. Su the soul nourishment pill. Qin Yu quietly looked at old Mr. Su and said, Grandpa, this may be the last time I come to see you. Old Mr. Su's wrinkled face expressed a hint of sorrow, but he soon let go of the sadness. Old Mr. Su sighed and said, I have to apologize to you, Qin Yu. Old Mr. Su could not help but tear up. I married you into the Su family thinking that you would bring good luck to us. You have been humiliated due to my selfishness. Qin Yu did not utter a single word. Of course, he knew all about it. Old Mr. Su elaborated, I had my fortune told. I predict that my life is coming to an end. I have very few days to live. Old Mr. Su held Qin Yu's hands tightly and begged, can you forgive Su Yan and me? Qin Yu stayed silent for quite a while, but in the end, he shook his head and stated, what comes around goes around. She has to be responsible for what she has done. I will never forgive Su Yan. Qin Yu walked out of old Mr. Su's room after saying those words. The Su family was still gathered in the living room, focusing on Zhao Gang. Sun Yumei spoke impatiently, "Are you done? If so, get out of here." Su Wen sneered, "It always makes me so angry looking at a worthless loser like you. You have wasted our 3 years. Take a good look at Zhao Gang. He is the chosen one by the Yan family. Now take a look at yourself. Your only worth is doing laundry and cooking." Qin Yu initially wanted to ignore them. But he could no longer bear it after hearing those words. He looked at the Su family coldly and spoke each word bitterly, "Loser? Let me tell you something. I am the one chosen by the Yan family, not Zhao Gang." Chapter 22, The Su family received a shock. Qin Yu did not want to argue with the Su family, but they crossed the line. Even a clay figure had a temper. Qin Yu was no exception. Su Wen and Sun Yumei were stunned for a split second before laughing out loud. Sun Yumei laughed so hard, her hands were holding her stomach and tears were in her eyes. "Did you hear what he just said? He claims that the Yan family has chosen him. I'm going to die laughing." Su Wen displayed the same attitude. He mockingly said, "You might get picked if the Yan family meant to find a maid. Unfortunately, they are looking for a talented person with exceptional ability, not a worthless loser. Maybe you can beg Zhao Gang to let you work as a maid. At the very least, you won't starve to death, don't you agree?" Qin Yu's expression turned even colder from looking at the pair's disgusting faces. He changed his mind about not making a big deal out of it and sat on the sofa. Sun Yumei let out a high-pitched scream, "Did I allow you to sit?" Qin Yu sneered, "For the past few years when you ordered me to stand, I would not dare to sit. When you told me to go east, I would not dare to seek the west." Qin Yu added in a cold voice, "Do you remember anything good about me? You only regard me as a loser with no guts." He finally realized that the world showed no mercy to honest people. Kinder people tend to be the ones bullied. Su Wen stood up at once as if he was about to attack. Zhao Gang shouted impatiently, "That's enough. Shut up right now." Su Wen was stunned and glanced at Zhao Gang. He felt that Zhao Gang was acting slightly out of character. Even so, Su Wen obeyed and quietly sat on the side. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and said with a forced smile, "Qin Yu, it was all my fault. Please do not stoop to the same level as me. We should keep in touch in the future." Su Wen and Sun Yumei could not understand what they just heard. Zhao Gang usually had a bad temper, what made him a completely different person today? Qin Yu stared at Zhao Gang and said coldly, "You stole my wife and took over the family I was with the past 3 years. Are you telling me to let go of all the shame you put me through?" Qin Yu said coldly, "Unfortunately, I am not that generous." Sun Yumei stared and said, "Qin Yu, you should feel ashamed of yourself." Zhao Gang also felt unhappy about the situation but did not dare act up. Zhao Gang said with conviction, "Qin Yu, I will give you back your home and walk away right now if you wish." Qin Yu sneered, "Give me back my home? Do you still consider this place my home? I feel sick having to spend even 1 second here." Zhao Gang's facial expression changed, and he started to feel a bit angry. Qin Yu took a deep breath and elaborated, "Zhao Gang, I made it very clear to you at the banquet." Qin Yu stood up slowly from the sofa. "I do not want to have anything to do with any of you anymore. But I will remember all the things you have done to me." He did not want to spend any more time in this house. "Qin Yu!" Zhao Gang shouted just as Qin Yu was about to step out of the house. Qin Yu paused and asked with a cold voice, "What else do you want?" Zhao Gang clenched his teeth and said, "What exactly do you plan to do to us?" Qin Yu replied with a cold voice, "You should think about it yourself." Qin Yu strode away from the Su family without looking back. Zhao Gang was furious. His face turned cold and pale. However, an intense fear almost brought him to the point of collapse. "Zhao Gang, what is the matter with you? Su Wen frowned. Sun Yumei mumbled, he's right. Why did you have to beg a loser like him? Zhao Gang remained silent with his head down. Seeing Zhao Gang not uttering a word, Sun Yumei turned to look at Su Yan on the side. Sun Yumei asked, Su Yan, what's going on? What happened? Su Yan opened her mouth but did not know how to explain what happened. At that moment, Zhao Gang raised his head. He felt a bit tired and said, do you know who the Yan family selected this time? Su Wen smiled and said, it has to be you. If not for you, how could we, the Su family, get invited? Exactly. If not you, who else could it be? Qin Yu. Ha. Sun Yumei could not help but laugh out loud. However, Zhao Gang stared at Sun Yumei and said somberly, the Yan family chose Qin Yu. Chapter 23, Miss Yan, can you and I be together? The Su family members were stunned, especially Su Wen and Sun Yumei. Their faces expressed total disbelief. Sun Yumei waved her hand dismissively. Zhao Gang, you must have lost your mind. Why would the Yan family choose Qin Yu? Unless the Yan family were blind, it was not a possible decision. Zhao Gang looked at Sun Yumei with cold eyes and said, I did not want to believe it either. But the Yan family did choose Qin Yu. Su Yan added with reluctance, do you still remember the girl Qin Yu brought home a few days ago? That girl was Miss Yan. The sound of the news from the television interrupted Su Yan. The news media was reporting on the Yan family banquet. They could see Qin Yu standing on the stage, speaking confidently with composure. Most shockingly, Zhao Gang also appeared on the screen. The embarrassed and regretful look on his face was even more obvious under the spotlight. Damn it! Zhao Gang stood up in anger. He finally realized why there was a spotlight on him. The purpose was for everyone in Zhongcheng City to view him as a hypocritical and contemptible scoundrel. Sun Yumei's face was painted with misery. How? How could this be possible? Su Wen also sat in silence with a puzzled expression on his face. Qin Yu is not worthy of this. Sun Yumei said through clenched teeth. Clenching his teeth while holding his cell phone tightly in his hand, Zhao Gang wished to crawl into a hole. Sun Yumei suddenly thought about something. This is terrible. Now that the Yan family has chosen Qin Yu, will he retaliate against us? Su Wen's face also turned dark after hearing her words. He will never let us go. Su Wen started to feel frightened after thinking about all the sarcastic words they shot at him earlier. Sun Yumei suddenly thought about old Mr. Su. Quick, go talk to your father. He will know what to do. Old Mr. Su was the only person that treated Qin Yu like a human being. He might be able to beg him for forgiveness. The whole Su family rushed to old Mr. Su's room. Old Mr. Su was sitting inside his room feeling upset. Qin Yu's departure was also a big blow to him. Dad, stop mourning. Please speak to Qin Yu and ask him for forgiveness for all our sakes. Sun Yumei eagerly asked. Old Mr. Su was confused about what was going on. Sun Yumei hurriedly said, well, I don't know how to explain it in such a short time. Su Wen stated, basically, we must obtain Qin Yu's forgiveness as soon as possible. It would be even better if we can get him back into our household. Old Mr. Su could not help but shake his head. Qin Yu made a firm decision when he left. Old Mr. Su understood that he would never come back. Old Mr. Su weakly waved his hand. You were the ones who forced him to leave. Do you think he will come back here just because you ask him to? Just try to talk to him. If he does not come back, it will be the end for our Su family. Su Wen looked alarmed. Old Mr. Su ignored him. He waved his hand and murmured, let it be. Let it be. This is destiny. I should never have selfishly brought him into our Su family in the first place. What goes around comes around. Old Mr. Su had already seen it through. Sun Yumei responded with anger, you are useless when we need you. Never mind, I will go. I will do it myself. I refuse to believe that he will reject me. Sun Yumei said resolutely. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was sitting in the courtyard of Dragon Paradise Villa in a daze. Qin Yu felt uncomfortable about how the Su family treated him. Qin Yu had no feelings towards the Su family anymore. He only felt unspeakable disgust and revulsion toward them. Qin Yu quickly stood up. He looked into the distance and murmured, I will never be as cowardly as I used to be. Things in the past are beyond redemption, but we can pursue what lies in the future. Yan Ruoxiu's car suddenly drove into the villa at that moment. Yan Ruoxiu walked out by herself when the car came to a stop. When Qin Yu saw Yan Ruoxiu, it brought a smile to his face and swept away the dark thoughts in his mind. He stood up and rushed over to greet her. He said with surprise, Miss Yan, what brings you here? Yan Ruoxiu smiled while taking a good look at Qin Yu. How do you feel today? Qin Yu pondered for a bit and said, Feel? To be honest with you, it was my first time being the center of attention, and also the first time I got a taste of what it feels like to be respected. Yan Ruoxiu burst into a chortle. She stood on tiptoes, patted Qin Yu's head, and said, Do you know that with greater attention comes greater risks? Risks? Qin Yu frowned, unable to comprehend what she was saying. Yan Ruoxiu explained, Do you know why Uncle Wu targeted you like that today? He was looking down on you. Uncle Wu would not be the only one who does so. Now that everyone knows about my relationship with you, more people will deliberately try to find fault with us. Qin Yu did not make a sound. He stood there, pondering for a moment, and said jokingly, Do you mean? Like a love rival? To hell with you. Yan Ruoxiu gave Qin Yu an angry stare. Yan Ruoxiu stated in a strict tone, But what you said makes sense. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He had undoubtedly thought about the consequences. Since Yan Ruoxiu was such an exceptional girl, countless people with social and political influence were gunning for her. Even though Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxiu were not in an official relationship, it was pretty clear that Yan Ruoxiu favored Qin Yu. Are you afraid? Yan Ruoxiu blinked and asked. Qin Yu looked at Yan Ruoxiu with a steadfast expression. As long as I can be by your side, even if there is extreme danger awaiting me, such as a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will not be scared. The atmosphere turned intense. There was an ambiguous tension in the air. Yan Ruoxiu's eyes were clear like water. Her long hair flowed in the wind, gently brushing Qin Yu's face. A touch of charming red surfaced unexpectedly on Yan Ruoxiu's cheeks. Qin Yu boldly asked, Miss Yan, can you and I be together? Chapter 24, The Shameless Sun Yumei. It seemed that even Yan Ruoxiu did not expect Qin Yu to be so bold. She stared at Qin Yu in astonishment without saying anything for a long time. Staying with me? It will be dangerous. Yan Ruoxiu stared straight at Qin Yu with her large eyes. I'm not scared. Qin Yu's gaze was extremely determined. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head with a smile and said, Qin Yu, Zhongcheng is just a small place. You have not even seen how people in Jingdu do business. So what if it's Jingdu? Qin Yu cut off Yan Ruoxiu. If I'm able to be with you, I won't be afraid of anything. Qin Yu's tone was passionate. Yan Ruoxiu remained silent for a moment before patting Qin Yu's head and smiling as she said, I believe in you, but I still need to see how you fare, and I have to see if you can pass the test. Test? Qin Yu froze. He asked quickly, what test? I'll give it my best shot. Yan Ruoxiu giggled and said, you'll find out later. Your words are all that's needed. Qin Yu was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. He was extremely motivated at this moment. He rose and said earnestly, if you give me some time, I promise to become good enough for you. I will show the entire world that I like you. I will go to Jingdu, to the Yan family, and propose to you with sincerity. As she looked at Qin Yu's confident appearance, Yan Ruoxiu also began to feel emotional. Men with confidence were the most attractive, and Qin Yu was no different. Yan Ruoxiu glanced at Qin Yu and snickered as she said, "Okay, then don't keep me waiting for too long." "I won't." Qin Yu nodded his head passionately. Yan Ruoxiu's appearance in Qin Yu's life had changed him completely. When Yan Ruoxiu was gone, Qin Yu sat on the ground and inhaled the spiritual energy around him. But the spiritual energy in this area was too diluted, and throughout the night, Qin Yu's strength did not make any progress. But it wasn't all for nothing. Ever since he set out on the path of spiritual cultivation, Qin Yu had the feeling that his state of mind was gradually changing. His state of mind seemed to be incredibly strengthened and was completely different from how self-deprecating and cowardly he used to be. As the saying goes, the longer the path of cultivation, the colder one will be. This appears to be true, Qin Yu thought to himself. As he was preparing to go out, a car suddenly raced by. Lei Hu stepped out from the car with his bodyguard, who was holding 2 gift boxes. Qin Yu was a bit surprised. He had no interactions with Lei Hu, so why did he suddenly appear? However, Qin Yu immediately understood. People like Lei Hu almost always relied on connections to do business. Now, his relationship with Miss Yan had already spread all over Zhongcheng. Lei Hu must have come here to butter him up. Qin Yu rubbed his chin and thought, right now, I really would like someone to help me pluck a batch of medicinal herbs. Lei Hu would be a good candidate. Mr. Qin. Speedily, Lei Hu ran up to Qin Yu in a frenzy. Mr. Lei, what brings you here? Qin Yu was surprised. When he heard Qin Yu's address, Lei Hu instantly felt flattered. He immediately replied, Mr. Qin, please call me by my first name. If not, I'll be too burdened by the honor. Qin Yu did not dwell on this with him, and continued to ask, what do you want to see me for? Ever since I upset Miss Yan the other day, everyone in Zhongcheng no longer has the desire to do business with me. You know I have a bunch of employees, so if I don't earn any profit, I'll be in serious trouble, Lei Hu lamented. Qin Yu frowned and said, if that's the case, what do you want from me? Lei Hu placed his palms together. With a pleading smile, he asked, Mr. Qin, if it's all right with you, can you please put in a good word about me with Miss Yan so that she can let me off the hook? Of course, you will get something out of it as well. I'm willing to give you 10% of the profit. Lei Hu said with a pat on his chest. Qin Yu pondered over it for a moment and said, Ms. Yan won't necessarily do what I say. What are you talking about? Everyone in Zhongcheng is privy to the relationship between you two. If you put in a word, Ms. Yan would definitely agree. Lei Hu said hurriedly. Qin Yu remained quiet for a moment, then said audaciously, okay, I will give it a try, but I want 30% of the profit. Qin Yu really needed money, and after recent events, Qin Yu also realized that being too soft-hearted would make it hard to establish himself in this business world. Lei Hu frowned and said through gritted teeth, fine. I will give you my word. Lei Hu looked at the bodyguard beside him and yelled, place the gifts inside the house for Mr. Qin. No, just leave it here. Qin Yu took the gifts and turned to look at Lei Hu's bodyguard. This bodyguard was sturdy and serious. From his scent, it was obvious that he was a practitioner. Mr. Qin, this is Lance, my personal bodyguard. As you know, people like me are always in danger, so I have to be on my guard. Lei Hu, noticing Qin Yu's gaze, explained. Then, Lei Hu said proudly, Lance is also a disciple of Lincheng's Mr. Lin. Link Hung. This name was rather unfamiliar to Qin Yu. Yes, Lincheng's Mr. Lin, who is deemed the #1 martial art practitioner in Zhongcheng. Lei Hu said with a smile. Jiangqing's #1 martial arts practitioner? This title was a bit surprising to Qin Yu. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, Lei Hu said. Wait a moment, Qin Yu called out to Lei Hu. He said in a hushed voice, I do have a favor to ask you. Mr. Qin, ask away. I won't refuse if it's within my ability. Lei Hu patted his chest and said. Qin Yu said in a hushed voice, I need some herbs. The more the better, and the older the better. Lei Hu was stunned. He asked with some confusion, Mr. Qin, what do you need herbs for? I will tell you the details later, Qin Yu said, waving his hand dismissively. All right, it's no problem. Lei Hu hurriedly nodded his head. Just as the words left his mouth, someone else walked in the door. Sun Yumei and Su Yan were walking through the doorway and were looking around. From the looks of it, Su Yan even made a special effort to dress up. She wore a super short pink skirt paired with a tiny tank top that barely covered anything. On her legs were black silk stockings. Chapter 25, I'll get Lei Hu to beat you up again. When he looked at the two women, Qin Yu suddenly felt a gush of revulsion. Geez Qin Yu, you're living in such a nice house now, Sun Yumei said as she surveyed her surroundings. Qin Yu looked at Sun Yumei with cold eyes and said, what do you want? Look at you. I can't come to see you if I don't have a purpose in mind. Sun Yumei replied cheerfully. The contrast in attitude before and after she found out about the Yan family's connection with Qin Yu made him feel increasingly disgusted. Lei Hu stood aside. He looked awkward as he could not find the right time to interject. Qin Yu turned around and walked inside the room. Sun Yumei saw this and gave Su Yan a quick look. Although Su Yan was reluctant, she followed him into the room. As soon as they entered the living room, Sun Yumei exclaimed, this house is so lavish. It's much better than ours. Qin Yu grunted coldly and did not say anything. Qin Yu, you see, we have lived together for 3 years. 3 years of bonding can't be discarded so easily. Sun Yumei tried to tap on Qin Yu's emotional side. Because of Su family's education, you are able to achieve great success now, isn't that so? Sun Yumei said shamelessly. When Qin Yu heard that, he could not refrain from snickering and said, the Su family's education. What did you teach me? Laundry and cooking? Or to be scolded and beaten? Sun Yumei's face flushed with embarrassment as she laughed and said, oh, that's all in the past. Even if you and Su Yan are divorced, I will always treat you like family. After that, Sun Yumei shouted to Su Yan, go get Qin Yu a glass of water. Su Yan came forward coyly. When she poured water for Qin Yu, she deliberately slipped into Qin Yu's arms. Luckily, Qin Yu reacted swiftly and hastily dodged to the side. Su Yan, who was supposed to fall into Qin Yu's arms, fell heavily to the ground instead. Ouch, Su Yan covered her arm with a pained look on her face. After that, she got up from the ground and looked at Qin Yu angrily. She was about to throw a fit. Sun Yumei, however, hurriedly stopped her before she could do so. Sun Yumei pulled Qin Yu aside and said with a wink, Qin Yu, I know you're upset after what happened, and I don't know how to make it up to you. If you wish, you and Su Yan can also do the same thing in the future. Sun Yumei said with a wicked smirk. Qin Yu said with a cold expression on his face, what do you mean by that? Do what Su Yan and Zhao Gang used to do. You two can have an affair, so consider it revenge on Zhao Gang, Sun Yumei said, blinking deviously. Qin Yu instantly felt a sense of revulsion. Qin Yu was disgusted to the core by the Su family. Don't you guys feel disgusted when you sell your own body out for wealth? Qin Yu said in a cold voice. I'm not a pervert like Zhao Gang is. Moreover, I feel disgusted at the sight of someone like Su Yan, so it's better to leave you to Zhao Gang. Qin Yu said without mercy. When she heard Qin Yu's words, Su Yan could not hold back her fury any longer. She pointed her finger at Qin Yu and cursed, Qin Yu, you really are shameless. Have you forgotten how you used to kiss up to me? Just because I was a fool before doesn't mean I'm a fool now. Qin Yu said in an emotionless voice. Su Yan said through gritted teeth, Qin Yu, aren't you just a freeloader? You're a loser who has only relied on women all his life. We'll see how long you can keep this cocky act up. Sun Yumei could not help but feel slightly annoyed that it was impossible to reconcile the two at this point. Feeling defeated, Sun Yumei also changed her attitude and scolded, Su Yan is right. You're a total loser who will stay a loser for the rest of your life. As expected, a leopard never changes its spots. Fortunately, Qin Yu did not give a hoot anymore. He said coldly, get out. Get out immediately. Su Yan crossed her arms and snickered as she said, you have the nerve to curse at me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have the Yan family to protect you. Remember how Lei Hu beat you up last time? I can get Zhao Gang to call Lei Hu to beat you up again. Chapter 26, Make a Bet. Su Yan glared at Qin Yu, confident that the mention of Lei Hu would intimidate Qin Yu. Qin Yu nearly burst out laughing. Lei Hu was standing right next to him. Lei Hu also felt puzzled. How did the conversation lead to him? What, are you afraid? Too late for that. When she saw that Qin Yu did not say anything, Su Yan thought she had successfully intimidated Qin Yu. Scared? Su Yan taunted. Qin Yu could not help but snicker. Afraid of what? Afraid that Lei Hu will trouble me. Qin Yu asked in return. Su Yan said proudly, that's right, Qin Yu. This is Zhang Cheng. The Yan family, no matter how formidable they are, can't possibly extend their influence here. If you still want to stay in Zhangcheng, behave. Qin Yu paid no attention to Su Yan, but turned his head to Lei Hu and said, Mr. Lei, are you going to trouble me? Lei Hu hurriedly shook his head and smiled, Mr. Qin, you must be joking. I'm here to ask for your help, so how could I possibly have the nerve to trouble you? Qin Yu glanced at Su Yan and said with a sneer, did you hear that? Su Yan was stunned as she sized up Lei Hu and muttered, who are you? Did I tell you to answer? Before Lei Hu could say anything, Lance could not help but interject, he's brother Hu, Lei Hu. When she heard this, Su Yan's expression changed dramatically. You are Lei Hu. Su Yan gulped and looked extremely embarrassed. Lei Hu said in a cold voice, do you think I'm joking with you? Do you need me to call Zhao Gang? Su Yan shook her head quickly and said, no. No need, brother Hu, I'm just kidding. Excuse me, I'll leave now. With that, Su Yan dragged Sun Yumei with her and fled. When they were gone, Lei Hu tentatively asked, Mr. Qin, do you want me to deal with those two? Qin Yu shook his head. No need. I don't want to waste any time on them. When Lei Hu heard this, he did not push the matter anymore. After some thought, Lei Hu spoke up with a sly grin, Mr. Qin, I would like to say one more thing. Sometimes, I think you're too soft-hearted. To put it nicely, it's indecisiveness, but to put it bluntly, it's timidity. I hope you're not offended. Lei Hu's words reminded Qin Yu of something. He stared at Lei Hu as he nodded and said, all right, thank you for the reminder. I will keep it in mind. Yan family manor. Yan Ruoxiu was sitting in the courtyard and having tea with Uncle Wu. It was already the third day that Uncle Wu has been in Zhangcheng. Ruoxiu, it looks like you're in for a disappointment. I'm in good health. Uncle Wu chuckled lightly as he moved his arms and legs freely. Yan Ruoxiu looked at Uncle Wu and said, there's no need to rush to a judgment of the situation. Uncle Wu frowned and sighed, Ruoxiu, the Yan family is one of the top gentries in the country. I really don't know what you see in Qin Yu. Sometimes, falling in love with someone is an instantaneous thing, Yan Ruoxiu replied softly. When Qin Yu was mentioned, Yan Ruoxiu's eyes seemed to sparkle, and a smile broke her cold countenance. Uncle Wu said with a light snort, "Ruoxiu, I'm afraid you've misjudged the man. I've already had someone check him out. He is nearly 30 years old and he has no achievements whatsoever. To put it nicely, he is an ordinary person, but to put it bluntly, he is a loser." Uncle Wu said with a snort. Yan Ruoxiu's eyes filled with discontent. She set down the cup of tea in her hand and said in a gentle voice, "Uncle Wu, people in high-ranking positions are well-versed and perceptive. Are you aware that 90% of the people in the vast Yan country are ordinary? Do you know that 90% of the people in Pyro are ordinary? Are they all losers? From my point of view, if a man is willing to be responsible, he is worthy of praise and recognition regardless of his mediocrity." She left Uncle Wu speechless. "That's true, but you're out of Qin Yu's league. Everything he has comes from you and the Yan family. If you leave Zhongchen, Qin Yu won't be able to survive longer than 2 days, Uncle Wu said in a cold voice. When she heard this, Yan Ruoxiu simply laughed. "Do you really think a city as small as Zhongchen is enough to stop him?" Yan Ruoxiu raised her eyebrows. Uncle Wu snorted and retorted, "He's a loser, so why do you say that he can't be stopped?" Yan Ruoxiu pondered over it and said, "How about this, Uncle Wu, I'll make a bet with you. In a month, Qin Yu will definitely impress you. Beyond the small city of Zhongchen, and even beyond Chuzhou, there is no one who can rival him." Chapter 27, Flustered Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu burst into laughter and said, "Ruoxiu, do you truly believe this? If you do, don't help him. We'll see what he can accomplish without your assistance." The reason Uncle Wu targeted Qin Yu so aggressively was not only because he did not like Qin Yu, but also because he had a personal agenda. The reason was that his late friend's son has been in love with Yan Ruoxiu for many years, but Yan Ruoxiu always remained apathetic towards his affections. However, Yan Ruoxiu suddenly showed such interest in an ordinary man who had been married once. It was no wonder that he was upset. Yan Ruoxiu remained quiet for some time, then laughed lightly and said, "Uncle Wu, I won't show mercy to anyone who tries to harm him." Yan Ruoxiu's tone was calm, but a layer of threat was weaved into her voice. This was targeted at Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu was no fool. He understood what Yan Ruoxiu was suggesting. He snorted and said, "It seems that you also think Qin Yu is no match for Shen Tian. Otherwise, why would you not have the guts to give them a fair fight?" Shen Tian was the son of Uncle Wu's old friend. Hearing this, Yan Ruoxiu could not help but laugh. "So you're referring to Shen Tian?" "I can agree to that," Yan Ruoxiu said with a shake of her head. Uncle Wu froze and hastily asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Yan Ruoxiu replied with a smile. "Indeed, Qin Yu isn't on par with the gentries in Jingdu, but when it comes to Shen Tian, he can become a stepping stone for Qin Yu." Yan Ruoxiu sneered. This comment infuriated Uncle Wu. He scolded, "You look down on Shen Tian that much? Well, I'd like to see what Qin Yu can do against Shen Tian." After saying that, Uncle Wu turned his head and was ready to leave. "Uncle Wu, the time isn't up yet, so please pay attention to your health," Yan Ruoxiu reminded. Uncle Wu stopped in his tracks and sneered, "I'm in good health, so Qin Yu doesn't have to worry about it." After making this remark, Uncle Wu got into the car and set off back to Chuzhou. "You will come back soon to beg him for help," Yan Ruoxiu murmured in a low voice. Qin Yu was at home and was searching through the memories in his mind. The inheritance left behind by his father was a genuine treasure trove. Other than relying on spiritual energy and pills, the other method is the formation, Qin Yu mused. Nowadays, spiritual energy has become extremely scarce, especially in the city. Qin Yu had to use a formation to congregate all the spiritual energy in his surroundings into a single place. By doing so, Qin Yu's cultivation method's speed increased significantly. However, With Qin Yu's current skills, setting up formation was almost impossible. Qin Yu took a deep breath and murmured, "I will rise to the top for sure." Throughout Qin Yu's life, no one ever had any faith in him, nor did anyone ever give him any encouragement. Yet, Yan Ruoxiu believed in him so much, so Qin Yu did not want to disappoint her. At nightfall, Qin Yu left the Dragon Paradise Villa's neighborhood and came to the foot of a mountain. This place had mountains and rivers, and the population was sparse compared to that of the city, so the spiritual energy was much more concentrated. "This is it." Qin Yu sat down next to a small stream. After that, he closed his eyes as he started to take in the spiritual energy in his surroundings. As he breathed in and out, the spiritual energy around him began to slowly coalesce. With Qin Yu at the center, the spiritual energy formed a small vortex. If someone passed by, they would be able to feel a slight breeze. On the other hand, Uncle Wu's car was slowly departing from Zhongcheng. "Humph, I'd like to see what Qin Yu is capable of doing," Uncle Wu said indignantly. The man beside him said with a forced smile, "Mr. Wu, Qin Yu is indeed a nobody, but if you anger the Yan family because of him, things would be bad." Uncle Wu waved his hand and said, "I have a sense of discretion. Now that the Shen family has been informed of this, I believe it won't take long before Shen Tian arrives in Zhongcheng. Shen Tian is far more outstanding than Qin Yu in many ways. I believe it won't take long before Qin Yu backs off." In Uncle Wu's opinion, Qin Yu was simply no match for Shen Tian. As he was talking, Uncle Wu suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Although it was fleeting, Uncle Wu could not resist the urge to cough. "Looks like I'll have to smoke less in the future." Uncle Wu did not think much about it and assumed it was because he had been smoking too many cigarettes recently. The instant he put out his cigarette, the stabbing pain struck his heart again. But this time, the pain was even more intense. Uncle Wu covered his chest and said with a frown, What's happening?" Before he could react, the pain struck again. It felt like a million arrows had gone through his heart, which stung and itched at the same time. An agonized expression appeared on Uncle Wu's face as he covered his chest and said with difficulty, "No. Oh no," he was instantly reminded of Qin Yu's cautionary words. "Return to Zhongcheng immediately." Uncle Wu shouted in a hurry. Chapter 28, Miserable Uncle Wu. As much as Uncle Wu did not want to believe it, the excruciating pain in his body was unbearable. Uncle Wu was driven to the hospital. However, the doctor's examination at the hospital proved fruitless. The medical practitioners could not find out the root cause of his pain. All tests showed that Uncle Wu's bodily functions were normal. How can this be? Uncle Wu wore a gloomy expression, and the constant pain was making him sweat profusely. This made him think of Qin Yu again. Drive to the Yan family's manor. Even though Uncle Wu did not want to believe it, his pain made it impossible for him to think about anything else. The car quickly drove towards the Yan family's manor. Yan Ruoxiu sat in the manor sipping tea while enjoying the evening breeze. "Miss Yan, isn't it rather unwise to fall out with Mr. Wu over Qin Yu?" The secretary couldn't resist cautioning her. Yan Ruoxiu gave him a look and said with a smile, "Why is it unwise? He is the one who will suffer a loss, not me." The secretary said with a sigh, "Although you are trying to protect Qin Yu, acting this way will only make Mr. Wu detest Qin Yu even more. It might even bring him some trouble. Without trouble, how can he grow?" Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. "Moreover, Uncle Wu will return," Yan Ruoxiu said calmly while looking towards the door. As soon as the words left her mouth, Uncle Wu's car pulled up in the driveway. "See, he's already back." A confident smile formed on Yan Ruoxiu's lips. She put down the teacup in her hand and took the initiative to welcome him. "Uncle Wu, what brings you back again?" Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. Uncle Wu covered his chest and said in agony, "Ruoxiu, hurry. Hurry up and tell Qin Yu to come and see me. Hurry up, Yan Ruoxiu was not fazed and said with a casual smile, "Uncle Wu, isn't it rude to ask Qin Yu to come over when you're one asking for help?" Uncle Wu's expression changed. He was aware that Yan Ruoxiu was deliberately giving him a hard time. However, he had no other choice. Uncle Wu could only plead in agony, "I believe in him now. Can you bring me to see him please? That's too much to ask." Yan Ruoxiu did not look anxious at all. Uncle Wu said in agony, "Hurry up. I really can't take the pain anymore." Yan Ruoxiu simply wanted to teach Uncle Wu a lesson and did not actually mean him any harm. She immediately brought Uncle Wu to the Dragon Paradise Villa. They arrived at Qin Yu's house, but after looking around, they could not find Qin Yu anywhere. "Where is he?" Uncle Wu asked impatiently. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head and said, "I have no idea. I'll call him." Yan Ruoxiu took out her cell phone and called Qin Yu. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's phone was turned off. "It's turned off," Yan Ruoxiu said in a defeated tone. Uncle Wu's expression became very unpleasant. He felt like he could faint at any moment from the excruciating pain. "Quickly find him!" Uncle Wu shouted frantically. "Yes, Mr. Wu." Uncle Wu's men hurriedly ran out. However, despite searching the entire Zhongcheng, they could not find Qin Yu. This made Uncle Wu feel extremely frustrated. He said bitterly, "What can we do?" The man working under him said indignantly, "Qin Yu must have done this on purpose. He's really a scoundrel." Yan Ruoxiu glanced at him and said with a grim snicker, "You guys didn't believe in him at all, yet you expected him to wait foolishly for you at home." Uncle Wu's men were at a loss for words. Qin Yu did not come back the entire night. In that night alone, Uncle Wu passed out from pain a total of 3 times. The pain intensified with every passing second. It was only in the wee hours of the morning did Qin Yu open his eyes. There is still not enough spiritual energy. Qin Yu frowned. He had practically sucked all the spiritual energy in his surroundings, but he was still unable to reach the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. In the future, cultivation will probably become increasingly difficult, Qin Yu said with a sigh. He washed up briefly before heading home. When he arrived home, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. When Qin Yu saw the guests at his home, he was surprised. "Miss Yan, Uncle Wu. Why in the world are the both of you here?" Qin Yu exclaimed in shock. Before Yan Ruoxiu could say anything, Uncle Wu's men shouted angrily, "Where the h*ll have you been? We've been waiting for you for the whole night." Qin Yu frowned with displeasure. "I went out to attend to some business," Qin Yu replied with an impassive expression. "What business can you possibly have?" the man said through clenched teeth. When he heard these words, the anger in Qin Yu's heart intensified. "If not for Ruoxiu, I definitely would not let you off the hook. Quickly treat me," Uncle Wu said furiously while glaring at him. Qin Yu gave him a cold look and said, "Really? To tell you the truth, I only address you as Uncle Wu for Ruoxiu's sake. If not, you would be nothing to me. Your status and identity have nothing to do with me. As for treating your illness, I'm tired now and don't want to wait on you, so please get out of my house right now," Qin Yu said in a cold voice. Chapter 29, I refuse to treat him. Chapter 29, I refuse to treat him. Everyone froze when they heard what Qin Yu said. Even Yan Ruoxiu looked at Qin Yu in astonishment. As far as she could remember, Qin Yu was a person who rarely lost his temper. However, Yan Ruoxiu immediately laughed out loud. It appeared that she was extremely pleased with Qin Yu's reaction. "Brat, what did you just say?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu immediately went into a fit of anger. The man under his command stepped forward and said in a cold tone of voice, "Do you know who Mr. Wu is? How dare you talk to him in that way?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu eyed them indifferently and retorted, "I told you that his status and position have nothing to do with me. Originally, I warned him about his ailment out of the goodness of my heart, but your entitled attitude disgusts me. I refuse to treat him, so scram. Upon hearing this, the man under Uncle Wu's command was instantly enraged. He took a step forward as he warned in a cold voice, "Treat Mr. Wu right now or I'll kill you." "Is that so?" Qin Yu shouted. He decided to strike first and punched him in the face. This punch sent the man flying. The impact even caused one of his teeth to fall out of his mouth. "You!" He glared at Qin Yu in rage. "Go back and train properly before you run your mouth," Qin Yu warned in a cold tone of voice. With that, Qin Yu turned and walked back into the house. With a bang, he slammed the door shut. There was dead silence. Uncle Wu's expression made it clear that he was feeling indignant. However, because of the pain, he could only compromise. "Ruoxiu, is this the way one should treat their elders?" Uncle Wu took a deep breath and said. Yan Ruoxiu laughed and said, "Uncle Wu, now that you are the one begging others for help, you shouldn't act so cocky and condescending." "I won't interfere in what happens between you guys," Yan Ruoxiu said with indifference. To prove her point, she got into the car and left the place. Uncle Wu's face contorted in pain as he covered his chest in agony. However, Qin Yu paid no heed to the man. Time passed by quickly. An hour came and went in the blink of an eye. Eventually, Uncle Wu could not stand it anymore. He went forward with difficulty and knocked on Qin Yu's door. He said in agony, "Qin Yu, I was rude. Let me apologize to you." There was silence in the room. Uncle Wu said in anguish, "Qin Yu, please just help me out. I really can't take it anymore, it's my fault for being so full of myself, just help me for Ruoxiu's sake." Before Uncle Wu could finish his sentence, the door opened. Qin Yu stood in the doorway with a pill in his hand. "Take this pill and you will feel better." Qin Yu tossed him a black, ugly pill. Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu hurriedly picked up the pill and carefully examined it. The pill was extremely unattractive and resembled sheep's poop. This led Uncle Wu to believe that Qin Yu was purposely toying with him. "Qin Yu, are you certain that this can treat my illness?" Uncle Wu said hesitantly. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you don't believe me, you can throw it away," Qin Yu replied coldly. The younger man closed the door again and went back to the room. Uncle Wu stared at the pill. Even though he had doubts, he could barely think properly due to the pain. He decided to take a leap of faith. Uncle Wu put the pill into his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his body, Uncle Wu felt a rush of heat. The heat wandered through his body before congregating at his heart. Very quickly, the pain at his heart began to subside. In the span of a few minutes, Uncle Wu discovered to his amazement that the piercing pain in his heart had vanished completely. Uncle Wu touched his chest in astonishment. "I can't believe it. I'm cured." Who in the world was Qin Yu? How could he have such excellent medical skills? Could it be that what Yan Ruoxiu said was true? "If you don't need anything else, you guys may leave now." Qin Yu's voice sounded from the room. At this moment, Qin Yu did not have any good feeling towards Uncle Wu. If not for Yan Ruoxiu's sake, he would not have helped the old man at all. Uncle Wu opened his mouth but no sound came out. Instead, he simply shook his head. "Mr. Wu, your illness must have been this kid's doing. Otherwise, how could the hospital not be able to diagnose your pain? Furthermore, how is it possible that you became better just by taking a pill?" The person under Uncle Wu's command accused Qin Yu relentlessly. Chapter 30, Chuzhu's Shentian. After he started refining his cultivation methods, Qin Yu's sense of hearing had improved tremendously. Although the two men outside his room spoke in a low voice, Qin Yu could hear them clearly. Uncle Wu's subordinate looked at Uncle Wu expectantly. He seemed to be waiting for his answer. Uncle Wu looked in the direction of Qin Yu's room and did not say a word. After a long time, Uncle Wu waved his hand and said, "Let's return to Chuzhu." After this incident, Uncle Wu's impression of Qin Yu had changed. But he also had his suspicions. "Mr. Wu, you can't just let this slide. How about I secretly help Shen Tian?" Uncle Wu's subordinate suggested. Uncle Wu remained quiet for a moment before waving his hand. "From now on, I won't interfere in what happens between Qin Yu and Shen Tian," Uncle Wu said with a sigh. "But Mr. Wu, say no more." Uncle Wu waved his hand and cut him off. When Uncle Wu departed, Qin Yu began formulating his plan. Right now, the most important thing was to earn money because he could not be dependent on Yan Ruoxiu for everything. As he sat in the room, he began to concoct the soul nourishment pill. Although it was easy to make this kind of pill, it had tremendous benefits for the human body. Nowadays, many people's health are deteriorated by alcohol and sex. Although they may seem physically fit, they were actually unhealthy inside. The soul nourishment pill was the perfect remedy for the body. It took Qin Yu the entire day to make the pill. Aside from the soul nourishment pill, Qin Yu also concocted a special aquarime pill for Yan Ruoxiu. This aquarime pill alone took Qin Yu 3 hours to make. The herbs used to make the aquarime pill were carefully selected by Qin Yu, who chose the best ones from the batch of herbs he had. "I've never given a gift to Miss Yan, so this will be my small token of appreciation," Qin Yu thought. He headed to the dollar store and bought a wooden box to put the aquarime pill in. Afterwards, Qin Yu grabbed the aquarime pill and rushed towards the Yan family's manor. When he arrived at Yan Ruoxiu's house, Yan Ruoxiu was on the phone. When she saw Qin Yu, Yan Ruoxiu hung up immediately and said with surprise, "Qin Yu, what are you doing here?" Qin Yu grinned wryly and said, "I'm here to apologize." "Apologize? Apologize for what?" Astonishment was visible in Yan Ruoxiu's beautiful eyes. Qin Yu replied sheepishly, "I shouldn't have ignored your request this morning." When she heard this, Yan Ruoxiu let out a snort of laughter. She rolled her eyes and said, "Idiot, why would I blame you for that? Instead, if you didn't stand up for yourself, then I really would have despised you." "Really?" Qin Yu said in astonishment. "Absolutely," Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. "Qin Yu, I much prefer it when you act like yourself instead of putting up with others because you are too concerned about what they think," Yan Ruoxiu said earnestly. Qin Yu became increasingly smitten with Yan Ruoxiu. He did not know if it was because of his social class, but Qin Yu had never met a girl like Yan Ruoxiu before. "All right." Qin Yu nodded eagerly. Just as he was about to take out his aquarime pill, the sudden rumbling of an engine caught his attention. When he glanced over his shoulder, he saw a Lamborghini sports car parked outside. A tall young man with bleached hair stepped out of the car. The young man was 6 feet tall with a muscular body. He wore a crisp, clean suit that made him look like a handsome man straight out of a TV show. In comparison, Qin Yu seemed a little dwarfed. This young man was none other than Shen Tian from Chuzhu. Shen Tian walked into the house and quickly made his way to Yan Ruoxiu. "Miss Yan, why didn't you tell me you were in Chuzhu?" Shen Tian said with a passionate look on his face. "Why would I tell you?" Yan Ruoxiu, however, did not show any interest in him. Her response made Shen Tian feel awkward. He let out a cough before saying, "I heard that you've been getting close to a young man named Qin Yu recently. To be honest, I'm curious as to what kind of a man he is for him to catch Miss Yan's eye." "I am Qin Yu." Qin Yu stepped forward. Shen Tian sized up Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Really? You are Qin Yu?" "It's true," Qin Yu responded with an impassive expression on his face. Shen Tian could barely suppress his urge to laugh. This short guy in front of him was his rival? Despite his condescending thoughts, Shen Tian still politely extended his hand and said, "Hello." Qin Yu immediately extended his hand to shake his. "Hello," Qin Yu greeted impassively. The moment their hands touched, Qin Yu felt an immense force squeezing his hand. Shen Tian had a taunting look on his face. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. He smirked coldly in response. In the next moment, Shen Tian's expression began to change. From amusement, it swiftly became one of astonishment, rage, and panic. Shen Tian felt as if his hand was grabbed by an iron vice. He feared that his bones were about to break. Chapter 31, Treat a radish like it's ginseng. Shen Tian's face was red up to his ears as he struggled to pull his hand away. But Qin Yu's grip was as tight as an iron vice and Shen Tian's hand was stuck. Realizing that Shen Tian had scrunched up his face, Qin Yu asked in a concerned tone, "Mr. Shen, what's the matter? Why are you grimacing? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Qin Yu's words made Shen Tian's blood boil. "Why are you not speaking? Mr. Shen, I am something of a medical practitioner myself. Why don't I take a look at your condition?" Qin Yu offered flippantly. Let go of me." Shen Tian roared in rage. "Ah! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Yu acted like he had an epiphany and released his clutch. Qin Yu's sudden release caused Shen Tian's body to lose balance. The taller man took several steps backwards in an attempt to stabilize himself. But he ended up plunking onto the ground, landing heavily on his backside. "Mr. Shen, what's going on? Are you all right?" Qin Yu pretended to be worried and came over to help him up. Shen Tian shoved Qin Yu's hand away and scolded, "Are you treating me like a fool? Whoa! Mr. Shen, where did this even come from?" "I don't understand what you are talking about," Qin Yu noted with a smug. "Why, you little..." Shen Tian gritted his teeth. He drew in a deep breath in an attempt to calm his nerves. "I'm not gonna stoop to your level and argue with you." Considering that Yan Ruoxiu was with them, Shen Tian replaced his angry expression with a gentle smile. Qin Yu, too, did not want to bother bickering with the likes of Shen Tian. So, he took out his aquarime pill and presented it to Yan Ruoxiu. "Miss Yan, we've known each other for some time already, yet I never had the opportunity to give you a present. This is my token of appreciation. I hope that you will accept it." Qin Yu handed the box to Yan Ruoxiu. Before Yan Ruoxiu accept the gift, Shen Tian could be heard jeering, "What's with that shabby-looking box? Did you get it from the flea market? Judging from its appearance, it costs only $100 at most." "Nonsense." Qin Yu shot Shen Tian a glare and continued, "I got this from the dollar store." Shen Tian snickered, "Wow. That's really generous of you, Mr. Qin. To think that you had the guts to give Miss Yan a tacky gift like that. Are you insulting her? On the contrary, I like this." Yan Ruoxiu stretched her hand to receive the gift box. "Thanks a lot, Qin Yu. I really love it," Yan Ruoxiu murmured as she grinned from ear to ear. Shen Tian glowered angrily at the sight of Yan Ruoxiu's unexpected happiness. "Miss Yan, I brought you a gift as well," Shen Tian declared in a supercilious tone. "I heard rumors that you have been procuring medicinal herbs lately. After searching high and low in Chuzhou with my connections, I finally found a ginseng root that is over 100 years old." Shen Tian took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Yan Ruoxiu. Yan Ruoxiu took the gift box with an impassive look. Upon seeing that, Shen Tian felt a little disappointed. But he was not a quitter. He asked, "Miss Yan, don't you want to take a look at it? Is there a need for that?" Yan Ruoxiu declined euphemistically. "Miss Yan, I think you should at least take a peek," Qin Yu suggested enthusiastically. A ginseng root that was over 100 years old was considered a sacred treasure to Qin Yu. If Qin Yu were to attain one for himself, he could easily reach the third or even the fourth level of the qi refining stage. "All right." Yan Ruoxiu nodded. With that, she opened the sandalwood box. A ginseng root could be seen inside of it. "Look, dude. This is what you call a gift. Even the box itself is beyond your purchasing power, let alone the ginseng root inside, Shen Tian bragged with a snobbish attitude. Taking a glance at the ginseng, Qin Yu remarked, my gift may not be extravagant, but it is a sincere one at the very least. Very unlike you, who calls a radish a ginseng root, yet still feels proud of himself. Mr. Shen, should I consider you uneducated, or are you perhaps trying to fool Miss Yan? Color drained from Shen Tian's face, and he exclaimed, what do you mean? What do I mean, you say? Qin Yu grabbed the ginseng root. This is just an ordinary ginseng root that was artificially cultivated. Its medicinal effect is comparable to that of a regular radish. If the seller deceived you, then I could only say that you were ignorant. But if you did it on purpose, then you are essentially conning Miss Yan. Beads of cold sweats formed on Shen Tian's forehead as Qin Yu let out a volley of remarks. Chapter 32, 10 million. Needless to say, Shen Tian already knew that it was an ordinary ginseng root. To him, there was no difference between a century-old ginseng root and a normal one. He believed it was all a mass marketing fraud. With this mindset, he went to a random herbal pharmacy, purchased a regular ginseng root, and then kept it in an exquisite box. It never crossed his mind that Qin Yu would reveal his trick. What nonsense are you babbling about? Shen Tian stammered in panic. Miss Yan, please don't listen to him. He's trying to defame me, Shen Tian defended himself as he turned to look at Yan Ruoxiu. Upon seeing that, Yan Ruoxiu heaved a long sigh. She looked disappointed while holding the ginseng root in her hand. At that, Shen Tian wiped off his sweat and tried to redeem himself. Miss Yan, I really didn't know that it was fake. Please, let me explain. Disregarding Shen Tian, Yan Ruoxiu turned to Qin Yu and said, well, I guess I should throw it away then. Yan Ruoxiu threw the ginseng root into the trash can. Being poor is not a problem. The problem arises when you try to pass a counterfeit item as genuine. The mere thought of it is revolting, Yan Ruoxiu criticized. Shen Tian was rooted to the ground as his face reddened. His shoulders were quivering. It was unclear whether the tremble was due to anger or humiliation. Looking at Yan Ruoxiu, Qin Yu flashed a smile on his face. Shen Tian gave Qin Yu a death glare, as if he would swallow the latter like a python. I need to tend to a few things. Please make yourself comfortable, Yan Ruoxiu said suddenly. She then went up to the second floor, her secretary following closely behind. There was a surveillance room on the second floor. Yan Ruoxiu was sitting before the monitors that played the live feed from the surveillance cameras. She was eager to see how the scene would play out downstairs. Miss Yan, there's something that I don't understand. The secretary was confused. Don't you think that you were being a little too merciless toward Shen Tian? The secretary questioned in an upset tone. Yan Ruoxiu's smile only broadened. She raised her head, stared at her secretary, and clarified, do you seriously think that Shen Tian likes me? People of his caliber don't usually like someone as an individual, but are rather in love with their family. The secretary furrowed his brows and queried, I know that you favor Qin Yu. But why are you making enemies for him? This will only cause more conflict between Qin Yu and Shen Tian. Yan Ruoxiu took a sip of tea and replied, as I mentioned, Shen Tian is nothing but a stepping stone for Qin Yu's growth. That's all there is to it. Shen Tian would have gone mad if he heard Yan Ruoxiu's words. On the first floor, Shen Tian gave Qin Yu a dark look. He stopped putting up an act and revealed his true, hideous self. Qin Yu, you are really something else, I'll give you that. To think that you succeeded in winning the heart of Jingdu's famous ice queen, Shen Tian commented. Qin Yu let out a laugh and mocked, I'm nothing like you. I do not pull any tricks, unlike you. I've been treating her with sincerity. That's it? Shen Tian snorted, Qin Yu, please stop flattering yourself. You are not that noble. You are only getting close to Yan Ruoxiu for her wealth and status. How does it feel like to live off a woman? For her wealth and status? Qin Yu raised his brows before replying sharply. Shen Tian, you are stealing my line. As far as I know, your family is not on the same level as her family. Tell me, why are you acting so ingratiating towards the Yan family? Shen Tian immediately scowled at Qin Yu after hearing the latter's remarks. Shen Tian took a step forward and bellowed, Qin Yu, you are just a commoner in my eyes. A vermin that I could easily destroy with a mere trample. Without the backing of the Yan family, you are nothing. Who are you without the Shen family's financial support? Qin Yu asked. Shen Tian chortled, listen carefully, Qin Yu. I was a gifted child at a very young age. My father sent me to the Chuzhu region for training when I was 8. At age 14, I was sent overseas to further my studies. At age 21, I've already owned all right. That's enough, Qin Yu interrupted Shen Tian's words. Quit flaunting your inconsequential achievements. I'm tired of listening. Qin Yu wagged his hand. Why, you little. Shen Tian flushed with rage. Gritting his teeth, he warned, hey dork, you would be better off staying away from Miss Yan. I swear you will suffer the consequences of my wrath if you get any closer. Qin Yu riposted, I'm looking forward to it. Yan Ruoxiu witnessed the entire exchange on the second floor. A faint smile played on her lips as she pondered about what had happened. Qin Yu headed straight home after leaving the Yan family's manor. There were about 20 soul nourishment pills at his abode. After some consideration, Qin Yu decided to pass these pills to Lei Hu and let him sell them. It was something that could benefit the man. With that, Qin Yu made a phone call to Lei Hu. Around half an hour later, Lei Hu's car came to a stop in front of the villa's main door. Lance had followed Lei Hu to Qin Yu's residence. Mr. Qin, how may I help you? Lei Hu asked, trying to curry favor with Qin Yu. Qin Yu crooked his fingers towards the pills on the table and explained, this pill is called the soul nourishing pill. It basically strengthens and nourishes our bodies. There are only 20 of them in the market. Yes, they are all here. Glancing at the black pills on the table, Lei Hu could not figure out what Qin Yu was trying to imply at that moment. Qin Yu continued, take these pills with you and sell them. I'll collect only 50,000 per pill from you. There is no price ceiling for this product, so you can decide how much you want to mark up the price. The real value of the soul nourishment pill undoubtedly exceeded 50,000 each. Qin Yu sold them at such an affordable price so that Lei Hu could make a windfall for himself. However, Lei Hu had a grumpy look on his face as he thought. What? He is asking for $50,000 for one random black pill? Isn't this daylight robbery? Mr. Qin. Isn't 50,000 slightly overpriced? Lei Hu asked tentatively. Shooting him a look, Qin Yu remarked, Mr. Lei, this is a good deal for you. Lei Hu's expression immediately changed, as if an epiphany occurred to him. Despite being reluctant, he paid the money for it without making a fuss. For 20 pills, he paid a total of 10 million in cash. After getting into the car, Lei Hu lambasted, I never expected Qin Yu to be such an unscrupulous person. What are these stupid pills, anyway? Is he crazy? Why is he selling these things for 50,000 each? Lance frowned and asked, Brother Hu, why did you agree to it? Lei Hu snorted, you have no idea. These pills are just a facade. His real motive is to leech off me. It's a common tactic used by big shots. Upon realization, Lance mumbled, did Qin Yu think that he is invincible now that he has the Yan family backing him? Lei Hu heaved a long sigh. Men like us must keep a good rapport with people from all walks of life. Otherwise, things can get out of hand anytime. He might look glamorous on the outside, but Lei Hu was constantly living life on a tightrope. Brother Hu, should we throw these pills away? Lance questioned. Lei Hu took a pill and put it inside his mouth. Then he snorted, "We will look for some suckers and make them buy these things from us, just like what Qin Yu did to us." Similar to how Lei Hu did not dare to reject Qin Yu, there were people who did not dare to refuse him either. To Lei Hu, this was just how hierarchy works. Chapter 33, The Challenge of Shen Tian. After Lei Hu consumed a pill himself, he separated the remaining pills into two. He sold the first half to those who were asking favors from him. As for the second half, he gave them to the big shots in Zhongcheng as gifts. Although the pills were inferior, the name of the Yan family was significant. As someone who has been living on the streets for a long time, Lei Hu had countless ways to get rid of the pills. That night, Lei Hu got it on with his arm candy as usual, and his physical condition was exceptional. After Lei Hu was done, he rubbed his chin in thought while lying in bed. Could it be the work of that pill? The following day, many people were already gathering in Lei Hu's house when he got out of bed. The crowd was made up of Jiangqing's entrepreneurs and some elites. They all had one thing in common: they had all consumed the soul nourishment pill. They jumped to their feet the moment Lei Hu came into sight. "Brother Hu, do you still have the pill from yesterday? I'm willing to pay 1 million for it." "Brother Hu, a friend of mine from Chuzhou wants that pill as well. Acquire a few for me, and the project in Chenxi will be yours." "Brother Hu, you must keep at least one of those pills for me." Lei Hu was stupefied by the scene before his eyes. He was over the moon. "All right, sure. Don't worry, everyone. The supply of pills is sufficient." Lei Hu was exhilarated as he did not expect the pills Qin Yu gave him to have such magical effects. That day, Lei Hu scuttled towards Qin Yu's house. "Mr. Qin, do you still have the soul nourishment pill from yesterday? I want as many as possible," Lei Hu requested in jubilation. Looking at Lei Hu's reaction, Qin Yu nodded. Clearly, the soul nourishment pill was more popular than he expected. "Come and get them a few days later. However, there will be an increase in price this time. I will be selling it at 1 million each," Qin Yu answered in a deep voice. Lei Hu's lips twitched upon hearing that. Even though it was a little costly, it was still within an acceptable range. Lei Hu agreed to the deal without hesitation. "Speaking of which, is there any way that I can procure high-quality medicinal herbs?" Qin Yu queried. "High-quality medicinal herbs?" Lei Hu squeezed his brows together. After some thought, he continued, "Mr. Qin, you can try your luck at the auction in Nanjing. I heard that one of the rarest items in previous months was a 100-year-old Chinese knotweed." "An auction?" Qin Yu raised his brows. After mulling over it, he nodded. "Okay. Got it?" Qin Yu had a stack of 10 million at hand. The auction was definitely worth a visit. The technique and medicinal herbs required to refine the soul nourishment pill were straightforward and ordinary. Or else, it would have been arduous for Qin Yu to mass-produce them. With that, the funding issues were solved temporarily. At dusk, Yan Ruoxiu made a phone call to Qin Yu. Noticing her call, Qin Yu hurriedly picked up. "Miss Yan, why are you calling me all of a sudden?" Qin Yu asked in bliss. Yan Ruoxiu replied, "Shen Tian is holding a business party. He invited me over, but I don't feel like going. Do you want to go in my stead?" "You want me to go?" Qin Yu was stunned and confused. Qin Yu hated Shen Tian's guts. He was quite reluctant to attend the party, nor did he want to see the younger man. "Why? Are you afraid?" Yan Ruoxiu bantered, seeing that Qin Yu remained taciturn. Qin Yu forced a smile. "Of course not. It's just that, giving up on your first test." Yan Ruoxiu teased. "Test?" Qin Yu immediately agreed when he heard that word. "Okay. I'll go. Tell me the time and venue." Yan Ruoxiu's mouth curved into a smile. 7 in the evening at Riverside Villa. "Okay. I'll be there on time." Qin Yu said. Since it was a test for him, Qin Yu would not let Yan Ruoxiu down. Besides, Qin Yu was relatively curious to know the ways of distinguished individuals. At nightfall, Qin Yu took a taxi and headed towards Riverside Villa. Riverside Villa was situated in the suburbs. Naturally, the landscape around that area was breathtaking. There was also a long, flowing river before the villa's main entrance. By the time Qin Yu arrived at the destination, the place was already packed to the brim. Although it was titled a business party, it was, in fact, a cocktail party. There was an array of luxury cars parked outside the main entrance. Among them were the likes of Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other high-end vehicles like Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and so on. The taxi that Qin Yu came with looked out of place. Qin Yu raised his brows the moment he got out of the car. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He had picked up on a wealth of spiritual energy in this area. He did not expect the concentration of spiritual energy in nature to be so high here. It was even higher than that of the mountain base. This is a great location. Euphoria was written all over his face. The cocktail party at the villa was already in full swing. Many young girls in revealing clothing were tipsy and were dancing sloppily. Read My Rich Wife online. Read My Rich Wife Chapter 34 online. Chapter 34, The Cocktail Party of the Rich Kids. Staring at the clamorous crowd, Qin Yu furrowed his brows. He was not fond of such an environment, so he searched for a desolate place and sat down. Qin Yu then closed his eyes and began his breathing exercises. The concentration of spiritual energy around this area was relatively high, so Qin Yu would never miss the opportunity to take in as much qi as possible. At that time, Zhao Gang and Su Yan, who were invited to the cocktail party, arrived at the venue. "Honey, I heard that the person hosting this cocktail party is some big shot. Shen Tian from Chuzhu, I think. Is he someone outstanding?" Su Yan whispered. Zhao Gang snorted, "Would you listen to yourself? The Shen family is considered the elite among the elites in Chuzhu. They are leagues apart from us." Upon hearing that, Su Yan started contemplating. "How do they compare with the Yan family?" Su Yan asked. Zhao Gang frowned a little and heaved a sigh. "The Yan family is from Jingdu. So, do you still think they are on the same level?" Zhao Gang shot her a look. Zhao Gang then abruptly changed the topic by remarking, "Speaking of which, I heard rumors about Shen Tian's infatuation with Yan Ruoxiu. Hence, I presumed that he came here this time for Qin Yu." Su Yan was excited and questioned, "So, are you suggesting that Qin Yu is in a tight spot now?" "Well, I guess you are right," Zhao Gang replied. "That's awesome!" Su Yan exclaimed, jumping for joy. "It rubs me the wrong way whenever I recount the fact that Qin Yu thought he had his own way," Su Yan shrilled. Even though Zhao Gang did not say a word, he seconded Su Yan's remark. Zhao Gang was displeased that a person who used to be unable to tie his shoelaces had now risen through the ranks to surpass him. The crowd at the party was mostly made up of rich kids and gold diggers who buttered up the former in an attempt to become their mistresses. At the front row of the party, a white-haired young man whispered, "Mr. Shen, Qin Yu has arrived." Narrowing his eyes, Shen Tian chided, "Why is he here?" After some contemplation, a cunning smirk ran across Shen Tian's face. Since he had the guts to come uninvited, he should be prepared for the humiliation. "Fret not, for we have an impromptu program," Shen Tian stated with his eyes squinted. "Do you want me to deal with him?" the white-haired young man asked tentatively. Shen Tian shook his head and replied, "No, we're not in a hurry. I want to humiliate him as much as I can first. Then, I'll wipe the floor with him and let him know his place." The white-haired young man nodded before questioning in worry, "If we lay a finger on Qin Yu, wouldn't Yan Ruoxiu be furious?" "If that's the case, things will get ugly." Shen Tian chortled, "Don't sweat it. Yan Ruoxiu is known to be an ice queen. We might have gotten the impression that Qin Yu has won her heart, but she would never concern herself with anyone. That's great to hear. The white-haired young man heaved a sigh of relief. What Shen Tian said was the truth. Yan Ruoxiu was the center of the spotlight in Jingdu. The countless attempts of her admirers came up futile with her ruthless rejections. Some of them lamented that she had a heart made of stone. However, Shen Tian totally underestimated the importance of Qin Yu to Yan Ruoxiu. Qin Yu sat in a corner, absorbing the spiritual energy around him as much as possible. He had never encountered any place with such a high concentration of qi. "Mr. Qin," a voice could be heard calling out. Frowning, Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and was met with the gaze of a young man, standing before him with a gentle smile. That person was none other than the son of Jiangqing's richest, Du Yuan. "Fancy seeing you here." Qin Yu stared at Du Yuan in confusion. Du Yuan queried with a courteous smile, "Do you mind if I sit here?" "Suit yourself." Qin Yu nodded and closed his eyes again. "Mr. Qin, please pardon me for overstepping, but could you please hear me out?" Du Yuan said. Qin Yu heaved a long, silent sigh. He had planned to focus on his cultivation initially, but it seems the current circumstance would not allow him to do so. Thus, he resignedly gave up on it for the time being. "You may speak your mind." "You don't have to be modest," Qin Yu assured. Du Yuan scanned his surroundings before murmuring to Qin Yu, "Mr. Qin, you have to leave now." "Leave?" Qin Yu lifted his brows, peering at Du Yuan in perplexity. Du Yuan sighed, "I heard from a friend that Shen Tian feels animosity towards you." Qin Yu had anticipated that long ago, hence he was not in the slightest bit surprised. He nodded with a polite smile in response. Upon seeing that, Du Yuan reminded, "Mr. Qin, you must not underestimate Shen Tian. His family is from Chuzhu. Also, I've heard that he even brought a skilled fighter with him today. So, please heed my advice and leave at once." After scrutinizing Du Yuan, Qin Yu asked in suspicion, "Mr. Du, I don't remember being that close with you. So why are you telling me all these? Aren't you afraid to be overheard by Shen Tian?" Du Yuan smiled wryly and declared, "To be honest, I may be afraid of crossing Shen Tian, but I have despised him since day one." Exasperation was written all over Du Yuan's face as he spoke. He went on, "Years ago, my father went on a business trip to the capital, and he came across the Shen family there. Do you know what Shen Tian said? He called us savages, jeering at us that country bumpkins like us should return to Zhongcheng." Du Yuan was burning with anger at the mention of this matter. Who is he to be so full of himself? Who does he think he is? Du Yuan chastised. At that, Qin Yu let out a chuckle. It seemed like Shen Tian was a natural-born narcissist with a severe superiority complex. "Mr. Qin, please don't mind my prattle, but it'd be best for you to leave now. Otherwise, Shen Tian will not let you off the hook so easily," Du Yuan exhorted. Qin Yu answered with a smile, "Thanks for your advice. But I'm not scared of him." Chapter 35, The Shameless Su Yan. Du Yuan gaped at Qin Yu's words. Then he commented, "Well, yeah. You have Miss Yan's backing. Indeed, you don't have to be afraid of Shen Tian." Qin Yu heaved a sigh upon hearing Du Yuan's remark. To everyone, Qin Yu was just an incompetent bum flaunting his strong connection with the Yan family. He knew it would be difficult to change people's perception of him within a short time. After a few conversations, Qin Yu realized that Du Yuan was not a shady character. In fact, the latter seemed to be a knowledgeable man with good ideals, unlike the other rich kids. "Mr. Qin." Qin Yu turned towards the voice's direction and caught sight of Lei Hu, who was dashing towards him. Lei Hu said in delight, "I didn't expect to see you here." His presence came as a surprise to Qin Yu. Considering Qin Yu's identity, he shouldn't have shown up to this cocktail party. The three of them were sitting silently in an inconspicuous corner in the raucous environment. As the party carried on, Everyone fully indulged themselves in the moment, giving in to their hedonistic desires. The whole cocktail party was in a tumult. Soon, Shen Tian strolled in the direction of Qin Yu, the white-haired young man in tow. "Mr. Qin, Shen Tian is coming," Lei Hu hurriedly informed Qin Yu. Nevertheless, Qin Yu remained taciturn with a deadpan face, as if he could not see Shen Tian. In a blink of an eye, Shen Tian stopped before Qin Yu. Glaring at Qin Yu, Shen Tian jibed, "Aren't you a shameless prick to have come here uninvited, Qin Yu?" Shooting him a gaze, Qin Yu riposted with a smug, "You seem to have misunderstood something here, Mr. Shen. I came here in Miss Yan's stead." Shen Tian glowered at Qin Yu upon hearing that, nearly losing his cool. The white-haired young man next to him emanated a powerful killing intent. Knitting his brows together, Qin Yu turned his glare to the white-haired young man. As their gazes met, the murderous aura around them intensified. We have a familiar face here." Shen Tian noticed Du Yuan, who sat next to Qin Yu. After scrutinizing Du Yuan, Shen Tian patted his head and noted, "Oh, yes. I remember you. You are Du Yuan, right?" Although feeling irked, Du Yuan bit the bullet and greeted the host, "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Shen." With a contemptuous look on his face, Shen Tian snorted, "As I recall, your family wanted to sign a deal with us, right?" At Shen Tian's words, awkwardness crept up on Du Yuan, but he remained silent. Shen Tian carried on, "Here's the thing. I'm giving you a chance to close a deal with us today. But the condition is that you have to slap Qin Yu on his cheeks twice. How does that sound?" Du Yuan's face immediately turned sullen because he knew that Shen Tian was poking fun at him. "You have been pleading with us to sign deals with our company, right? Why don't you seize the opportunity presented before you?" Shen Tian taunted with a smirk. Holding back his indignation, Du Yuan replied, trying to maintain his composure, "I'm sorry, but we are not lacking business partners as of now." Hearing that, Shen Tian's expression turned glum. "There goes your chance. You think you're somebody now, eh?" Shen Tian snapped. "I see. Not lacking business partners now, are we? I can make your family go bankrupt tomorrow. Mark my words." Shen Tian threatened. It was uncalled for to Du Yuan. But he was not given any option. He had anticipated this would happen when he first sat next to Qin Yu. "You can't put the blame on me. If anything, Qin Yu is the one responsible for this," Shen Tian accused. "What an idiot!" Qin Yu mocked. "Who are you calling an idiot? Are you tired of living?" The white-haired young man beside Shen Tian took a step forward menacingly. "Who let the dogs out? The owner should put a leash on it," Qin Yu ridiculed after taking a sip from his glass. "Why, you little..." The white-haired young man became furious and was about to land a blow on Qin Yu. Shen Tian stopped him and turned to Qin Yu. A while later, he said with a sly smirk, "Qin Yu, rumor has it that your ex-wife had been cuckolding you for 3 years and you were kept in the dark the whole time. Is it true?" The music playing in the background suddenly stopped as he spoke, resulting in everyone hearing the words coming out of his mouth. Needless to say, he had meant for this to happen. Qin Yu peered at Shen Tian without saying a word. "So we're playing the silent game now, huh?" Shen Tian scoffed. With a wave of his hand, his men immediately brought Su Yan and Zhao Gang over. "Since you are being tight-lipped, someone else will help you to answer," Shen Tian sneered. He then turned to Su Yan and asked, "To be frank, I'm intrigued to know if you really did cuckold Qin Yu for 3 years. How did you do it?" Su Yan had rehearsed the whole thing with Shen Tian earlier. Hence, she uttered shamelessly, "Yes, he had been cuckolded by me since the first day of our marriage." Everyone at the scene burst into laughter instantly. They were looking at Qin Yu mockingly. Nevertheless, Qin Yu remained silently expressionless. "Hey, I wonder if he even realizes it at all." Shen Tian questioned. Su Yan responded with a devious smile, well, Qin Yu had no dignity in my household back then. He would not dare to stand if I were to make him squat. As a result, he would not dare to question me even if I were to be home late. Furthermore, what could he possibly do even if he knew it? He might as well pretend to be ignorant. Chapter 36, This slap is payback. The crowd burst out laughing, and the villa was filled with boisterous laughter. Shen Tian appeared to be extremely pleased with the situation. He gave Qin Yu a provocative look and said, "Gee, it's really hard for me to imagine that a man can live such a humiliating life. Yes, to be cuckolded for 3 years and still having to put up with it is too pathetic. Qin Yu really lives a sh*tty life and is too spineless." The crowd's mocking voices continued. Looking at Qin Yu, Su Yan only felt a burst of pleasure. With an icy expression on his face, Qin Yu couldn't help but shake his head and said, "Su Yan, instead of being ashamed of yourself, you are proud of yourself? How do you manage to be so thick-skinned?" Su Yan let out a light snort and said, "You are the one who should be ashamed, not me, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to talk to this kind of person. He immediately closed his eyes and paid no more attention to them. There was clamor from all around the room, and these voices were no doubt interfering with Qin Yu's state of mind. But no one imagined that at this moment, Qin Yu was actually meditating. Faced with such taunting and not to mention humiliation, maintaining composure was proving extremely difficult. Therefore, the spiritual energy around Qin Yu coalesced and collapsed many times before coalescing and collapsing again. Drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. It was obvious that it was now becoming extremely taxing for Qin Yu. "You think that if you pretend that you can't hear us, it means it's not happening." Shen Tian continued to jeer, and he wasn't the only one. Almost everyone had the same look on their face, and some even took out their cell phones and took pictures of the scene to post on the internet. Qin Yu forced himself to remain calm as he opened the pores of his body and breathed in the spiritual energy from his surroundings. A few minutes later, he finally started to calm down. It was as if he couldn't hear the sounds around him and was immersed in his own world. Wisps of spiritual energy slowly flowed into Qin Yu's body as he breathed in and out. "This fool thinks he can act deaf if his eyes are closed." When Shen Tian saw this, he couldn't help but snort softly. The white-haired young man by his side frowned a little because he had the feeling that something was off with Qin Yu's breathing and exhalation, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it at the moment. "Mr. Shen, Mr. Qin hasn't even talked back, so why don't you just forget about it?" Lei Hu rose and intervened. Shen Tian sized up Lei Hu and said with a frown, "Who are you?" Lei Hu hurriedly said, "My name is Lei Hu. I am Concordia Realty CEO." "Lei Hu." Shen Tian pondered for a moment. Then he suddenly said with realization, "I remember now. You're the famous punk in Zhongcheng, right?" "Yes, yes." Lei Hu was delighted and chuckled as he said, "I am surprised that you know about me. Mr. Shen, please do me a favor and let him go." Shen Tian said with a smile as he looked at Lei Hu, "You want me to do you a favor?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Tian slapped Lei Hu's face. A crisp slap resounded into everyone's ears. "Who the h*ll are you to have the nerve to ask me for a favor? A low-life bastard like you really considers yourself important?" Shen Tian snickered. Lei Hu's face blushed with embarrassment. Zhao Gang, on the other hand, was filled with glee. He had asked Lei Hu to beat up Qin Yu in the past, but unexpectedly, Lei Hu did not do anything even after receiving the money. Therefore, Zhao Gang had been holding a grudge against him for this. When he saw Lei Hu suffering, he was naturally delighted. Shen Tian reached out to give Lei Hu a couple of pats on the cheek and said in an indifferent voice, "Even a loser has the guts to demand attention? You want a favor, right? All right, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I'll grant you a favor then." After saying that, Shen Tian took a couple of steps backward and gestured for Lei Hu to kneel down. Lei Hu's expression was extremely unpleasant, and he was naturally unwilling to kneel down in front of so many people. But if he didn't kneel, Shen Tian would never forgive him. "I'll give you 10 seconds, and if you don't kneel down, I'll break your legs," Shen Tian said coldly. "Kneel! Kneel! Kneel!" The people around them started to make a commotion, and the entire place was incredibly rowdy. Lei Hu's face was flushed, and he clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and wished he could kill Shen Tian. "Are you going to kneel?" When he saw that Lei Hu wasn't doing anything, Shen Tian's expression became increasingly cold. Lei Hu took a deep breath, and he said stiffly, "Mr. Shen. I'll kneel." "That's more like it." Shen Tian smiled contentedly. He waved his hand and gestured for Lei Hu to kneel down. Lei Hu gritted his teeth, forcibly holding back the fury he felt bubbling inside as his legs slowly knelt toward the ground. At the very moment his knees were about to make contact with the ground, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed him by the arms. "Kneel for you? Are you worthy of it?" Qin Yu was holding Lei Hu with one hand, while his other hand swung toward Shen Tian. With a crisp snap, Shen Tian's lips cracked, and his lips were stained red with blood. "This slap is payback on behalf of Lei Hu," Qin Yu stated coldly as he looked at Shen Tian. Chapter 37, "No one will be able to rescue you today." The crowd at the scene gasped as they looked at Shen Tian, whose mouth was covered in blood. Qin Yu actually had the guts to hit Shen Tian? And he struck so ruthlessly? This brat is dead meat. Su Yan and Zhao Gang were ecstatic. They were well aware that Shen Tian would never let Qin Yu off the hook. "Thanks a lot, Mr. Qin," Lei Hu said gratefully. Qin Yu did not say anything as he slowly stood up and gave Shen Tian a cold, hard look. Shen Tian wiped the blood on his mouth and said with indignation, You have the guts to hit me." Qin Yu replied coldly, "You insulted me numerous times and at first I didn't take it seriously. However, not only did you not call it a day, but you became more aggressive instead. Do you really think I wouldn't get angry?" Shen Tian was so enraged that he roared, "I'll kill you," and rushed towards Qin Yu with clenched fists. Shen Tian had been training in the Chuzhu region since he was a child, so was naturally not to be underestimated. However, he was no match for Qin Yu. Qin Yu easily dodged Shen Tian's attack multiple times. "Are you done fighting?" Qin Yu said, a cold smile on his lips. Shen Tian stood gasping for breath at a distance, his rage intensifying the more he looked at Qin Yu. "Since the fight is over, it's now my turn." Qin Yu sneered, then clenched his fist and swung it hard at Shen Tian. Qin Yu's punch was extremely quick and had such tremendous force. Even from a distance, one could sense the unrivaled force of his punch. Shen Tian's expression changed and he quickly tried to dodge to his side, but was unfortunately too slow. The punch landed solidly on Shen Tian's chest. With a loud bang, Shen Tian took several steps backwards and landed on his bottom. "Qin Yu, I'll kill you." Shen Tian glared at him with rage. Qin Yu frowned a little as he took a step forward and said coldly, "If people like you aren't taught a lesson, you'll never change. For the sake of Miss Yan, I will only break your arm today." Qin Yu slowly walked towards Shen Tian. Shen Tian's face immediately grew pale. Since he was a child, no one had ever dared to hurt him, making him extremely brazen. Therefore, he didn't expect that Qin Yu was going to break one of his arms today. At that moment, Qin Yu extended his hand to Shen Tian's arm. "How dare you?" At that very moment, the white-haired young man made a move. With a furious bellow, he threw a punch at Qin Yu. "You can't do anything to stop me." Qin Yu remained unfazed and reached out to meet him head-on. The two fists collided with a bang. The white-haired young man's wrist broke instantly. How is this possible?" The white-haired young man looked down at his wrist incredulously. Qin Yu snickered. Right from the moment he saw the white-haired young man, Qin Yu could tell that this person was dangerous and that even he himself was no match for him. Therefore, Qin Yu had prepared himself early, and in the midst of the crowd's tirade of scorn, he gradually took his time to absorb the concentrated spiritual energy of the place. Just a short while ago, he had successfully reached the third level of Qi refining stage. If I hadn't reached this new level, I really might not have been able to be his opponent. Qin Yu couldn't help but to secretly muse as he glanced at the white-haired young man. This made Qin Yu lament that there was no telling how many experts these rich families had at their disposal. Now, it's your turn. Qin Yu turned around to look at Shen Tian coldly. Help me. Hurry up and help me. Shen Tian was completely distraught. He could sense that Qin Yu was definitely not fooling around. The white-haired young man gritted his teeth and rushed towards Qin Yu again. Qin Yu didn't even dodge, but instead punched him directly in the other arm. With a sharp crack, the white-haired young man's arm was broken. Ouch! The white-haired young man roared in pain as he tried to move both arms. The crowd couldn't help but gasp and move away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. When did Qin Yu become such a skilled fighter? Even Su Yan couldn't help but cover her mouth, an astonished expression on her face. By this time, Qin Yu had already walked up to Shen Tian. No one will be able to rescue you today, Qin Yu said menacingly. Qin Yu, if you try to lay your hands on me, my father won't let you off the hook. Shen Tian roared in terror. He fell to the ground, and kept retreating backwards. Faced with Shen Tian's threat, Qin Yu wasn't in the slightest bit intimidated. He slowly raised his foot and stomped down on Shen Tian's arm. Another crisp crack resounded, and Shen Tian's arm was broken into pieces. Ouch! Shen Tian yelled out in pain. Covering his arm, he roared in fury, "You son of a b*tch! How dare you break my arm? I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" When he heard Shen Tian's furious snarl, Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. He turned around. "You really have a potty mouth." Qin Yu extended his hand to give Shen Tian a heavy slap on the mouth. The slap was so heavy that it ruptured Shen Tian's lips and fractured his jaw. He couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 38, I've shown you too much respect, right? The scene was silent. No one thought that things would escalate to this point. No one expected Qin Yu to disregard the status of the Shen family and strike so hard. At this moment, Qin Yu glanced at Su Yan with cold eyes and said, "I no longer have a relationship with you, so you'd better leave me alone. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." These words weren't only directed at Su Yan, but also at Zhao Gang. When Qin Yu was gone, Su Yan couldn't refrain from sneering and saying, "You beat Shen Tian. I'll see how many more days you can act cocky for." Almost everyone had the same thought. After stepping out of the villa, Qin Yu got into Lei Hu's car. "Mr. Qin, you were awesome today." Lei Hu gave him a thumbs up. Qin Yu wasn't thinking about that, but the environment of this villa. The spiritual energy here enabled Qin Yu to enter the third level of the Qi refining stage with increased concentration. Therefore, this place was a mecca for Qin Yu. Qin Yu secretly thought. While heading back, Lei Hu whispered a caution, "Mr. Qin, you'd better go to Miss Ruoxiu's place one of these days, or else, the Shen family definitely won't let you off the hook." Qin Yu looked at Lei Hu and said with a shake of his head, "I can't trouble her with everything, not to mention, the Shen family is no big deal." The Shen family was very powerful, but Qin Yu was unafraid. He was a lone wolf, so what could the Shen family possibly do to him? When Lei Hu saw this, he didn't say anything further. Later that evening, Shen Tian was brought to the hospital. Unfortunately, the bones in his arm were so badly shattered that they had turned into dust, making it impossible to fix. When Shen Tian found out about this, he was devastated. Do I have to be a cripple for the rest of my life? Qin Yu, I will kill you. I will kill you. Shen Tian roared in rage. The following day, news of the incident had spread throughout most of Zhongcheng. Yan family manor. Qin Yu has guts? Because of his relationship with you, he can do whatever he pleases. He even dared to beat up Mr. Shen, the secretary said indignantly. Yan Ruoxiu, however, didn't take it to heart and was excited instead of upset as she watched the video recording of the incident. Miss Ruoxiu, Qin Yu has only known you for a few days and he's already causing all sorts of trouble everywhere. It will be even worse in the future, the secretary muttered on the side. Yan Ruoxiu shook her head as she showed the video to the secretary and said, "What have you discovered?" The secretary watched the video and mumbled after some scrutiny, "Miss, forgive me for my stupidity. I don't notice anything unusual," Yan Ruoxiu said with a soft smile. In the face of so many people's criticism and abuse, Qin Yu not only didn't lose his temper but also managed to keep his cool. This mentality alone is something that Shen Tian can't rival, Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. The secretary muttered, "This is not a big deal. There are a lot of people with strong self-composure in Jingdu." "Yes, this is indeed not a big deal," Yan Ruoxiu said indifferently. "Those people have been trained either by their families since childhood and have become accustomed to it, or their experience has come from age. It only took Qin Yu a week to possess this resilient mindset, and a week ago, he was just an ordinary commoner." Yan Ruoxiu sounded slightly relieved. The secretary was perplexed. He looked down on Qin Yu from the core. Therefore, regardless of what Yan Ruoxiu said, changing his mind was difficult. "From the looks of it, my grandfather was right. Qin Yu won't disappoint me," Yan Ruoxiu laughed lightly. The secretary muttered, "Miss Yan, but, he beat up Shen Tian. The Shen family will never forgive him, and you will have to explain." Disdain flashed in Yan Ruoxiu's eyes. "Why should I explain? Do I need to explain to the Shen family?" Yan Ruoxiu snickered coldly. When the secretary heard this, he didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, Shen Tian's father, Shen Yun, had rushed to Zhongcheng. At the hospital, Shen Tian grabbed Shen Yun's arm with a face full of tears. "Dad, you must take revenge for me. I want him killed by 1,000 stabs." Shen Tian cried out. And there's Yan Ruoxiu. Without Yan Ruoxiu's backing, that kid would never have dared to be so brazen. When he saw his son in this state, Shen Yun was seething with anger. "Son, don't worry. I will avenge you," said Shen Yun through gritted teeth. "Rest well. I will make him suffer the consequences." Shen Yun gave some instructions before he left the hospital and headed straight to the Yan family's estate. When she saw the furious Shen Yun, Yan Ruoxiu wasn't taken aback but smiled politely and said, "Uncle Shen, what brings you here?" Shen Yun berated, "Yan Ruoxiu, don't bullsh*t me. My son came to Zhongcheng from the provincial capital to win you over, but what did you do? Instead of looking after him, you let him get badly hurt? What do you have to say about this incident?" When she heard Shen Yun's words, Yan Ruoxiu's expression gradually cooled down. "I've shown you a lot of respect, but do you consider yourself some big shot?" Yan Ruoxiu said in a cold voice. "I call you uncle because I'm polite, not because I'm afraid of you." "Shen Yun, who gave you the guts to raise your voice in front of me?" Chapter 39, He deserves it. Shen Yun's expression instantly turned awkward. He immediately remembered the disparity in their status and a drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Miss Yan, sorry, I was just too impatient." Shen Yun wiped the sweat on his forehead and awkwardly said, "I hope you won't take offense. Shen Tian is in the hospital and I was too anxious." When she saw Shen Yun's expression, Yan Ruoxiu didn't seem bothered by it. She smiled and said, "Uncle Shen, what is it that you came to see me about?" Shen Yun felt frustrated. He had intended to hold her accountable, but in this situation, how could he hold her accountable? You can rest assured, Yan Ruoxiu spoke up first. I won't interfere in what happens between you and Qin Yu, Yan Ruoxiu said indifferently. When he heard this, Shen Yun's eyes immediately lit up. He said with excitement, Miss Yan, are you serious? Of course I am, Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. I will neither help him nor help you, so you can settle things between yourselves, Yan Ruoxiu said. Shen Yun was immediately over the moon. He didn't need anyone's help at all to deal with Qin Yu. If Yan Ruoxiu doesn't intervene, it would be extremely beneficial for Shen Yun. All right, Miss Yan, I'll excuse myself then. After Shen Yun bowed, he quickly left the Yan family manor. At this moment, Qin Yu was at home searching through the memories of the inheritance in his mind. This inheritance had contemporary mystical arts in addition to medical arts and cultivation methods, but Qin Yu had never used them. Qin Yu thought to himself. If he entered the foundation building stage, or even the more advanced monastic period, curing a disease would be a piece of cake. Afterward, Qin Yu spent the day refining 10 soul nourishment pills. Later in the evening, Qin Yu called Lei Hu to his home. Here are 10 soul nourishment pills, Qin Yu handed the soul nourishment pills to Lei Hu. Mr. Qin, are there only 10 pills this time? Lei Hu asked tentatively. Qin Yu smiled and said, one pill costs $200,000 and you can have as many as you want. In addition to money, of course, you can also use herbs in exchange for them if they are more than 20 years old. All right, no problem, Lei Hu hurriedly nodded and said. A short time after Lei Hu left, a surprise guest came to Qin Yu's house. This person was the white-haired young man from the day before. The white-haired youth had scars on his face and even had a cane. What are you doing here? Qin Yu asked after glancing at him. The white-haired young man replied, Mr. Shen sent me here. He will be hosting a banquet at Riverfish House this evening. Oh really? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. He pondered about it for a moment and said, all right, I will attend the banquet on time. The white-haired young man nodded his head but had no intention of leaving. What? Do you still need something? Qin Yu said with a frown. The white-haired youth stood for a moment and then asked, I want to ask you a question. Last night, at Mr. Shen's banquet, I saw you breathing in and out, and today, I specifically re-watched the video. It seems very extraordinary. This was a surprise to Qin Yu. You could tell what was going on. Qin Yu was puzzled. The white-haired young man said in a hushed voice, I once saw someone who had a form of exhalation that supposedly repaired the 5 internal organs, from the inside out, and I feel that it resembles your method. Qin Yu was all the more amazed, and it seemed that he was by no means the only person in this world who cultivated. I'm simply curious and don't mean anything else. When the white-haired young man saw that Qin Yu did not say anything, he nodded and left. Qin Yu stared at his back as he left, and secretly thought. When evening approached, Qin Yu headed for Riverfish House. Despite everything, Qin Yu had broken Shen Tian's arm, so he had prepared a marrow pill as compensation and an apology. Of course, Qin Yu was doing it more for the sake of Yan Ruoxiu. After all, he wasn't well informed about the conflicts between these families, not to mention whether the Yan family was afraid of the Shen family or not. In no time, Qin Yu had arrived at Riverfish House. Riverfish House was situated on the riverside, and while its location was remote, it had a beautiful environment. Today, the place was booked by Shen Yun. 4 bodyguards were standing at the entrance of the hotel, and each of them seemed strong. Qin Yu had just walked to the door when he was stopped by a few bodyguards. Who are you? One of the bodyguards asked. Qin Yu said without subservience. The bodyguard nodded and made way to let him pass. Go in. Mr. Shen is waiting for you, the bodyguard said with a cold expression. Qin Yu didn't hesitate and immediately walked in with large strides. In the lobby of the hotel, there were more than 10 bodyguards. A man in a white suit was sitting at the front seat while feasting. Qin Yu looked at him before walking forward and politely said, "Greetings, Mr. Shen." Shen Yun looked up at Qin Yu with fury in his eyes. "You're Qin Yu? You have some nerve to dare to lay a hand on my son and break his arm," Shen Yun said through gritted teeth. Qin Yu explained, "It was Shen Tian who forced me to do so, otherwise I would have, I don't care what the reason is." Shen Yun cut Qin Yu off. He shook a stick in his hand and said in a cold voice, "I won't spare anyone who dares to harm my son." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yun picked the stick up and ruthlessly struck the white-haired youth's knee. With a crisp sound, the white-haired young man's kneecap was instantly broken, causing him to fall to the ground. Shen Yun spat on the white-haired youth's face and coldly said, "Useless trash. I asked you to protect my son, but you let him break his arm, so what use do I have for you?" The white-haired young man was in agony, but he didn't say a word. "Break his limbs and throw him out," Shen Yun said in a cold voice. "Yes." The bodyguards by Shen Yun's side immediately made their way toward the white-haired young man. "Wait." Anger surfaced on Qin Yu's face. "Your son was beaten by me, so what's it got to do with him?" Qin Yu said in a cold voice. Shen Yun let out a light snort and said, "He didn't protect my son, so he failed to do his job. If he failed to do his job, he should be punished." Qin Yu laughed coldly as he glanced at Shen Yun and said, "He failed to do his job by not protecting Shen Tian. Then if you failed to raise your son properly, would that be considered a failure to do your job properly?" "How dare you say that?" Shen Yun immediately rose to his feet. "Who are you to lecture me?" Shen Yun berated. Qin Yu eyed Shen Yun coldly and said, "No wonder Shen Tian is so cocky and bossy. With a father like you, it's not that surprising. Today, I'll let you know that by breaking your son's arm, I was going easy on him. If he messes with me again, I'll kill him." Chapter 40, Make the Shen family bankrupt. Qin Yu's words were so compelling that even the white-haired young man couldn't help but look over. Shen Yun laughed in anger as he pointed at Qin Yu and said, Well. I never thought there would be someone who would dare to talk to me like this in such a little place like Zhongcheng." After saying that, Shen Yun threw the stick at Qin Yu's feet. "I'll give you a chance to break your own legs and I'll let this slide," Shen Yun said in a cold voice. Qin Yu glanced at the stick at his feet, and then kicked it violently. The stick flew towards Shen Yun with a whoosh. The stick grazed Shen Yun's head and pierced the wall behind him. The wall immediately broke and cracks like spider webs appeared. Shen Yun's expression grew increasingly cold as he said with a sneer, "I've given you a chance, and since you don't cherish it, don't blame me for being merciless. Starting from tomorrow, all the people close to you will suffer." Shen Yun's expression was ruthless. Qin Yu didn't know many people and was practically a lone wolf. Therefore, he wasn't intimidated by Shen Yun's warning. "You can scram now," Shen Yun waved his hand and said. Qin Yu, however, stood there without moving. Shen Yun frowned and rebuked, "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" Qin Yu paid no attention to Shen Yun, and instead looked at the white-haired young man and said, "Would you like to come with me?" The white-haired young man couldn't help but freeze as he stared blankly at Qin Yu in disbelief. "As a grown man, how can you live such a subservient life? Are you willing to stay as a dog by the side of such people, or do you want to live with dignity for the rest of your life?" Qin Yu asked in a cold voice. The white-haired young man did not say anything as he lowered his head, and a conflicted look appeared on his face. Shen Yun, who was quite amused, kicked the white-haired young man and said, "A dog is a dog and has no chance of becoming a human being." At that moment, the white-haired young man suddenly rose from the ground. He gritted his teeth as he said, "Shen Yun, I've had enough of you. When you face people who are more powerful than you, you kiss up to them. When you face less powerful people, You don't even treat them like human beings. I quit. After saying that, the white-haired young man furiously threw the suit he was wearing on the ground and approached Qin Yu. Shen Yun's expression was cold and he waved his hand at once. His bodyguard instantly understood and grabbed a knife to stab the white-haired young man in the back. Just as the knife was about to strike the white-haired young man, Qin Yu flicked his finger and the bodyguard's wrist was struck hard by something. The knife fell as well. He turned his head and saw that it was a coin. Let's go. Qin Yu looked at the white-haired young man and supported him as he walked out of the hotel. Shen Yun's expression was grim and he flipped the table over. I will never let him off. A vicious look appeared on Shen Yun's face. Qin Yu took the white-haired young man back to his residence. After a short conversation, Qin Yu learned that the white-haired young man's name was Yao Qing, a bodyguard hired by Shen Yun at great expense. Thank you for saving my life twice, but unfortunately, I am now a cripple. I'm afraid I can't repay you. Yao Qing sat beside Qin Yu and appeared despondent. Qin Yu gave him a look and took out a pill. Take this, said Qin Yu indifferently. Yao Qing froze and said with a frown, what is this? Take it before you ask. Qin Yu didn't provide any explanation. When Yao Qing heard this, he didn't say anything further and immediately swallowed the pill. This pill was the marrow pill that Qin Yu had refined. He had planned to give it to Shen Yun as compensation, but after seeing Shen Yun's disgusting attitude, Qin Yu changed his mind. The moment the marrow pill entered his belly, Qin Yu reached out his hand and placed it on Shen Yun's kneecap, and a surge of spiritual energy covered his palm. Yao Qing felt a burst of soreness and itchiness at his knee, and the feeling was incredibly bizarre. Half a minute later, Qin Yu removed his hand. Try taking a couple of steps, said Qin Yu nonchalantly. Yao Qing attempted to move his arms and legs, and then, to his surprise, he found that his broken leg had healed. This. How is this possible? Yao Qing was astonished. Even the world's best doctors don't have the skills to do this, Yao Qing was amazed. But Qin Yu said with a light smile, the world's best doctors can't be compared to me. He wasn't bluffing but was telling the truth. After getting the cultivation method, Qin Yu had reached the ultimate level. He could even break the stars with one punch and raise the dead. Okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions now. At this point, Qin Yu glanced at Yao Qing. Yao Qing hurriedly said, I won't forget the kindness you have shown me, so if you have any questions, just ask. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with coldness. I need you to reveal to me everything about the Shen family, including their business, assets, and capabilities, Qin Yu said in a cold voice. I want the Shen family to lose everything. Qin Yu's voice, resolute and cold, was unwavering. Qin Yu wanted to ask Yao Qing a lot of questions, but right now, what Qin Yu wanted to do most was to make the Shen family bankrupt. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 41, The Power of the Shen Family. Yao Qing didn't refuse. Although he had been a henchman of the Shen family, he had always looked down on the Shen family. Therefore, Yao Qing told Qin Yu everything he knew. The Shen family's main source of income is from healthcare products, but rich people nowadays are more or less somewhat involved in the real estate industry, Yao Qing said. Healthcare products. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sneer. Wasn't this just right for him? Any one of Qin Yu's pill formulas could bankrupt the Shen family. Mr. Qin, why don't you let the Yan family help you with this matter? Yao Qing asked with some puzzlement. The Yan family can bankrupt the Shen family at the drop of a hat. Qin Yu shook his head and said in a low voice, you can't rely on other people for everything. Only if you have the ability can you win the respect of other people. If he depended on Yan Ruoxiu for everything, what right would Qin Yu have to go to the Yan family to propose marriage? After living in the Su family for 3 years, Qin Yu knew very clearly that if they weren't equally matched, he wouldn't have any dignity. There is one more thing I want to ask you. At this moment, Qin Yu continued. Who did you learn your ability from? Qin Yu asked. Yao Qing's strength level was the strongest Qin Yu had ever seen. Even Qin Yu, who was at the second level of the qi refining stage, wasn't his match. Yao Qing was silent for a moment, then forced a smile and said, I studied under the Southeast sect, but unfortunately, I was too weak, so I was kicked out. Too weak. Qin Yu couldn't help but be a little astonished. Yao Qing was actually kicked out of the sect because he was considered weak, then how strong was the Southeast sect? Yao Qing continued to explain, the Southeast sect also trains inner strength, and my level is at most at the 8th stage of inner strength. For the Southeast sect, those below the master level of inner strength aren't qualified. Yao Qing's expression was somewhat regretful. This immediately aroused Qin Yu's interest. After the conversation, he learned that an inner strength master could only be considered a beginner in the Southeast sect. There were also inner strength grandmasters and even martial grandmasters above them. Those who were strong enough either dominated a region or went to a top-tier blue blood family. In fact, Miss Yan should know more about this. Yao Qing said. This made Qin Yu feel a sense of crisis. It seems that I have to increase my strength as soon as possible, Qin Yu thought to himself. The next day, the Shen family released an important piece of news in Zhongcheng. Every businessman who had dealings with Qin Yu were enemies of the Shen family. Once this news was released, it caused a huge uproar. In just one day, dozens of people went to visit the Shen family. Most of these people were local businessmen in Zhongcheng. They all wanted to use this opportunity to curry favor with the Shen family. Qin Yu didn't care much about it. He didn't know many businessmen to begin with, so the matter didn't have much to do with him. In the evening, Qin Yu suddenly received a phone call. This phone call actually came from Du Yuan. Mr. Qin, my father wants to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you are free tonight. Du Yuan said very politely over the phone. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Your father? I have no ties with your father. If you have something to say, just say it. Du Yuan said bitterly, I really can't hide anything from you. My father wants to ask for your help. If it's convenient for you, let's meet and talk. Qin Yu thought for a moment and agreed, okay. 10 minutes later, Du Yuan personally drove to Dragon Paradise. Du Yuan looked a bit haggard, and he was extremely listless. When he saw Yao Qing, his expression changed. Mr. Qin, why is he here? Du Yuan said with some vigilance. Qin Yu smiled. He reached out and patted Yao Qing's shoulder, saying, he's my man now. Du Yuan suddenly froze, as if he couldn't understand. Let's not talk about this. Qin Yu waved his hand. Let's go. So, Qin Yu got into Du Yuan's car. Du Yuan drove a Mercedes G63 that was quite posh and outshone almost all the cars in the neighborhood. Just as the car was about to drive out of the neighborhood, a car suddenly came in. Du Yuan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhao Gang roll down the window. Yo, isn't this Mr. Du? Zhao Gang said slyly. Du Yuan frowned and said, Zhao Gang? What's the matter? Zhao Gang smirked mischievously and said, nothing much. I just heard that your family's situation isn't that optimistic. I heard that your business partners have terminated their contracts with you. Du Yuan's expression was ice cold and he didn't say anything. Zhao Gang said proudly, gee, President Chen is treating us to dinner tonight. I don't think he invited you, right? It's none of your business. Move the car. Du Yuan berated coldly. Zhao Gang snorted and said, Du Yuan, why are you acting so pretentious? President Chen has already given the word that he wants your family to go bankrupt. Do you still think your family is the richest one? Qin Yu, who was in the car, couldn't help but frown. He rolled down the car window, looked at Zhao Gang coldly and said, move the car. I don't want to say it a second time. Oh, Qin Yu is here too. When he saw Qin Yu, the smile on Zhao Gang's expression grew even wider. Qin Yu didn't say anything and directly pushed open the car door to get out. Seeing this, Zhao Gang hurriedly climbed into the car and locked the car door. What? You want to hit me? Come, try hitting me, Zhao Gang said slyly. Qin Yu nodded. He reached out and grabbed the car door. Then, he suddenly exerted force, and the car door immediately let out a loud clatter. In the next second, the locked car door was actually forcefully pulled down by Qin Yu. Chapter 42, Qin Yu's Mystical Arts. Zhao Gang stared blankly at the car door that had been pulled down and couldn't help but swallow hard. Was he even human? He had actually pulled the car door down? While he was still in shock, Qin Yu had already reached out and pulled him out. Qin Yu, take it easy. I was just joking with you, Zhao Gang said with an embarrassed smile. He had seen Qin Yu break Shen Tian's arm with his own eyes. Seeing him like this, Qin Yu sneered and said, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll give you a slap as a lesson. After saying that, Qin Yu stretched out his hand and slapped his face. Although Qin Yu went easy on him with the slap, it still made half of Zhao Gang's face swell up. Move the car away quickly, Qin Yu said with a cold expression. Although Zhao Gang was angry deep down, he didn't have the guts to say anything. He could only suppress his anger and move the car to the side. After Qin Yu left, Zhao Gang angrily scolded, Who do you think you are? If Yan Ruoxiu leaves Zhongchen, you'll be a laughing stock to everyone. Then, Zhao Gang couldn't help but lament, when will Yan Ruoxiu leave? Although Yan Ruoxiu had kept a low profile recently, she gave everyone immense pressure and kept them on edge. Even the Shen family didn't have the guts to cross her. The car drove all the way to the Du family's home. As the richest family in Zhongchen, the Du family was naturally wealthy, and the house they lived in was extremely luxurious. However, as soon as Qin Yu entered the Du family's front door, he felt a chilly atmosphere. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown. The entire Du family seemed to be surrounded by an ominous aura. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Du Yuan asked. Qin Yu shook his head and said, Nothing. After the car was parked, the two of them walked into the living room. Mr. Qin, please wait for a moment. I'll go call my dad, Du Yuan said politely. He ordered a servant to pour a glass of water for Qin Yu and hurried upstairs. A few minutes later, Du Yuan and his father, Du Hongshen, came down. An old man with a white beard followed them. Mr. Qin. Du Hongshen walked up quickly and shook hands with Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at Du Hongshen and couldn't help but frown. Du Hongshen's expression was pale, his lips were purplish, and his temples were dark. He looked very ill. Most importantly, Qin Yu couldn't feel any sense of vitality from him. Are you not feeling well, Mr. Du? Qin Yu asked casually. Du Hongshen sighed and forced a smile. Yes, I've been experiencing all sorts of troubles lately. Dad, Mr. Qin is also a doctor. You can ask him to examine you, Du Yuan said quickly. Du Hongshen waved his hand and said, I'm not sick. At this point, Du Hongshen said apologetically, Mr. Qin, if you're not busy, can you wait for a moment? Qin Yu nodded and said, It's okay. You may go ahead. Thank you. Du Hongshen nodded quickly. Then, he looked at the old man in white beside him and said, Lu Senior, thank you for your trouble. The old man who was called Lu Senior smiled and said, Don't worry, I have found the problem. Du Hongshen was immediately delighted and quickly said, Please explain, Lu Senior. Lu Senior said calmly, You have been in poor health recently. You consulted many doctors without avail. This is caused by Feng Shui. Mr. Du, go to the west wall of the bedroom now and see if there are any sharp objects, Lu Senior continued to say. Du Hongsheng didn't delay and hurriedly walked in the direction that Lu Senior had told him to. A few minutes later, Du Hongsheng came back with a broken vase. There really are. This vase has been in the cabinet the whole time. I don't know how it broke, Du Hongsheng said with some shock. Lu Senior laughed and said, this is the crux of the problem. Having a broken object in the house is a big taboo. Du Hongsheng reached out and held Lu Senior's hand. He said excitedly, thank you, Lu Senior. You are indeed a feng shui master. Lu Senior took out some coins and handed them to Du Hongsheng. He smiled and said, hang this in the position just now. Remember, take it down and bury it 3 days later. I guarantee that your health will be restored. You have enlightened me, Lu Senior. Thank you, Lu Senior. Du Hongsheng looked excited. I don't think this is the crux of the problem, at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly said. As soon as he said this, things immediately became a bit awkward. Lu Senior's expression darkened. He was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Yu's interruption. Mr. Qin, Lu Senior is a famous feng shui master in Zhongcheng. His words are trustworthy. Du Hongsheng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Qin Yu stood up and said, Lu Senior, I don't mean to disrespect you. It's just that this vase is definitely not the key to the problem. Lu Senior said unhappily, who are you? Lu Senior, this is Qin Yu, Miss Yan's man, Du Hongsheng said quickly. However, Lu Senior didn't show him any respect at all. He said coldly, no matter who he is, he can't just spout nonsense. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly and said, Lu Senior, I'm definitely not spouting nonsense. Everything I said is true. Du Hongsheng was a little unhappy about this. However, he had a favor to ask from Qin Yu, so he didn't have the guts to lose his temper. Mr. Qin, you don't know feng shui. Lu Senior is the master in this aspect. Du Hongsheng tried his best to remain polite. Lu Senior waved his hand. He glanced coldly at Qin Yu and said, you said that this vase isn't the key to the problem. Then I'd like to hear your brilliant theory. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony. He pointed to the courtyard outside and said, the real problem is in the courtyard. After saying that, Qin Yu stood up straight and strode into the courtyard. Lu Senior snorted and immediately followed him out. What's wrong with Qin Yu? Du Hongsheng couldn't help but frown. Du Yuan forced a smile and said, Dad, maybe Mr. Qin really knows, understand my *SS. How can there be someone who is an expert in all aspects in this world? Du Hongsheng snorted coldly. Even so, he still followed him out. Qin Yu didn't stop until he reached the center of the courtyard. He raised his head to look at the sky, then stepped on the ground with his foot. Then he said, the problem lies here. Hearing this, Lu Senior couldn't help but laugh. Young man, do you know feng shui or not? What problem can there be here? I don't know anything about feng shui, Qin Yu said with a smile. But I do know mystical arts. After that, Qin Yu looked at Du Hongsheng and said, Mr. Du, find someone to dig from here. Du Hongsheng said awkwardly, Mr. Qin, I don't think there's a need for that, right? Dig. Trust me, Qin Yu said with a smile. Du Hongsheng had no choice but to wave his hand and call a few people over. Then, how many feet should we dig? Du Hongsheng asked tentatively. Qin Yu shook his head and said, I don't know either. Dig until you find something. Chapter 43, Southwest Fury Soul Technique. Qin Yu's words made Lu Senior laugh. He didn't even know how many feet to dig, yet he still dared to boast. Du Hongsheng's expression was also somewhat unhappy. He had seen many sons of important figures who used their connections to do whatever they wanted and shot their mouths off. Most importantly, the people around him had to play along. In Du Hongsheng's eyes, Qin Yu was this kind of person. He had never been interested in rich playboys. But now that he had a favor to ask Qin Yu, Du Hongsheng could only wave his hand and say, "Do as Mr. Qin says." The few of them took shovels and began to dig down. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Soon, a big hole appeared in front of everyone. However, other than the soil, there was nothing unusual in the hole. Qin Yu stared at the hole, and the ominous feeling became more and more intense. "Mr. Du, do you still want to continue digging?" A few workers wiped their sweat and said tiredly. Du Hongsheng didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Qin Yu and said, "Mr. Qin, do they still need to continue digging?" "I don't think there's a need for that," Lu Senior snorted. "Some people are taking advantage of their connections to do whatever they want." "I don't have the time to play along," Lu Senior said with a hint of arrogance. Qin Yu pointed at the hole and said, "Continue digging until you find something." "Mr. Qin, we've already dug 4 feet, and we haven't seen anything. Are we going to dig through the earth?" Du Hongsheng said unhappily. "Continue digging," Qin Yu said calmly. At this time, Lu Senior took a step forward and berated him coldly, "What if we can't dig anything out?" Qin Yu glanced at him and said, "If we can't dig anything out, I'll eat this pile of soil." "Okay." Lu Senior waved his hand and said, "If we can dig something out, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master." "It's a deal," Qin Yu said with a smile. They continued to dig down the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they dug another foot. This time, even the workers were a little impatient. "Mr. Du, how much longer do we have to dig?" a worker asked curiously. "We can't keep digging like this," Du Hongsheng waved his hand and said, "Dig, dig, sigh." The workers had no choice but to continue digging. "Kid, my time is very precious. I don't have time to play along with you." At this time, Lu Ning snorted. "On account of your young age, you don't have to eat that pile of soil. But you have to remember that there is always someone better than you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Lu Ning waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He just stared at the bottom of the cave. At this moment, the worker's shovel suddenly made a crisp sound, as if it had touched something hard. "Mr. Du, we dug something," one of the workers shouted. Hearing this, everyone quickly surrounded him. A few workers quickly took out an iron box from the cave. "Hurry up and bring it up," Du Hongsheng said hurriedly. The workers didn't dare to waste time and quickly brought the box up. Lu Ning, who was about to leave, also stopped and turned back. "This is it." Qin Yu stared at the box and frowned. "Open it," Qin Yu pointed at the box and said. They quickly opened the box according to Qin Yu's instructions. The moment the box was opened, a bloody smell assailed their nostrils. Inside the box was a black knife with traces of blood on it. What's going on?" Du Hongsheng's face was pale and full of fear. "Get out of the way." Lu Ning took a step forward. He reached out his hand and touched a trace of blood, sniffed it, and then his expression changed. This is a mixture of black dog's blood and corpse oil." A serious look appeared on Lu Ning's face. "Black dog's blood, corpse oil, machete. Southwest Fury Soul technique. What a vicious technique. This would have taken Mr. Du's life." Lu Ning muttered in a low voice. When he heard this, Du Hongsheng's expression became even more unsightly. "Lu Senior, who did this?" Du Hongsheng asked in a trembling voice. Lu Ning shook his head and said, "I don't know either." "Then what should I do now?" Du Hongsheng, his tone filled with fear, grabbed Lu Ning's wrist. Lu Ning couldn't help but laugh bitterly and said, "Mr. Du, perhaps you should ask Mr. Qin about this." Chapter 44, Lack of Foresight. Du Hongsheng suddenly thought of Qin Yu. He hurried to Qin Yu's side, cupped his hands, and said, "Mr. Qin, you must help me, Qin Yu looked at Liu Ning and smiled. Perhaps Liu Sr. is more professional in this kind of thing. Liu Ning couldn't help but force a smile and said, Mr. Qin, please forgive me for my ignorance. Liu Sr., you're too polite. I just got lucky. In terms of professional knowledge, I can't compare to Liu Sr., Qin Yu said politely. This made Liu Sr. sigh. To be so humble at such a young age was really admirable. This boy's future is definitely full of potential, Liu Ning thought to himself. Then, Liu Ning walked to Qin Yu's side, bowed and said, I've said that if I can really dig up something, I, Liu Ning, am willing to take you as my master. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately said with some fear, Liu Sr., I can't afford that. Everyone learns from each other. There is no difference in rank. This immediately made Liu Ning feel grateful. He was almost 70 years old. It was indeed inappropriate for him to call Qin Yu a teacher. Therefore, Liu Ning bowed and said, Mr. Qin, if there is anything you need help with, just let me know. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and agreed. Liu Ning spent half an hour dispelling the sorcery. He didn't stay any longer and left the Du family in a hurry. Qin Yu, Du Hongsheng, and Du Yuan returned to the living room. Du Hongsheng said with gratitude, Mr. Qin, you saved my life. I, Du Hongsheng, will definitely remember this favor. After saying that, Du Hongsheng took out a bank card and handed it to Qin Yu. There is 1 million in here. Although it isn't a lot, it is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Mr. Qin, Du Hongsheng said with a smile. Qin Yu didn't stand on ceremony and immediately put the bank card into his pocket. Mr. Du, why did you ask me to come here this time? Qin Yu took the initiative to ask. Du Hongsheng forced a smile and said, to tell you the truth, I really have something to ask you for help. Under the suppression of the Shen family, many of our company's partners have announced the unilateral termination of their contracts. Many of the projects of the Du family have been terminated, Du Hongsheng sighed. It has only been 1 day, but the Du family is already in a pinch and the Shen family has no intention of leaving. I'm afraid the Du family will be in even more trouble. Qin Yu couldn't help but lament the Shen family's strength. Even the richest man in Zhongchen was unable to retaliate, so let alone the others. Qin Yu was silent for a moment and said, although I sympathize with you, I don't think I can be of much help in this matter. Du Yuan, who was at the side, smiled and said, Mr. Qin, as long as you give us a share of the project in your hands, our family will be able to revive. Qin Yu was stunned. He said awkwardly, project? When did I have a project? Du Yuan said in surprise, Mr. Qin, don't you know? Miss Yan said that all the investment of the Yan family in Zhongchen will be up to you. Yes, as long as you agree, our family will be able to get the Yan family's project, Du Hongsheng also nodded and said. Although the Shen family is strong, they definitely won't dare to get their hands on the Yan family's project. After saying that, Du Hongsheng stood up and bowed to Qin Yu. He said with a slightly pleading tone, Mr. Qin, you are the only one who can help us now. Otherwise, our family will definitely go bankrupt. Qin Yu was a little surprised. He had never thought that Yan Ruoxiu would hand over the authority of the Yan family's investment to him. Moreover, it was obvious that not many people knew about this news. Otherwise, there would be tons of people knocking on Qin Yu's door. Qin Yu didn't say anything for a moment. Instead, he sat there and pondered for a moment. I have a better business, Qin Yu said at this moment. Du Hongsheng was stunned. He said with some surprise, a better business. Qin Yu nodded and said, that's right. The Shen family made their fortune with health products. I have a better product in my hands. At the moment, the soul nourishment pill needed a strong company to act as an agent. Lei Hu definitely didn't have those capabilities. As the richest family in Zhongchen, the Du family was the best candidate. Qin Yu took out a soul nourishment pill from his pocket and put it on the table. I can give this medicine to your family as an agent. I can also tell you that this medicine will definitely become popular. Using it to deal with the Shen family, or even surpassing the Shen family, won't be a problem. Qin Yu's tone was filled with confidence. As long as the price was kept down and sold on a large scale, the Shen family wouldn't be a match against it at all. However, Du Hongshen didn't think so. In his opinion, this medicine wasn't reliable at all. Therefore, Du Hongshen said tactfully, Mr. Qin, if it's possible, you'd better give us a project. We really don't have it in us to enjoy this medicine. Although Du Hongshen didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very obvious. Du Hongshen didn't care about the soul nourishment pill at all. Qin Yu sighed slightly. He put away the soul nourishment pill and said, if that's the case, then fine. Come to me with the contract tomorrow. Good, good. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Du Hongshen's face was instantly filled with excitement. He suddenly didn't realize that he had inadvertently missed an excellent business opportunity. This also made Qin Yu feel regretful for Du Hongshen. In that case, I'll leave the soul nourishment pill to Lei Hu for the time being, Qin Yu thought to himself. Chapter 45, Soul Nourishment Pill. After leaving the Du family, Qin Yu asked Lei Hu to prepare a large number of herbs. After that, he prepared to refine the soul nourishment pill. To Qin Yu, the soul nourishment pill barely had any cost, and the price could easily be lowered. For 3 days, Qin Yu barely rested. He spent all his time refining the soul nourishment pill. During these 3 days, Yao Qing was in charge of guarding Qin Yu to prevent anyone from disturbing him. 3 days later, Qin Yu successfully refined more than 300 soul nourishment pills. Looking at the pills placed in front of him, Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Currently, to Qin Yu, these 300+ soul nourishment pills were extremely taxing and he looked much more haggard. I believe these 300 soul nourishment pills are enough to give the Shen family a blow, Qin Yu thought to himself. Mr. Qin, what kind of pill is this? Yao Qing couldn't help but ask. Qin Yu casually took one and threw it to Yao Qing. He smiled and said, try it. Yao Qing didn't even look at it and directly stuffed it into his mouth. A moment later, Yao Qing felt refreshed all over, and all his fatigue was swept away. This. What kind of pill is this? Yao Qing's face was full of shock, and his mouth was agape. Qin Yu smiled and said, this is called the soul nourishment pill. In short, it is beneficial to the body. This made Yao Qing admire Qin Yu even more. Not only has Mr. Qin mastered the extraordinary breathing exercise, but you also have such outstanding alchemy skills, Yao Qing said with a face full of admiration. Qin Yu smiled and said, if there is an opportunity in the future, I will teach you this breathing exercise method. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Hearing this, Yao Qing was overjoyed. Oh, right. Yao Qing suddenly thought of something. Miss Yan came yesterday. I wonder what the matter is, Yao Qing said. At the mention of Yan Ruoxiu, Qin Yu felt his tiredness disappear instantly, and a smile appeared on his face. Rumor has it that when you think of someone you like, you will subconsciously smile. So it's true, Yao Qing joked at the side. Screw you. Qin Yu rolled his eyes at Yao Qing. Then, he took out his phone and called Lei Hu. About half an hour later, Lei Hu hurriedly drove to Dragon Paradise. Qin Yu handed the soul nourishment pill to Lei Hu and then said, the price of these 300 pills should be cheap, about 300 yuan per pill. Lei Hu was stunned. He said somewhat awkwardly, 300 yuan for one pill? Isn't this too cheap? Previously, it was 1 million yuan for one pill. Do what I ask you to do, Qin Yu said coldly. Then, he handed these 300 pills to Lei Hu. Lei Hu held the pill, and he got an idea. He thought to himself, as long as I do a good job of keeping it a secret, when the time comes, I will sell it at a higher price and he definitely won't know. Thinking of this, Lei Hu held the pill and was about to leave. Wait. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly called out to Lei Hu. In the next second, Qin Yu took a step forward and reached out to grab Lei Hu's neck, lifting him into the air. Lei Hu struggled with all his might, but he found that he couldn't break free at all. Qin Yu's palm was like an iron pincer and he was unable to move. Soon, Lei Hu felt that it was difficult to breathe, and his face instantly flushed. You'd better not think of any shady ideas. You'll only make money if I let you, Qin Yu said coldly. I know, Lei Hu said these few words with difficulty. Qin Yu let go of Lei Hu, and Lei Hu sat down on the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a chill on his back. Lei Hu was certain that Qin Yu might have really killed him just now. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, Lei Hu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with some lingering fear. Qin Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I will never let you suffer a loss. Lei Hu hurriedly nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin, you can go now. Qin Yu waved his hand. Lei Hu didn't stay any longer and quickly left the place. Qin Yu knew very well that he had to use both kindness and power to make a sly fox like Lei Hu obedient. Otherwise, he could backstab him at any time. Next, I should prepare to go to the auction. I just don't know if 10 million is enough. Qin Yu thought to himself. Since ancient times, cultivation had always been extremely costly. At this moment, Qin Yu deeply understood the sentence. There was still half a month left before the auction, so Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry. After Lei Hu left, Qin Yu fell asleep. He slept for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, the soul nourishment pill had already circulated more than half of Zhongcheng. Without any publicity, the soul nourishment pill had practically spread through the entire city. In an instant, Lei Hu became a popular person. He used this opportunity to quickly establish a health product company. And the Shen family also quickly received this news. Mr. Shen, this is the soul nourishment pill. In Shen Yun's office, Zhao Gang handed the soul nourishment pill to Shen Yun with a fawning expression. Shen Yun caressed the pill and couldn't help but snored, Is this pill really that miraculous? It's true. Zhao Gang said hurriedly. I heard that many high-level figures in the city are fighting for this kind of pill. Shen Yun frowned. He stroked his chin and said in a low voice, If I can obtain the formula for the soul nourishment pill, the Shen family will definitely be able to rise to a higher level. By then, it won't be a problem for us to expand out of Chuzhu. Thinking of this, Shen Yun looked at Zhao Gang and said, Where did this soul nourishment pill come from? Zhao Gang quickly said, Rumor has it that it came from Lei Hu. Lei Hu? You mean that lowlife? Shen Yun couldn't help but show a hint of contempt on his face. Yes, it's him. Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded and said. Shen Yun couldn't help but sneer as he said, Does someone like him deserve the soul nourishment pill? Chapter 46, The Regretful Du Hongshen. Hearing Shen Yun's words, Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Zhao Gang, wanting to cooperate with Lei Hu and obtain the rights to represent the soul nourishment pill, had gone to look for Lei Hu before this. But he didn't expect that not only did Lei Hu not agree, but he even got someone to throw him out. So, in a fit of anger, Zhao Gang, wanting Shen Yun to punish Lei Hu, told Shen Yun this matter. Yes, why does Lei Hu deserve to have the soul nourishment pill? Zhao Gang nodded repeatedly. Shen Yun snorted lightly and said, Looks like I have to find time to talk to Lei Hu. When Zhao Gang heard this, he got an idea, and then he said slyly, President Shen, Lei Hu values the soul nourishment pill more than his own life. I feel that it would be difficult for him to hand it over to you. Shen Yun glanced at him and sneered as he said, He only has 2 options. Either hand over the soul nourishment pill or die. Which one do you think he will choose? Zhao Gang was immediately overjoyed. An expression of having succeeded in his evil scheme appeared on his face. President Chen, on account of me telling you the news, can you give me a proxy when the time comes? Zhao Gang rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed smile. As long as you are obedient, that won't be a problem, Shen Yun said nonchalantly. Although the Shen family was prominent, their foundation was still in the provincial capital. Now that they had come to Zhongcheng, they indeed needed a few henchmen. Zhao Gang was the right candidate. Thank you, President Chen. Zhao Gang was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. After Zhao Gang left, Shen Yun made a phone call and was ready to find Lei Hu. On the other hand, Qin Yu was sitting in the courtyard of the villa while basking in the sun. He was waiting for the soul nourishment pill to take the entire Zhongcheng by storm. Things will change in Zhongcheng very soon. Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. With the help of Qin Yu, Du Hongsheng obtained the Yan family's project. These few days, Du Hongsheng spent almost all his time eating with his superiors. Today was no exception. At the dinner party, everyone was drunk. At this moment, the mayor of Zhongcheng suddenly said, I don't know if you've heard, but recently, a medicine called the soul nourishment pill has been released in Zhongcheng. Everyone is scrambling to buy it. Du Hongsheng smiled and said, Mayor Li, I've also heard a little about it. By the way, what exactly is the soul nourishment pill? Mayor Li immediately said, this soul nourishment pill is really miraculous. One pill can strengthen one's health. If taken for a long period of time, it can prolong one's life. That's right. Now, almost everyone affluent in Zhongcheng has one pill, the others echoed. Sigh, it's a pity that this kind of medicine is too rare. It's gone now. Lei Hu used this soul nourishment pill to transform himself. He went from a lowlife to a high-class businessman. God knows how many companies are begging him for the rights to act as an agent. Du Hongsheng was also interested. Even the mayor of Zhongcheng was bragging about this soul nourishment pill. It seemed that it wasn't groundless. Who knew how much wealth it would create in the future? If he could get a share of the profits, he might be able to make a windfall. Thinking of this, Du Hongsheng asked tentatively, who has a soul nourishment pill? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy one. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Mr. Du, do you think you can buy it just because you have money? There's no telling how many people can't buy it even for $1 million. Exactly, if there really is one, who will give it to you? Hearing this, Du Hongsheng was even more surprised. The soul nourishment pill was actually that popular? At this moment, Mayor Li suddenly said mysteriously, to tell you the truth, I still have one, but I have to keep it for my own use. Mayor Li, I'll give you 2 million to sell it to me. Someone next to him joked. Mayor Li rolled his eyes. Even if you offer 5 million, I won't sell it. At this point, he changed the topic and smiled. But I can let you smell it. After saying that, Mayor Li took out the soul nourishment pill and said with a slightly ostentatious tone, I'll let you see it, but I'm telling you, you can only smell it. If anyone dares to eat it, I won't let him off the hook. Mayor Li, don't worry, everyone said one after another. Du Hongsheng also hurriedly stood up and looked at the soul nourishment pill. But when he saw the appearance of the soul nourishment pill clearly, his expression suddenly changed. Mayor Li, please let me take a look. Du Hongsheng said somewhat anxiously. Before Mayor Li could agree, Du Hongsheng snatched the soul nourishment pill. When he saw the pill in his hand, Du Hongsheng's expression became more and more unsightly. Wasn't this the same pill that Qin Yu had taken out a few days ago? At that time, Qin Yu had even said that he would be the agent, but unfortunately, he had rejected it. Chapter 47, The overbearing Shen Yun. Du Hongsheng looked at the pill repeatedly. In the end, He ascertained that this was the pill Chen Yu had given him. "Mr. Du, are you done looking at it? It's time to return it to me." Mayor Li took the soul nourishment pill back. Then, Mayor Li said jokingly, "Mr. Du, you have to be careful. Lei Hu might become the richest man in Zhongcheng and replace you." The others also joked, "Mr. Du, your position is in danger." Everyone laughed. Du Hongsheng looked embarrassed and couldn't laugh. At downtown Zhongcheng, there was a set of shops. This was Lei Hu's office. Recently, Lei Hu's office had been crowded with people. Many rich people wanted to get the soul nourishment pill's power of agency and even wanted to monopolize it. This was also the first time Lei Hu enjoyed the feeling of being kissed up to. "Lei Hu, Mr. Sun wants to see you." "Lei Hu, Mr. Zhang has been waiting at the door for an hour." "Lei Hu." Lei Hu impatiently waved his hand and said, "I won't see him. I'm not free." Before this, these so-called bosses looked down on Lei Hu, but now, they were begging at the door. "It's all thanks to the soul nourishment pill," Lei Hu said proudly. At this moment, the office door was suddenly opened. "Didn't I say that I won't see anyone?" Lei Hu scolded impatiently. "Lei Hu, you're so imposing." At this moment, a voice entered Lei Hu's ears. Lei Hu turned around and saw Shen Yun standing at the door, and Zhao Gang following behind him. "President Shen? Why are you here?" Lei Hu's expression changed, and he hurriedly stood up to greet him. Shen Yun snorted lightly. He didn't say anything and sat down on the sofa. "Why aren't you pouring water for President Shen?" Zhao Gang said as he glared at him. Lei Hu looked at Zhao Gang with some displeasure, but he still obediently poured a glass of water for Shen Yun. "President Shen, why are you looking for me?" Lei Hu sat opposite Shen Yun and said sheepishly. Shen Yun drank a mouthful of water and said nonchalantly, "I heard that you have a medicine called the soul nourishment pill, right?" Lei Hu's expression changed, and he had a bad feeling. "President Shen, the soul nourishment pill is indeed in my hands," Lei Hu braced himself and said. Shen Yun coldly snorted and said, "Give me the formula for the soul nourishment pill, and I can give you a sum of money." After saying that, Shen Yun took out a bank card and placed it on the table. "There is 1 million in the card. It is enough to buy your formula." Before Shen Yun said anything, Zhao Gang was already showing off his wealth. Lei Hu's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse, "Only 1 million? Do you think I am a beggar or something? Are you any different from beggars?" Shen Yun sneered. Hearing this, Lei Hu couldn't help but lose his temper. He glared at Shen Yun and said, "Shen Yun, don't go too far. Go too far." Shen Yun's expression turned cold, and he said icily, "How dare you talk to me like that?" After saying that, Shen Yun waved his hand, and a few bodyguards immediately rushed in from outside. With a few punches and kicks, they pressed Lei Hu to the ground. Shen Yun looked down at Lei Hu and said, "Lei Hu, either hand over the prescription, or I'll cripple you. It's your choice." Lei Hu's expression was extremely ugly, and he didn't speak for a moment. "You won't speak?" Shen Yun nodded. "Break his legs for me." "Yes." A few bodyguards shouted loudly and were going to break Lei Hu's legs. "Wait." Lei Hu saw the situation and hurriedly shouted. He raised his head to look at Shen Yun and said with a sheepish smile, "President Shen, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. The main thing is, I don't have a prescription either. This soul nourishment pill was sold to me by someone else, someone else." Shen Yun frowned and asked, "Who?" Lei Hu got an idea and said, It's a doctor. How about this, I'll make an appointment for him to meet you in 3 days. Do you think it's okay?" Shen Yun sized up Lei Hu and pondered for a moment. Then, he snorted coldly and said, "It's okay, but I'm warning you. If you dare to play me, I won't let you off the hook." "I wouldn't dare." I wouldn't dare, Lei Hu said with a sheepish smile. Shen Yun waved his hand and left Lei Hu's office with his people. After he left, Lei Hu couldn't help but spit on the ground. What the h*ll? Just you wait for me. Lei Hu cursed. Then, Lei Hu drove out of the office and went straight to Dragon Paradise. At this time, Qin Yu was in the huge manor and doing breathing exercises with his eyes closed. Mr. Qin. Lei Hu, looking very anxious, ran to Qin Yu with sweat all over his head. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lei Hu. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Qin Yu said nonchalantly. Lei Hu wiped his sweat and hurriedly said, Shen Yun came to find me. He gave me 1,000,000 yuan and asked me to hand over the pill formula. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised. He had long guessed that the Shen family would be interested in this pill formula. What did you say? Qin Yu asked nonchalantly. I lied to him that the pill formula was given to me by an old Chinese doctor. I also promised him that he would meet him in 3 days, Lei Hu said carefully. Mr. Qin, please don't blame me. Shen Yun wanted to cripple my legs, so I had no choice but to say this. Lei Hu hurriedly added. Qin Yu didn't say anything. He put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. He said nonchalantly, you did well. Lei Hu, go and make arrangements. In 3 days, all those who want to get the pill formula will come to the number 1 Grand Mansion. At that time, I will choose a robust company to cooperate with. Chapter 48, Yan Ruoxiu's transformation. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Lei Hu was clearly a little disappointed. He wanted to rely on this soul nourishment pill to transform himself. If he were to give it to another partner, then his advantage would no longer exist. Although he thought so deep down, Lei Hu didn't say anything and only nodded his head in agreement. Qin Yu saw through Lei Hu's thoughts and smiled while saying, don't worry, the overall authority of the soul nourishment pill will always be in your hands. When Lei Hu heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly nodded while saying, thank you, Mr. Qin. Lei Hu quickly spread the news. For a while, everyone in Zhongchen was discussing this matter. At the Yan family manor, the usually aloof Yan Ruoxiu actually wore an apron today and hummed a song as she happily busied herself in the kitchen. Miss, you should rest quickly, there were countless people surrounding her. They, afraid that Yan Ruoxiu would accidentally hurt herself, had anxious expressions on their faces. The secretary smiled bitterly and said, Miss, how can you do such a menial task? Just let us servants do it. Yan Ruoxiu didn't care at all. This was the first time she realized that cooking was so fun. Because Qin Yu was coming to eat tonight, Yan Ruoxiu personally cooked. At night, Yan Ruoxiu meticulously decorated the room with dim lights, a table full of delicious food, and a bottle of 1982 red wine. All the servants were chased out by Yan Ruoxiu. In the huge room, only Qin Yu and Yan Ruoxiu were left. These were all made by you. Qin Yu couldn't believe it. How could a rich heiress like Yan Ruoxiu be so dexterous? Quick, try it and see how it tastes. Yan Ruoxiu said with some anticipation. Qin Yu hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Just after the first bite, Qin Yu grimaced. This was 2D*M and disgusting. Is it good? Yan Ruoxiu blinked her eyes and asked excitedly. Looking at Yan Ruoxiu's expectant expression, Qin Yu really couldn't bear to hurt her feelings, so he braced himself and said, it's delicious, extremely delicious, really. The usually aloof Ice Queen was as excited as a little girl. Really? Qin Yu nodded vigorously. Then eat more. Yan Ruoxiu said with a smile. Qin Yu felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. After finishing the meal with great difficulty, Qin Yu, along with Yan Ruoxiu, walked around the manor while admiring the night scenery. Smelling the faint fragrance on Yan Ruoxiu's body, Qin Yu felt a little titillated. He secretly glanced at Yan Ruoxiu's side profile and his heart skipped a beat. Qin Yu, wanting to hold Yan Ruoxiu's hand, mustered up his courage and carefully reached out his hand. At this moment, Yan Ruoxiu suddenly said, "Qin Yu." Qin Yu was so startled that he trembled and hurriedly withdrew his hand. "Huh, what's wrong?" Qin Yu asked. Yan Ruoxiu looked at the sky and said, "Do you like this kind of life?" Qin Yu was stunned and didn't understand Yan Ruoxiu's words. This kind of life? What kind of life is it? Qin Yu asked in puzzlement. Yan Ruoxiu smiled and said, "Have you been tired recently?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "A little." Indeed, Qin Yu's life had been very tiring recently and he barely had time to rest. Yan Ruoxiu smiled and said, "Why don't I take care of you?" Qin Yu was stunned. He shook his head and said, "Why did you say that all of a sudden?" Yan Ruoxiu said, "If you don't like this kind of life, I can take care of you." Qin Yu thought that Yan Ruoxiu was joking, so he replied with a smile, "Then I'll be a gigolo." "How can I buy a wedding ring and hold a wedding in that case?" Yan Ruoxiu looked at Qin Yu seriously and said, "A wedding ring doesn't necessarily have to be bought by a man, and the wedding doesn't necessarily have to be held by you. If you are willing, I'll buy the wedding ring, and I'll hold the wedding." Hearing Yan Ruoxiu's words, Qin Yu was instantly stunned. He turned to look at Yan Ruoxiu and said seriously and firmly, "Although I have been a little tired recently, I'm very fulfilled. Before I met you, I was like a walking zombie without any goals in life. Since I met you, my life has gained meaning and I have a goal to strive towards." At this point, Qin Yu took a deep breath and continued saying, "Miss Yan, give me 1 year, at most 1 year. 1 year later, I'll go to the Yan family to propose marriage and give you a grand wedding." The atmosphere became a little amorous. With these vows, the two of them seemed to have returned to their youth. However, Qin Yu's words touched Yan Ruoxiu slightly. "Okay." Yan Ruoxiu smiled. 1 year later, I will wait for you to give me a grand wedding." After Qin Yu left, Yan Ruoxiu sat in the courtyard for a long time. The secretary couldn't help but walk forward and sigh while saying, "Miss, I feel that you have changed." Yan Ruoxiu glanced at him and smiled while saying, "How have I changed?" The secretary smiled bitterly and said, "Before coming to Zhongcheng, we have always admired your shrewdness and your decisiveness. You also said that if Qin Yu was a good-for-nothing, you would leave Zhongcheng and cancel this engagement. But now, you don't seem to care whether Qin Yu has achieved anything. It's like you've turned from a rational and shrewd ice queen to a down-to-earth girl next door." Yan Ruoxiu smiled and didn't comment. Just as the secretary said, Yan Ruoxiu didn't really care about whether or not Qin Yu made a name for himself. "I will respect Qin Yu's choice." Yan Ruoxiu smiled. "If he doesn't want to strive anymore, I'll take care of him. If he wants to make a name for himself, then I'll do my best to help him." Obviously, Qin Yu chose the latter. Chapter 49, Good for Nothing. It was very easy for Yan Ruoxiu to help someone. She could make Qin Yu a top businessman in Zhongcheng and even Chuzhu at the drop of a hat. However, if Qin Yu wanted to make a name for himself in Jingdu, he had to have the ability. Yan Ruoxiu understood this very well, so what she wanted to do wasn't to help Qin Yu remove obstacles, but to let Qin Yu grow under the premise of ensuring his safety. The secretary at the side sighed slightly and whispered, "Love is really toxic. Who would have thought that the famous Yan Ruoxiu of Jingdu would fall head over heels in love in a remote town like Zhongcheng?" Ever since Lei Hu released the news, everyone in Zhongcheng had been spreading it. Other than relevant herbs manufacturers, even some powerful real estate developers wanted a piece of the pie. Recently, Zhao Gang had been staying by Shen Yun's side every day. He was a surprisingly loyal henchman. "President Shen, what does Lei Hu mean by this? Why did he announce that he was choosing a partner?" Zhao Gang said as he poured water for Shen Yun. Shen Yun glanced at him and said nonchalantly, "It is probably the intention of that old doctor. Big shots are all cocky because of their talent." "I understand." Zhao Gang nodded and then said flatteringly, "That's true. Who in Zhongcheng is more powerful than the Shen family?" Shen Yun didn't say anything, but his face couldn't help but show an arrogant look. "As long as the Yan family doesn't participate, who will dare to compete with me, Shen Yun?" Shen Yun thought to himself. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the third day. On this day, the entrance of number 1 Grand Mansion was filled with luxury cars. Many wealthy businessmen were waiting there. Alas, if we had listened to Mr. Qin back then, we wouldn't have to come here to compete. Du Yuan couldn't help but grumble. Du Hongsheng couldn't help but lament, "I originally thought that Qin Yu didn't have any real talent. I didn't expect." Alas, no wonder the Yan family supported him. The two of them regretted it, but it was too late. In the hall, many businessmen were chattering in low voices. No one knew the background of this so-called old doctor. At this moment, the venue suddenly quieted down. Looking over, they saw Shen Yun and Zhao Gang walking in from outside. Shen Yun's arrival immediately made everyone feel crestfallen. Everyone knew how powerful the Shen family was. Even in Chuzhou, they were top-notch, let alone Zhongcheng. "President Shen, I didn't expect you to come." A businessman was the first to react and rushed over to curry favor with them. Since Shen Yun was here, no one could compete with them. Since they couldn't compete, they might as well curry favor with Shen Yun and get the agency rights from Shen Yun. Soon, these sly men all reacted and rushed up to greet him. "Dad, should we go over?" Du Yuan asked. Du Hongsheng shook his head and said, "Our relationship with the Shen family is too hostile. If we go over, we will only embarrass ourselves." "That's true." Du Yuan nodded, then smiled, and said, "It seems that Shen Yun doesn't know that the soul nourishment pill came from Qin Yu." Faced with everyone's flattery, Shen Yun appeared even more proud. People like Shen Yun looked down on the businessmen of Zhongcheng. In his eyes, the so-called successful people of Zhongcheng were at the bottom of the barrel and not worth mentioning. However, to establish a foothold in Zhongcheng, he indeed needed a group of followers, so even though he looked down on this group of people, he still dealt with them one by one. "Honey, you're so amazing." Su Yan couldn't help but whisper as she followed Zhao Gang. "As long as we curry favor with the Shen family, won't we be rich in the future?" Su Yan's eyes sparkled. Zhao Gang said proudly, "Of course." At this moment, Zhao Gang suddenly saw Qin Yu walking in from outside. The moment he saw Qin Yu, Zhao Gang's expression instantly turned cold. "Why is he here?" Su Yan's eyes flashed with disgust. Zhao Gang snorted lightly and brought Su Yan towards Qin Yu. "Yo, Qin Yu, you also want to participate in this business deal?" Zhao Gang said derisively. Qin Yu glanced at him and said with a nonchalant smile, "Yes." Zhao Gang sneered as he said, "Qin Yu, do you think you can participate in this business just because you are close to Lei Hu? Let me tell you, it's impossible. This business was arranged by President Chen. President Chen calls the shots." At this point, Zhao Gang changed the topic and said with some pride, "But I'm different. I've already seized the opportunity to get close to President Chen." "Honey, you're so impressive." Su Yan immediately shouted in a flattering manner. Then, Su Yan sized up Qin Yu and said derisively, "That's why I said that this type of ability is innate. A good-for-nothing is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Even if you suck up to the Yan family, you're still a good-for-nothing." Chapter 50, The arrogant Lei Hu. Qin Yu glanced at them and said coldly, "Idiot." After saying this, Qin Yu strode into the venue with Yao Cheng. D***mn, how dare you scold me?" Su Yan said angrily. Zhao Gang snorted while saying, "It's okay. He won't be on his high horse for long. Then, Zhao Gang told Shen Yun about Qin Yu's arrival. Shen Yun couldn't help but laugh after hearing it. How could a good-for-nothing like him get his hands on this kind of business? What a joke. Yeah, I think so too. Zhao Gang also shouted. Most of the businessmen surrounded Shen Yun. They all knew about the conflict between Qin Yu and the Shen family, so no one was willing to get close to Qin Yu. President Shen, when you bring in the big bucks, don't forget us. That's right, President Shen, just give us a first-level agent opportunity. When the time comes, our factory can OEM for your company. Shen Yun, his eyes fixed in the direction of Qin Yu, acted as if he didn't hear anything. Thinking of his son, Shen Tian, who was still bedridden, Shen Yun wished that he could tear Qin Yu into pieces. Someone followed Shen Yun's gaze and looked over, then realization dawned upon him. I didn't expect that Qin Yu would also come. A businessman deliberately shouted and then walked in the direction of Qin Yu. This businessman was called Sun Peng. He was the head of the medicinal herbs processing factory in Zhongcheng. However, in Zhongcheng, Sun Peng wasn't a big shot. He wasn't even qualified to attend the Yan family's banquet. If they seized the opportunity to cooperate with the Shen family this time, the Sun family had a chance to become one of the upper families in Zhongcheng. In order to curry favor with Shen Yun, Sun Peng took the initiative to walk over to Qin Yu. Mr. Qin, why are you here? Sun Peng pretended to be concerned and asked. Qin Yu glanced at him and said, Do I know you? Sun Peng smiled and said, You don't know me, but I know you. You are a famous figure in Zhongcheng. Who doesn't know that you are the #1 scoundrel in Zhongcheng? After saying that, Sun Peng burst into laughter. Qin Yu wasn't angry. He just looked at Sun Peng and sneered as he said, Do you think that by pleasing the Shen family, you are qualified to participate in the business of the soul nourishment pill? Sun Peng said with a smile, What else? Don't tell me I should try to please you. Pleasing me might be more useful, Qin Yu said indifferently. Hearing this, Sun Peng couldn't help but laugh. You are too full of yourself, Sun Peng sneered. That old doctor said that he wants to find a company with strength to cooperate with. Who is the most qualified? Of course, it's President Shen. What about you? What qualifications do you have? Qin Yu glanced at Sun Peng and said with a nonchalant smile, I indeed don't have much qualifications, but maybe I am that old doctor. Ha ha ha. Sun Peng laughed even more exaggeratedly. If you are that old doctor, I, Sun Peng, will write my name upside down. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with such a petty person, so he turned his head to the side and ignored him. Seeing Qin Yu ignore him, Sun Peng ran back to Shen Yun in an obsequious manner. Shen Yun glanced at Sun Peng and said indifferently, Well done. Thank you, President Shen. Sun Peng was overjoyed. The rest of the businessmen followed suit. They ran to Qin Yu to mock him and show off. Faced with these people's taunts, Qin Yu didn't say a word. He just looked at them coldly and silently remembered their faces. Soon, Shen Yun walked to Qin Yu. He glowered at Qin Yu contemptuously and said, I really don't know why you are here. Are you asking for humiliation? The one who is asking for humiliation isn't me, but you, Qin Yu said with a sneer. When Shen Yun heard this, he snorted and said, I want to see how long you can keep acting tough. At this moment, Lei Hu walked out from the backstage. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone walked towards Lei Hu. Qin Yu, let's settle the score slowly, Shen Yun said and walked towards Lei Hu. Lei Hu, where's that old doctor? Mr. Lei, invite that old doctor out quickly. Looking at everyone's expectant expression, Lei Hu felt a little smug for a moment. He cleared his throat and said, Everyone, please be quiet. I know that everyone wants to obtain the formula for the soul nourishment pill. Everyone, please be patient. Stop talking nonsense and quickly invite that old doctor out, Shen Yun said impatiently. Lei Hu glanced at Shen Yun and said with a smile, why are you so impatient? If you can't wait any longer, then get out. Read My Rich Wife Online Chapter 51, Old Dr. Shen Yun was stunned. He scratched his ears, as if he couldn't believe that these words came from Lei Hu's mouth. Lei Hu, what the F***ck did you say? Before Shen Yun could say anything, Zhao Gang was the first to curse. Lei Hu smiled. He casually picked up a stool and threw it directly at Zhao Gang's head. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout at me? Lei Hu glared at Zhao Gang and cursed. Everyone's expression was ugly, and they felt that something was wrong. Didn't they say that Shen Yun was a shoo-in? But from Lei Hu's attitude towards Shen Yun, it didn't seem like the case. Shen Yun's expression was extremely cold. He took a deep breath and said, Lei Hu, I'll settle the score with you later. Quickly get that so-called doctor out now. Lei Hu snorted and ignored Shen Yun. He ran to Qin Yu and said with a sheepish smile, Mr. Qin, they are calling for you. Although his voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears. Lei Hu, what do you mean? Zhao Gang couldn't help but shout. I asked you to invite the so-called doctor out. Why are you looking for that loser? That's right, are you playing us? Our time is very precious. How can you afford to waste our time? Lei Hu sneered as he said, are your brains not working, or are your ears not working? Mr. Qin is that so-called doctor. Is it that hard to understand? How is that possible? Zhao Gang shouted. Qin Yu is a loser. When did he become a so-called doctor? What a joke. Su Yan, who was at the side, also sneered. There was immediately an uproar at the scene. It was obvious that no one believed that Qin Yu was that so-called doctor. Qin Yu slowly stood up and strode to the stage. Yao Cheng. Qin Yu shouted. Yes, Mr. Qin. Yao Cheng immediately nodded. He took a sack and walked to Qin Yu's side. Then, the sack fell to the ground, and one soul nourishment pill after another rolled out of the sack. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of soul nourishment pills on the ground. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Although the soul nourishment pill had caused a huge uproar in Zhongcheng, it was extremely rare. Many big shots were willing to spend millions just to buy one. How much was so many soul nourishment pills worth? Hee, taking a bunch of ordinary pills and pretending that they are soul nourishment pills. Shen Yun couldn't help but sneer. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly reacted. That's right, how do we know whether this is a soul nourishment pill or not? Who doesn't know that you're just a freeloader? When did you become a medical practitioner, tisk tisk, scamming our money together with Lei Hu? Hee, in Zhongcheng, we're the only ones who get to scam others' money. Others don't get the right to scam us. When he heard the comments of the crowd, Qin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, an old man with white hair suddenly rushed onto the stage in a hurry. Hurry up and stop him. Lei Hu hurriedly shouted. Wait. Qin Yu waved his hand. After the old man ran onto the stage, he picked up a soul nourishment pill and looked at it carefully. It's the genius Dr. Yang. At this moment, someone recognized this old man. It's really the genius Dr. Yang, the top doctor in Zhongcheng. I didn't expect that the genius Dr. Yang would also come. Just in time. Let the genius Dr. Yang take a look. Everyone shouted one after another. The old man who was called the genius Dr. Yang held the soul nourishment pill and looked at it carefully. His expression became more and more excited, and even his body began to tremble. Soul nourishment pill, it really is a soul nourishment pill, the genius Dr. Yang said in a trembling voice. Then, he turned to look at Qin Yu and said somewhat excitedly, was this pill really refined by you? Qin Yu politely supported the genius Dr. Yang and nodded as he said, "This pill was indeed refined by me." Hearing this, the genius Dr. Yang didn't say a word and knelt on the ground on the spot. "I have studied medicine for decades, but I have never seen such a miraculous pill. Please accept my bow," the genius Dr. Yang said excitedly. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly reached out to help the genius Dr. Yang up. "Sir, please get up quickly. You are a senior. I can't accept this," Qin Yu said with some fear. The genius Dr. Yang shook his head and said, "Age has never meant anything. Your ability is above mine, so you have the right to accept my bow." Hearing this, Qin Yu was filled with respect for the genius Dr. Yang. There was no telling how many people exploited their seniority. There were few people as upright and humble as the genius Dr. Yang. This scene shocked everyone below the stage. Even the genius Dr. Yang said it. "It seems that it is really the soul nourishment pill," someone murmured. "I didn't expect Qin Yu to really be that so-called doctor, he has such outstanding talent at such a young age. No wonder he is favored by the Yan family. Mr. Qin, can you sell me the formula for the soul nourishment pill? I'm willing to pay 10 million. Someone was the first to react. "I'm willing to pay 100 million. I'm willing to spend money to buy an agency right." Many businessmen below the stage shouted one after another. Shen Yun's expression turned extremely ugly. Those who curried favor with the Shen family were filled with regret. Chapter 52, Chinese Medicine Conference. It was under Sun Peng's lead that everyone ran over to mock and ridicule Qin Yu. Qin Yu looked at the many businessmen below the stage and slowly said, "I don't have a prescription, but I can give you all the rights to represent me. I will only take 10%. Hearing this, everyone was instantly extremely excited. Just taking 10% was equivalent to giving it to them for free. "But I have a condition." At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly spoke. He looked coldly at Shen Tian and said, "No one is allowed to do business with the Shen family, and all the prices must be the same. Otherwise, your right to act as an agent will be revoked." Qin Yu was clearly targeting the Shen family. Once the price was standardized, Shen Yun would have no way to buy it from others. Shen Yun looked at Qin Yu coldly. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up as he angrily berated, "Qin Yu, do you think you can compete against me with this lousy soul nourishment pill? Let me tell you, it's impossible." "Whether or not it's impossible is not up to you," Qin Yu said coldly. Shen Yun glared at Qin Yu and said with a vicious tone, "Let's wait and see." After saying that, Shen Yun turned around and left. Sun Peng, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He shamelessly walked to Qin Yu and said with a sheepish smile, "Mr. Qin, I was just joking just now. Are you offended?" Qin Yu glanced at him and waved his hand as he said, "Lei Hu, throw him out." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Lei Hu quickly called out to a few people and directly threw Sun Peng out of the door. Su Yan and Zhao Gang didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left number 1 Grand Mansion. When did that loser learn about Chinese medicine? After walking out of number 1 Grand Mansion, Su Yan couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. She had lived with Qin Yu for 3 whole years, but in these 3 years, Qin Yu couldn't do anything other than doing laundry and cooking. Zhao Gang's expression was grim, and he didn't say anything. After it was over, Qin Yu and the genius Dr. Yang came backstage. "Mr. Yang, this is the pill formula for the soul nourishment pill." Qin Yu was very generous, and directly handed the pill formula for the soul nourishment pill to Mr. Yang. "I can't believe that I actually get to see such a mysterious pill formula in my life. I will die without regrets." Mr. Yang grabbed the pill formula, and tears of excitement flowed down his face. At this point, Mr. Yang suddenly looked at Qin Yu and said, "If you are willing, I can refine the soul nourishment pill for you." Qin Yu froze for a moment before he said happily, "Mr. Yang, are you serious?" I'm absolutely serious. Please trust me. Mr. Yang said earnestly. That's great. Qin Yu's tone was filled with excitement. With Mr. Yang's help, Qin Yu could free up a lot of time. Moreover, Mr. Yang had many disciples under him and they could all refine the soul nourishment pill for Qin Yu. The two of them instantly bonded, and they chatted happily. Through their communication, Qin Yu could clearly feel that Mr. Yang was a medicine geek. He had practically devoted his entire life to refining pills. It's a pity that I'm not talented enough. I can only stay in Zhongcheng for my entire life. Mr. Yang sighed slightly. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Qin Yu while saying, with your talent, you definitely shouldn't just stay in Zhongcheng. At least, you should go to the Chinese Medicine Conference to compete and prove yourself. Chinese Medicine Conference. Qin Yu frowned and asked with some confusion, what's that? Mr. Yang said in surprise, you actually don't know. Qin Yu scratched his head and said awkwardly, Mr. Yang, I rarely go out, so I don't know much about this. When Mr. Yang heard this, he immediately explained, the Chinese Medicine Conference is a competition organized by our country for Chinese medicine. It's usually held biannually. As long as you rank high, you will get a stock of herbs as a reward. Last year, the first prize in Chuzhu was allegedly a 100-year-old king of medicine. Hearing this, Qin Yu immediately stood up. Mr. Yang, is what you said true? Qin Yu's excitement couldn't be concealed. A 100-year-old king of medicine was enough for Qin Yu to refine 10 qi-gathering pills. When that time came, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Mr. Yang nodded and said, of course it's true. At this point, Mr. Yang said somewhat regretfully, I've participated a few times, but I wasn't able to rank high for Zhongcheng. I thought there was no hope for Zhongcheng. If you participate, you will definitely bring glory to Jiangxin's traditional Chinese medicine world. Chapter 53, Unruly Heiress. Qin Yu was beyond excited. He held Mr. Yang's hand tightly and said, Mr. Yang, don't worry. I will definitely get first place in Chuzhu. Qin Yu had countless prescriptions in his hands. Although Qin Yu was temporarily unable to refine a pill with these prescriptions, as long as his strength improved slightly, it wouldn't be a problem. In my lifetime, I will be able to see Zhongcheng take first place in the Chinese Medicine Conference. I can rest in peace, Mr. Yang couldn't help but lament. Through the conversation, he learned that the next Chinese Medicine Conference was within a month. To be on the safe side, Qin Yu had to increase his strength as soon as possible within a month to ensure that he could successfully refine the pill. At present, Qin Yu couldn't wait to increase his strength. Because he knew very well that Yan Ruoxiu was too perfect. The average Joe was definitely unworthy of such a woman. Since Yan Ruoxiu was willing to believe in Qin Yu, then Qin Yu definitely wouldn't let Yan Ruoxiu down. Ruoxiu, I definitely won't let you down. Qin Yu, his eyes shining brightly, clenched his fists. Shen Yun's expression was ashen and his face was full of anger. This lowlife actually dared to trick me. Shen Yun flipped over the vase on the table. Dad, what happened? Shen Tian, who had just been discharged from the hospital, asked in puzzlement. Shen Yun coldly snorted and berated, shut the F***ck up. It's all because of you, you loser. Shen Tian immediately said with some grievance, what has it got to do with me? At this moment, Zhao Gang walked over and said with a sheepish smile, President Shen, if I were you, I would just get rid of Qin Yu. You talk too much. Shen Yun kicked Zhao Gang's butt. If I kill Qin Yu, what if Yan Ruoxiu investigates it? Will you be responsible? Shen Yun vented all his anger on Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang shrunk to the side sheepishly. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything. Shen Yun snorted and said, my family has hundreds of products and more than 10 experts. I want to see what an insignificant soul nourishment pill can do. The next day, Qin Yu got up early and prepared to rush to the market to buy a batch of herbs. Ever since Shen Tian appeared, Qin Yu felt a strong sense of crisis. Just Shen Tian alone was enough to give Qin Yu a headache. What about a top-tier city like Jingdu? A perfect girl like Yan Ruoxiu definitely didn't lack suitors. Moreover, the suitors definitely had powerful backgrounds. Qin Yu didn't dare to waste any time. He called Lei Hu and rushed to the market together. The market in Zhongchen was located on Market Street. Every morning, countless small vendors would set up stalls here. In addition to vegetables, meat, and other daily necessities, there were also some herbs vendors from the mountains who came to set up stalls. "Mr. Qin, I've been here for a long time. There's nothing interesting here." After getting out of the car, Lei Hu muttered at the side. Qin Yu smiled and said, "Maybe it's because you can't discern quality." Lei Hu touched his nose and said sheepishly, "I can't discern quality, but I was born on this street. There are too many swindlers here." Qin Yu didn't say anything else. Instead, he began to walk on the street. Just as Lei Hu said, almost all the herb merchants here were swindlers. Qin Yu walked down more than half of the street but didn't even see a single wild herb. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly noticed a vendor in the last row. The vendor in front of him displayed a dazzling array of artificial herbs. Only a stalk of Angelica dahurica caught Qin Yu's attention. Only a stalk of almost withered Angelica dahurica was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Seeing this stalk of Angelica dahurica, Qin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly walked forward, casually picked up a stalk of herbs, and asked politely, "Sir, how much is this stalk of Angelica?" The vendor glanced at it and said, 30,000. F*CKU, is this highway robbery? I will smash your lousy stall. Lei Hu pointed at the vendor's nose and cursed. The vendor glared at Lei Hu and said, "If you can buy it, then buy it. If you don't buy it, then get lost. Stop harassing me, you pauper. You mother asterisker." Lei Hu rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat him. Qin Yu hurriedly stopped him and shook his head with a smile. 30,000 it is then. I want it, Qin Yu said with a smile. When he heard this, the vendor's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly sat up and said, "You're so perceptive. I'll give it to you right now." The difference in his attitude amused Qin Yu. He smiled and shook his head, then looked at Lei Hu. Lei Hu hurriedly took out 30,000 yuan from his bag and threw it to the hawker while muttering, "If it weren't for Mr. Qin's good temper, I would have beaten you." Just as Qin Yu was about to reach out to take the stalk of Angelica dahurica, someone grabbed it before him. "I want this stalk of Angelica dahurica." The person who spoke was a well-dressed young girl. The young girl was only 17 to 18 years old. She had light makeup on her face, and the head-to-toe designer clothes on her body indicated that she was wealthy. The bodyguards around her also showed that she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Qin Yu couldn't help but frown and said as politely as he could, "Miss, I saw this stalk of Angelica dahurica first. I've already paid for it. It's none of my business. It's mine since it's in my hands," the young girl said arrogantly. Qin Yu frowned and said with some displeasure, "Miss, you have to be reasonable." "Why should I be reasonable with you? I told you, it's mine if I want it," the girl said defiantly. Qin Yu's expression gradually turned cold. He took a step forward and said, "You'd better give this stalk of Angelica dahurica to me obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Yo, are you trying to scare me? Do you know who I am?" the girl sneered. "I don't care who you are. You have to be reasonable." Qin Yu's voice was extremely cold. "Miss Lin? Why are you here?" At this moment, Lei Hu's bodyguard, Lance, suddenly exclaimed. Qin Yu frowned. He looked at Lance and said, "You know her." Lance didn't say anything, but the girl said rudely, Lance, tell her who I am. Tell him to get lost. Lance said awkwardly, Mr. Chin, she is my master's daughter, Linwan, your master. Chin Yu frowned and said, Link Hung. Yes, Lance nodded. Linwan took a step forward and snorted. Do you know who I am now? Get out of my sight, or I'll break your legs. Chin Yu looked at Linwan and sneered. I don't care who you are. This stalk of Angelica de Hurika is mine. Linwan's expression was filled with anger. She yelled, my father is Link Hung, the #1 martial artist in Zhongcheng. No one can have it even if he's the king. With that, Chin Yu waved his hand, and the stalk of Angelica de Hurika fell into Chin Yu's hands. You! Linwan was so angry that her petite body trembled. She pointed at Chin Yu and ordered, give me back the stalk of Angelica de Hurika. No, Chin Yu said expressionlessly. You're courting death. Linwan shouted and swung her small fist at Chin Yu. Lance quickly pulled Linwan back and said awkwardly, Miss Lin, you'd better leave quickly. Mr. Chin saw this stalk of Angelica de Hurika first. Hearing Lance's words, Linwan became even angrier. She raised her hand and slapped Lance. She said angrily, you traitor, hurry up and snatch it back for me. Chapter 54, Lin Family Martial Arts School. Lance received a slap from Linwan, but he didn't say a word. However, his hand still held Linwan's wrist tightly. Linwan couldn't break free, so she looked at the bodyguard behind her in exasperation. Zhang Xing, beat him up. Linwan shouted. The man called Zhang Xing took a step forward and raised his hand to slap Lance's wrist. Lance's wrist was in pain, and he moved his hand away. Lance, what's wrong? You don't know your place anymore after becoming Lei Hu's sidekick, do you? Zhang Xing sneered. Lance's expression was a little ugly. He forced a smile and said, Miss Lin is indeed wrong in this matter. I don't care who is right or wrong. My master's orders are for me to protect her. Zhang Xing snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense and beat him up. Linwan kept shouting angrily. Chin Yu's expression became colder and colder. He looked at Linwan icily and said, how did your parents raise you to be so rude at such a young age? How dare you talk about my parents? Linwan widened her eyes. Zhang Xing, beat him up. Linwan stomped her feet and said angrily. Zhang Xing took a step forward. He looked Chin Yu up and down and said aloofly, hurry up and return Angelica de Hurika to her. Then bow and apologize to her. I can spare you then. Chin Yu sneered and said, are you worthy of it? Zhang Xing's expression changed and he immediately shouted, you're courting death. After saying that, Zhang Xing clenched his fist and swung it at Chin Yu. Zhang Xing's strength was indeed above Lance's, but his strength wasn't even comparable to Yao Qing's, so how could he be a match for Chin Yu? Chin Yu didn't even look at him as he raised his foot and kicked Zhang Xing's lower abdomen. Before Zhang Xing's fist touched Chin Yu, his body flew out and he fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood gushed out. When she saw this scene, not only did Linwan not have the slightest bit of repentance, but she instead clenched her fist and swung it at Chin Yu. You're dead meat. If you dare to provoke me, my father will definitely beat you to death. Linwan continuously hit and kicked Chin Yu's body. Chin Yu became more and more impatient. He wished that he could knock this defiant brat out with a slap. However, Chin Yu, who had been strictly raised since he was young, was unable to lay a hand on a woman. Fortunately, Lance managed to pull Linwan to the side in time. Linwan was probably tired from the beating, so she stood not far away and pointed at Chin Yu. Just you wait. My father definitely won't let you off the hook. Chin Yu couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on such a person, so he ignored her. After getting into the car, Lance couldn't help but say apologetically, Mr. Chin, I'm really sorry. Chin Yu waved his hand and said, What does this have to do with you? As for your master, I'm wondering whether he's worthy of his title or not. To have raised such a daughter, I guess he himself isn't that good. Lance heard this and quickly explained, my master is a good person. It's just that, back then, he made enemies during a martial arts competition and caused his wife's death. Therefore, he has always felt guilty toward Linwan, so he dotes on her. Hearing this, Qin Yu didn't say anything. Lei Hu sent Qin Yu back to Dragon Paradise. Before he left, Lance said, don't worry, Mr. Qin. I will definitely explain everything to my master. Qin Yu nodded. He didn't really care. If Link Hung dared to target him, Qin Yu didn't mind teaching him a lesson. After Lei Hu left, Qin Yu couldn't wait to take out the stalk of Angelica da Hurica. Although the appearance of this stalk of Angelica da Hurica wasn't very appealing, it had a strong herbal aroma. He estimated that this stalk of Angelica da Hurica was around 10 years old. It was the oldest herb Qin Yu had ever seen. Qin Yu didn't waste any time and prepared to use this stalk of Angelica da Hurica to refine the qi gathering pill. For those in the qi refining stage, the qi gathering pill was a holy object. A single qi gathering pill could advance him to the next level. This stalk of Angelica da Hurica should be able to refine a qi gathering pill, Qin Yu thought to himself. Then, Qin Yu cut the Angelica da Hurica open and threw it into the casserole. Qin Yu hadn't yet produced spiritual fire, so he could only rely on natural fire. Qin Yu raised his finger and injected spiritual energy into the casserole. With his spiritual energy as the guide, he refined the qi gathering pill. After more than 2 hours, the spiritual energy in Qin Yu's body was almost completely drained. Finally, with a loud explosion, the casserole suddenly cracked. 2 pills the size of peanuts lay quietly in the debris of the casserole. I actually refined 2 pills. Looking at the 2 qi gathering pills, Qin Yu was extremely excited. He thought he could only refine 1 pill, but he didn't expect to refine 2 pills. It completely exceeded Qin Yu's expectations. I refined 2 qi gathering pills with just a 10-year-old herbal pill. If it takes 20 to 30 years or even 100 years, how many pills would I be able to refine? The more Qin Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. As long as he had enough herbs, it wasn't difficult to enter the foundation establishment stage. After that, Qin Yu didn't waste any time and directly swallowed the 2 qi gathering pills. As the #1 martial artist in Zhongcheng, Link Hung was well known throughout Zhongcheng. Many rich kids would come to train under him. This was because Link Hung was becoming increasingly well connected. Dad, I don't care. You have to teach him a lesson no matter what. Linwan stomped her feet and complained petulantly. Link Hung said with a slight headache, did you get into trouble again? During this period of time, the Lin family martial arts school was having a competition with the Zheng family martial arts school. Although it was a competition between disciples, it showcased the strength of a martial arts school. Although Link Hung had many disciples under him, it was rumored that the Zheng family had hired a martial artist to help them. Link Hung was worried about this matter. If they lost, the prestige of the Lin family martial arts school would plummet. To the Lin family, this would undoubtedly be a disaster. I didn't cause trouble. It was clearly him who was causing trouble for me. Linwan said angrily. Link Hung looked at Zhang Xing and said with a dark expression, what's going on? Didn't I ask you to protect her? Zhang Xing said somewhat apologetically, Master, that kid was well versed in martial arts. I wasn't his match at all, you piece of trash. He knocked you out with 1 kick. Linwan couldn't help but scold him with some disdain. Hearing this, Link Hung said in surprise, Zhang Cheng has such an outstanding martial artist. Zhang Xing was his most outstanding disciple. He actually knocked him out with 1 kick? Zhang Xing braced himself and said, Master, I underestimated the enemy. You're trash. Don't make excuses. Linwan crossed her arms in front of her chest and said discontentedly. However, Linkhung had other ideas. If he could get him to help, wouldn't the Lin family's predicament be solved? However, Linkhung sighed slightly. His daughter had just offended the other party, so how could the other party help? Oh right, and Lance actually helped that kid. At this time, Linwan said angrily. Hearing this, Linkhung immediately said with some excitement, "You mean Lance knows him?" "Yeah, he even helped him." "Dad, you must teach Lance a good lesson," Linwan said angrily. Linkhung was immediately overjoyed. He laughed and said, "God is on my family's side. Hurry up and call Lance." "Okay, I'll call him over right now and teach him a good lesson." Linwan thought that Linkhung was going to help her get revenge, so she shouted excitedly. Chapter 55, Linchang's attitude in Dragon Paradise. Qin Yu didn't sleep for an entire night. After he swallowed 2 qi-gathering pills, the spiritual energy in his body rapidly expanded in his danshan. It took an entire night for the spiritual energy of the 2 qi-gathering pills to be completely digested. 9 o'clock in the morning, Qin Yu's eyes snapped open. His internal